Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. All people transfer. Crazy, do you call this a shield? Chapter 101. The King of Dwarves gazed the direction of the altar, only to see Luo Chanu with one foot on the altar, and there was no movement. On his body, the power of holy light shone from time to time. He was stunned for a moment. That familiar holy light. The light god king of the Protoss is here. The source of the so-called holy light power in the gods and demons continent is the god king of light. That is, her origin area. The next moment, the king of dwarves was slightly determined. No, the world has not been fully integrated, and their true bodies cannot come completely, they are just power clones. The old birdman still wants to deceive people. But the old birdman is too naive, little friend, not an ordinary person. The king of dwarves was indeed unable to attack the two magic circles, but after getting along for a while, he had full confidence in Luo Chanu. Even he couldn't understand the mysterious method, let alone a distinction. Just wait and see, when you cry, old bird. As the king of dwarves said. The pair of planet-sized eyes revealed a little confusion. The power of the holy light released by him all disappeared in the body of that human being and could no longer be contacted. Such a situation is indescribably bizarre. That human even showed a weird smile, causing him to stop the temptation of bewitching. And this time, don't be so stingy, let's come a little more. The human slowly opened his eyes and looked at him with a provocative look in his eyes, but more, greed. How can it be repaired? The dignified king of light, like pork on a chopping board, is coveted by people. When was he treated like this? Just when the power clone of the King of Light wanted to use the only remaining power to destroy the humanity in front of him. He suddenly felt a familiar breath, looming, but it directly stimulated his nerves. U-060 joined the Eternal Arena. In just an instant, the King of Light suddenly lost the desire to do it. Kill the humans in front of you. How is this possible? Eternal token owners can fight each other, but kill. If you still want to enter the Eternal Arena, then you don't dare. Killing is actually possible, but the Eternal brand obtained after killing is extremely troublesome. Not only will he be punished by Eternal Sanctuary, he will be assigned to an unknown mysterious place, and he will only be able to return after completing extremely difficult tasks. Even more frightening is, deathmatch will also change from once a year to once a month, the more kills, the shorter the interval. Moreover, the strength and rank of the players will be greatly improved. Eternal Token is a protection and a reminder. If you want to continue to enter the Eternal Arena, then basically you cannot kill the target yourself, which has become the default rule for the players of the Eternal Arena. No, Luo Chanu smiled slightly and said, since they are all players of Eternal Arena, it is fate to meet each other, let's have a little energy, it's delicious. Monster. Facing Luo Chanu's words, the King of Light was stunned. Delicious. What a tiger's word. That is the power of the holy light. Facing the greedy Luo Chanu, the god King of Light had no way, and now with his ability there is absolutely no way to seal him. The only remaining power of the holy light may be swallowed up by him. Think for a moment. This god remembers you, the next time we meet will be your death. Leaving a ruthless remark, the King of Light left gracefully. All of a sudden, the starry sky collapsed, and the appearance of the altar appeared again in front of Luokan's eyes. Tisk tisk tisk, what a bastard, he runs really fast. His tone was full of regret. The special energy poured into his forehead just now, but was all divided up by those mutant skills. Especially the blessing of the goddess of life, most of the energy is absorbed by it, and it enters the transformation again. But this time the transformation time is a bit puzzled by Luo Chanu. It actually takes 2 hours. This is the first time he has seen the situation, but in his heart he is even more looking forward to the result of this transformation. And this time, a chain of black energy also began to spread out. Before Luo Chanu could react, the little loli in red appeared in front of him. She opened her small mouth and took a deep breath. All the black energy was swallowed by him, not even wasted at all. Crack, broken sound, magic circle, broken. Baba, delicious. After finishing speaking, the little girl in red threw herself into Luo Chanu's arms, I want to sleep. While speaking, the little girl in red began to slowly fade, and eventually disappeared. Luo Chanu was slightly taken aback. However, he found that the little loli in red had returned to the pet space, and an evolutionary reminder message appeared. Good guy. The little loli in red can still evolve, which is now a taboo quality. If it evolves, what will it become? Still a little excited to think about it. However, this is not in a hurry. Wait until the evolution is complete to know. At this time, Luo Chanu looked around, made sure that there was no danger, and then walked slowly to the top of the altar. The seal of the golden treasure chest was easily lifted. Open the treasure chest. Inside is the head of the king of dwarves, and the appearance is beyond his expectations. Wild and unruly hair, thick and long beard, basically occupy his face. Besides, the slightly red nose is also impressive. All in all, the king of dwarves looks very much like Santa Claus in his previous life. Not good. At this time, Luo Chanu felt the vibration from under his feet, and with a secret cry, he quickly grabbed the head of the king of dwarves and ran away. The moment he left the altar, the entire altar began to crumble and instantly turned into fly ash. Surprisingly, an unfathomable pothole appeared where the altar disappeared. Luo Chanu didn't pay much attention, but came to the king of dwarves and looked at the king of dwarves doubtfully. Senior, what's the matter with you? Following Luo Chanu's words, the king of dwarves finally came to his senses. The previous scenes deeply shocked him, and thousands of years of cognition were disintegrated one by one. Luo Chanu's ability to absorb the power of the holy light has shocked him, but what he didn't expect is that there is an unknown existence in Luo Chanu's body. 10 Middle school swallows all the devilish chi. Although the aura was very light and faint, he could be sure that it was definitely unknown. The key is that unknown, actually called Luo Chanu, Baba. Who in the world can conquer unknown? Anyway, he had never seen or heard of it before. Is this father and daughter, the king of big stomachs? Father swallows the light, daughter swallows the devil. Incredible. After staring Luo Chanu for a moment, the king of dwarves noticed that his head was being held in his hand by his beard. After a few minutes, the red golden light dissipated, and the king of dwarves finally showed his true appearance. Although not tall, but that aura of indomitable power is like a giant who can reach the sky, and it is full of oppression. Senior, congratulations, the original text is complete. The king of dwarves stroked his thick beard and laughed heartily, ha ha ha. This is all thanks to the little friend, isn't it? Luo Chanu smiled and said, the boy can be jealous of the artifact you mentioned, of course you have to work hard. King of dwarves. This character, let alone the dwarf clan, is very similar to them. Go straight and say something. Little friend, the next most difficult step is to find the heart of my soul. The king of dwarves looked directly at the hole left after the altar disappeared, and continued, the breath comes from that corridor. Do you want to go down? You don't think that the demon dragon abyss is just such a lair, right? This corridor leads to the next floor, so to speak, but it's only a short distance. The king of dwarves stroked his beloved beard and said with a smile, the real entrance to the next floor is in the dragon's lair. Luo Chanu is overjoyed. Ding, you complete the dragon trial, 4 goal and get the magic dragon treasure enchantment token +1. Ding, you automatically accept the 5th trial of the demon dragon trial. Open black lens bracket dragon trial, 5 close black lens bracket. Trial objective. Destroy 5 large dragon lairs, 0/5. Trial time limit. None. Trial reward. Magic dragon treasure enchantment token +3. Random SSS level high level attribute essence +1. When the king of dwarves brought Luo Chanu to the ground, a reminder of the completion of the training goal appeared in front of Lu Chen's eyes. And the 5th trial goal followed. Destroy the large dragon lair. Luo Chanu looked around and saw mountains and caves above the mountains. I'm afraid, that is the so-called real dragon's lair. Senior wait, I will complete a task. Facing another request from Luo Chanu, the king of dwarves did not feel any displeasure, but a look of relief appeared in his eyes. Professionals. It's the spirit of perpetual struggle. Little friend, go to the task first. I will go around to see if I can find some useful forging materials, and I will come to you after a discussion. Senior, please do it yourself. Luo Chanu looked at the distant king of dwarves, and felt a sense of gratitude in his heart. He had mentioned it before, wanting a mace-type artifact, but he didn't expect it to be remembered by the king of dwarves. Senior. It is the spirit of supporting the younger generation. Then, finish the task and then talk about it. Although I don't know what counts as a large-scale dragon's lair, but if you hit a wave in the past, you may have a look. In front of Luo Chanu is a small brown hill with a dark cave at the foot of the hill. Rush. Stride like a shooting star, rushing into the dark lair. Immediately, his eyes narrowed, and a black dragon appeared in his sight, which was very similar to the legendary Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yulong. He was deeply impressed by the previous demonized Triceratops, and I hope this Tyrannosaurus Rex can also give some strength. Savage charge. Lightning flashes, but unfortunately, the dragon monsters in the Demon Dragon Abyss are highly resistant to the lightning element and have little effect. Nowadays, the shield value of Steel Shield is not high, and the additional damage is only hundreds of thousands. In addition to the huge amount of damage-free ability of the dragon, his damage was limited a bit hard. The Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of me doesn't seem to be very good, and it was knocked down by more than 40% by its savage charge. Blood volume. Absolutely, not boss. Even the previous Magic Dragon Elite monster is not as good. 3 under 5 divided by 2. During the stun time, directly bombard and kill. Ding, you kill the level 90 Nightmare Ordinary Monster, Magicized Tyrannosaurus to gain 52,002 experience points. Because the little loli in red is in the evolution state, she cannot get experience points. At this moment, he can enjoy the monster's rich experience alone. After killing Magic Belong, a prompt box appeared in front of Luo Chanu. Ding, you kill the demonized Tyrant Dragon and wake up all the sleeping demon dragons in the current Demon Dragon Lair, pay attention. Open black lens bracket small dragon's lair, 49/50ths close black lens bracket. So prompt. Luo Chanu finally knew how his mission was going. After leaving the dark cave, he didn't even think about it, he just stood there and waited for the attack of the magic dragon. Brush monsters. No, he brushed the shield value of Steel Shield. Now the shield value is too low, if you encounter a big guy, it will be troublesome to fight. He has a high shield value, and he has no shield value. Just two extremes. The former turned into a terrifying output machine, while the latter could only barely break through. Efficiency is different. After more than 10 seconds, the magic dragon of the small lair was long overdue. The pterosaurs flying in the sky, the Tyrannosaurus dragons running on the ground, etc., have already filled the water around Luo Chanu. Hey, there is still a boss. Among the monsters, a demonized Tyrannosaurus dragon with a significantly larger body was particularly conspicuous. After preliminary confirmation by the Eye of Insight, it is indeed the boss. It's you. Open black lens bracket savage charge close black lens bracket start. It's a pity that the artifact skill Pillar of Aurora is on cooldown, otherwise one skill will be solved. Luo Chanu didn't waste the 500% damage bonus either. 2 additional shields of Steel Shield and Savage Charge explode together. Shields worth millions. With 5 times the damage blessing, the effect is also very obvious. Except for the stunned boss, the other 48 normal monsters of the demonized dragon are all dead. The boss is also in a state of residual blood. The most important thing is that, after an explosion, his shield value will directly exceed 100 million. Ha ha ha. Great. While the boss was still in a dizzy state, Luo Chanu didn't hesitate to smash down with a stick to harvest the bloody prey. Ding, you killed the level 94.4 normal boss demonized Tyrannosaurus and gained 50 million experience points. Ding, you completely destroyed the small magic dragon's lair. Do you consume a dragon treasure enchantment token to open the small magic dragon's lair treasure? The answer is sure. Luo Chanu also understood at this time, the so-called magic dragon treasure is here. So, here comes the problem. Why is there a reward for Dragon Treasure Enchantment Token after completing the 5th trial objective? Could it be that there are more advanced nests in other places besides here? Perhaps, this is the only room. After automatically picking up the dropped items, Luo Chanu no longer hesitated and ran towards another hill. The dragon's lair here. Don't even want to exist. Minutes passed by. The whole place of the dragon's lair became lively, with roaring explosions, roars of giant dragons, and Luo Chanu's exclamations, one after another. Just an hour. More than a dozen small and medium-sized dragon dens have been completely destroyed by Luo Chanu. In fact, Luo Chanu didn't spend much time fighting monsters, and more time was wasted on running. And this time, Luo Chanu stood in front of a high mountain and looked at it according to experience. This high mountain is likely to be a large dragon lair. However, Luo Chanu stopped moving forward at this moment, because he found that he seemed to have played too much just now, forgetting the daily tasks of the Eternal Arena. It has been more than 5 hours since I came to the inside of the Demon Dragon Abyss. That is to say, he still has the last half hour left to stock up, a few matches. Hook up the Eternal brand and directly enter the Eternal Arena. Non-stop tap to match. Time is running out. Luo Chanu was not ready to waste time and started matching directly. So fast. The match succeeded in less than 2 seconds, and the speed caught Luo Chanu a little off guard. Followed. His gaze shifted, and he was already in the battle arena. On the opposite side, it turned out to be a beast-eared girl from the Beast clan, who looked like a girl from the Wolf clan. He was dressed in animal leather armor and wore a felt hat on his head. It's a pity, this beast-eared girl is not the same as the beast-eared girl. Although it is a human face, it has obvious wolf characteristics. If it wasn't for his prominent figure, he wouldn't really be able to recognize that she was a beast-eared girl. He hasn't waited for him to check the opponent's information. A gloomy voice came over. You are a reckless bear, I didn't expect you to be a human race. Ooh, a mere human race dares to act. Luo Chanu froze for a moment, then grinned. But that smile, in the eyes of the opponent, is so cruel. Ouch, today I'll show you what real cruelty is. The Wolf clan beast-eared girl also showed a cruel smile on her face. She was very confident in her own strength. Although she joined the Eternal Arena not long ago, she pressed the critical point to activate the Eternal Arena at level 100. Then completed the 4th rank advanced task. Much stronger than the average player. In her opinion, her strength is at least no worse than that of the reckless bear. Good luck. Luo Chanu had his mace in his hand, and did not check the information about the Wolf clan beast-eared girl, waiting for the countdown to end. With his current shield value, he is basically invincible in the Black Iron rank. 3, 2, 1. Luo Chanu moved. He doesn't have the feeling of pity fragrant and cherished jade. Since he is an opponent, then his shot must be a thunderclap. Savage charge. Innocent. Seeing this, the Wolf clan beast-eared girl turned into nothingness, and at the same time quickly dodged to the side. Pato. What made her unexpected was that the state of dodging was ineffective. Moreover, the walking position did not escape the swift and violent impact. There's no after that. Barbaric charge directly hits the wolf beast-eared girl with 50% of her blood in a blood-locked state. The most important thing is that the wolf beast-eared girl is in a dizzy state. Naive, so naive indeed. 12 inches. Luo Chanu's brutal smile was even more unscrupulous. Bloodlock is not invincible. The mace bombarded the chest of the Wolf clan's beast-eared mother, millions of damages came out, and it was directly beaten into residual blood, triggering an invincible state. Immediately, another great, absolute damage to harvest residual blood. Ding, you defeated the Black Iron 7-star player, Lang Mei, in the matching battle, and you won 5 points of eternal competition, and the victory +1. Ding, you have won 10 consecutive victories in Eternal Arena, and you will be rewarded with an additional 50 eternal competitive points. Ding, you get the special achievement, Black Iron 10 slashes in Eternal Arena, you will get an additional 500 eternal competitive points not limited by star rating and an additional eternal treasure chest +1. Ding, if you kill the target in the battle, you will get 10 eternal competitive points, +1 eternal brand and randomly get 2 items of Wolf Mei Space Backpack. Quit. Back in the Eternal Arena space, Luo Chanu didn't hesitate to start matching directly. Just like just now, the speed of light matching is completed. Twice, 3 times, 5 times. This time period depends on the number of players in Eternal Arena. Luo Chanu didn't understand how the time in each world was calculated. On his side, according to the time of the Xuanlong Kingdom, he started to refresh the Samsung limit every morning, but the more people there are, the more benefits he will have. Matching doesn't waste time. Moreover, along with his 10-game winning streak, the basic eternal competitive points reward has also become 10 points. Raise his rank up a notch in speed. These are all good news. It's a pity Black Iron 10 consecutive slashes did not activate other special achievements. Otherwise, his rank improvement speed could be improved a lot. The so-called, not subject to star restrictions, actually means that the rewarded eternal competitive points are not subject to the restriction of 3 stars. Perhaps this is the reward for the real genius. And, in the open black lens bracket eternal arena close black lens bracket matching match, you can only surrender after waiting for the 30-second countdown. Luo Chanu will never give these human haters any chance to surrender. One word, kill, accompanied by the prompts of killing one after another, they appeared in the eyes of the players of Eternal Arena. All the players were stunned. The reactions of the parties are also different. Qianzu Silicon, who is Meng Shang. If he kills him like this, he will never survive his first death fight. Close black lens bracket. Sacred King Tianyu. Come on, it's never your turn to kill him. Isn't it beautiful to watch your people being killed with peace of mind? Close black lens bracket. Emperor Yi Tian. I finally said a human word upstairs. I won't hit you in the future. Close black lens bracket. Shangba. Meng Shang must be the arrogance of our clan, and it must be our exiled clansmen. Close black lens bracket. Thousands of feet silicon. Tianyu Birdman, you jump again. Believe it or not, this emperor will lead the army of Zerg to visit your world. Close black lens bracket. Insect Valley God. Old Centipede, you are still a Zerg. Are you not afraid of laughing and losing your teeth? Emperor Yi Tian. Ha ha ha. The dog bites the dog. I am happy today. I don't care about you in general. Close black lens bracket. Wei Zheng. You laugh a fart. The labor and management will find you tonight. Close black lens bracket. Today, the announcement chat channel is basically the most powerful group of people talking in the current Eternal Arena. As for the others, there is simply no room to intervene. The vast majority of people chat privately. For example, informed human race, everyone is excited every day. It's been a long time since such a brutal newcomer appeared. Last time, it was Yi Tiandi, the big guy. The power of 10 strikes killed the Black Iron, Bronze, and Silver Masters. It's just that Yi Tiandi is a legend from a long time ago. And the Mang Bear actually appeared in front of them. Just over 40 minutes, 19 contestants were slaughtered. This achievement has inspired countless people. And, Reckless Bear, Luo Chanu has already left Eternal Arena. Not only did the rank reach the 6-star Black Iron, but there were also 39 new items in the backpack, and the part-time job earned a lot of money. Strange things fell. There are even carry-on clothes, but this is a small probability event. The thing that surprised Luo Chanu the most was a special item. Open black lens bracket time hourglass fragments close black lens bracket. Quality. SSS grade. Type. Time special item. Limit. Level 100, 4 turns. Effect. Collect all 3 fragments to get a permanent special item time hourglass. Quantity. 2. The special items of time, although they are fragments, are very valuable. It's only one last piece left. The most important is, Heart of Time and Space has expressed a strong desire for time hourglass. A treasure can even express its own thoughts. Also no one. But Luo Chanu is getting used to it. If there is no accident, even if the time hourglass is collected, it will be eaten by the Heart of Time and Space. Besides, there are also 5 SSS level items, 2 disposable scrolls, 1 assassin gear, and 2 special items. Open black lens bracket earth splitting stab forbidden spell scroll close black lens bracket. Quality. SSS grade. Type. Special item. Restriction. More than 200,000 mana points. Effect. Consumes 60% of the mana to summon the forbidden spell of Earth Splitting Blast, attacks the target in a large area, and changes the terrain. The more mana consumed, the higher the damage. Times 1/1. Open black lens bracket forbidden spell scroll of Holy Light Guardian close black lens bracket. Quality. SSS grade. Type. Special item. Restriction. More than 300,000 mana points. Effect. No consumption. Release a large-scale forbidden spell Guardian of Holy Light after use. all teammates within the range recover full blood and increase their injury-free ability tenfold and randomly get any buff. Times 1/1. Skill Protocore. Quality SSS grade. Type Special Item. Restriction: each professional can only use it once. Effect: after use, a skill bar cap is added, and the skill effect of the position skill is increased by 50%. Luo Chanu was dazzled by all kinds of items. Apart from the Hourglass of Time, I am afraid that the best thing is the Skill Protocore. I don't know which one fell from the lucky heart. All in all, the purpose of the purchase was successfully completed. After returning to the Demon Dragon Abyss, it's almost morning. Luo Chanu didn't wait for the new day's defense buff to be refreshed in Destiny, Tianji heavy armor, and couldn't wait to rush to the large dragon's lair in front of him. Don't let the fight stop. The fanatical will to fight is his eternal ambition. After killing an ordinary dragon, a prompt message appeared in front of his eyes. Open black lens bracket dragon's lair, 499 500s close black lens bracket. A total of 500 dragons, 300 more than a medium-sized dragon's lair. The strength of the magic dragon has also increased a lot. Then let's fight. Donghai City is still brightly lit at night. The most lively place has become a high wall. Countless people are working hard, whether they are civilians or professionals, they are all working hard, just to resist this mighty East China Sea beast tide. This is the home they live on. The high wall on the east side faces the East China Sea, and is the most defensive yet most dangerous high wall. Above the city tower, two figures stared at the endless sea in the distance. Guardian, the basic layout is about to be completed, the high-level professionals are also ready, and reinforcements from the surrounding cities are also coming to the fans, but the army of the barbarian gods. A middle-aged man in a straight black suit and gold-rimmed glasses returns to work in an orderly manner. Beside him is the guard of Donghai City. Demigods, Peerless. An extremely powerful female professional, known as the strongest summoner of Blue Star. Usually in-depth and concise, the sense of existence is extremely low. If it weren't for the enormous scale of the East China Sea beast tide, she might not have appeared here. When Lian Wushuang heard the barbarian god army, he looked back at the middle-aged man. It's time to take care of your little thoughts. It's good to have competition, but it shouldn't be too much. Her tone was very flat, but what she said made the Chinese feel cold behind her back. The barbarian god Legion is the real guardian of Donghai City. The barbarian god has his own arrangements. As the consul of Donghai City, you can do your own thing well, that's all. Yes, the middle-aged man is Hai Yun, the consul of Donghai City. Mayor. There was a hint of unwillingness in his tone, and more of it was indeed helpless. The arrogance of the barbarian gods. He has been constrained in many jobs, but he has nothing to do. Oh consul, the name is not worthy of the name. The things for the students to experience in the early stage of the beast tide have been arranged properly, but Luo Chanu from the East Naval Academy cannot be contacted and cannot be arranged. When Lian Wushuang heard Luo Chanu's name, there was a hint of imperceptible movement on his indifferent expression. Luo Chanu, he has his own way, you just need to remember anything to open the door for him. And also, Lian Wushuang suddenly said coldly, Fengji Thief is not dead, with his character, he is bound to play small tricks again, you should let the intelligence department pay attention to this aspect. Hearing this, Hai Yun hesitated for a moment. Carefully asked, I have a question, I don't know when to ask, not only to ask. Say, one more, God, is definitely more valuable to Xuanlong Kingdom and even Blue Star than Luo Chanu, a genius, why? Why not give Luo Chanu's treasure to Fengji demigod? Quote. As the consul of Donghai City, he knows many inside stories. But this question has been lingering in my mind. Now, I can't help but ask. Lian Wushuang showed a disdainful smile on the corner of his mouth, and said, the patron saint said that even if Fengji gets that treasure, he can't become a god with his character, and you really think that? A treasure on Luo Chanu? You mean, these things, you will know when you reach a demigod. Hai Yun sighed, his face full of yearning. Demigods, how difficult it is. It's even harder to become a god in the Lost Land. In a mansion in Donghai City, Yi Xingtong put down the phone in his hand, a smile appeared on his face, and he seemed to be in a good mood. Lao Tian took a sip of tea, and 880 smiled and said, "Have you got in touch?" "Of course I'll get in touch." Yi Xingtong smiled and said, "The teammates that the principal's grandfather arranged for me are all very good." Ha ha ha. And Chen's hearty laughter sounded. Actually, this was originally Xiao Yu's arrangement, but unfortunately he can't be with you now. On the way here, Luo Chanu told Chen about his leveling plan. Hoped to get his help to open a special channel. Unfortunately, it was rejected by the barbarian god. However, without Luo Chanu, the efficiency of other teammates will not be low. Lao Tian looked at Yi Xingtong and instructed, "Don't save those magic scrolls, just use them when you need them, now the level is the most important thing for you." "Grandpa, I know. Luo Chanu has already taken off. How could Yi Xingtong admit defeat, and can't wait to participate in the offensive and defensive battle of the Beast Tide. It's late at night, go back to your room and rest." Yi Xingtong nodded, washed and returned to the room, lying on the bed but couldn't sleep. "I don't know what Brother Yu is doing now. Tonight's Donghai City is destined to be a city that never sleeps. The Beast Tide is both a crisis and an opportunity. But intense preparations. However, a small part of the eyes focused on Luo Chanu, whether it was kindness or malice. Luo Chanu's reputation has been thoroughly spread in Donghai City. And this time, Luo Chanu is still working hard. Fighting is the only thing he wants to do now. After more than an hour of fighting, he finally had only one last large dragon lair left. The battle has just begun. But the end is doomed. 499 demonized dragons, including a demon dragon boss, could not resist Luo Chanu's terrifying attack. Under the mace, no one is spared. The shield value of 1.3 billion is so terrifying. After a few minutes, ding, you killed the level 100 difficult boss demonized yellow dragon to get 72.08 million experience points. Ding, you completely destroyed the large dragon's lair. Do you consume a dragon treasure enchantment token to open the large-scale dragon's lair treasure? Ding, you complete the goal of Dragon Trial 5. Get the magic dragon treasure enchantment token +3, toughness essence SSS +1. Ding, you automatically accept the 6th trial of the Devil Dragon Trial. Open black lens bracket Dragon Trial 6. Close black lens bracket. Trial objective. Kill the Dragon King 0/1. Trial time limit. None. Trial reward. Magic Dragon Treasure Enchantment Token +5, this occupation 9th order skill book +1. Open black lens bracket Essence of Toughness. Close black lens bracket. Quality. SSS grade. Type. Special item. Effect. After use, it can permanently increase the toughness by 25%, and exceed the limit of 5% corresponding to the crit damage. The crit damage is reduced by a certain percentage. Note. This quality can only be used once. After using it, Luo Chen's eyes focused on the highest mountain. There is the last dragon's lair. It is also the largest dragon lair. The highest mountain, Luo Chanu, did not find any dragon's lair. The overwhelming pressure is constantly spreading, and the heavy pressure invades his body. The prompt information appeared in front of his eyes. Ding, you are under the influence of dragon might, the king of demon dragons, and your strength is reduced by 30%. Ding, you are under the influence of dragon might, the king of demon dragons, and your speed is reduced by 30%. Ding, you are affected by dragon might, the king of demon dragons, and your recovery speed is reduced by 50%. Ding, the feeling of weakness came, and Lu Chen frowned suddenly. Long way. After coming to the demon dragon abyss, it was the first time he felt this kind of power. Long Wei alone has such a sense of oppression. How fishy should the strength of the demon dragon king be? Luo Chanu didn't know, but it could be seen from the negative states that the divine artifact Pillar of Destiny Aurora was not immune, and the quality of Long Wei must have exceeded the 7th rank, at least the existence of the 8th rank. Before the demon dragon king appeared, his strength was weakened so much. As you can imagine, how tough the fight will be next. However, as long as it doesn't weaken the shield's ability. Luo Chanu's voice just fell. An earth-shattering roar came from his ear. At the same time, the huge body of the Dragon King appeared in the sky. That huge body is several times bigger than the Black Dragon boss. The ferocious dragon head looked down on the earth, the dark dragon scales exuded dim light, and the strong body contained explosive power. It is an honor for you to be remembered by a great master for a small human being. The demon dragon king swooped down and landed on a platform in the peak, his scarlet eyes showing no emotion. Pleasure. Luo Chanu's face was full of disdain. Two cowards who dare not even show up, they feel disgusting when they remember them. Don't talk so much nonsense, just have a fight. Roar. The demon dragon king roared angrily, as if feeling unprecedented disrespect, opening his mouth as a mouthful of dragon flames. The overwhelming black dragon flames instantly drowned Luo Chanu, and the foot of the mountain turned into a sea of black fire. The demon dragon king appeared a little surprised, because in his perception, there was no such human aura in the sea of dragon flames. Next moment, a small figure suddenly appeared in its sight. With lightning speed, he attacked it. The electric light shines, and the momentum is menacing. Innocent. Humans are fast, but want to attack with speed. What a joke this is. But when it was about to fly high, the human figure was suddenly lost in sight. The next moment, a dizziness came. At this time, the mind of Demon Dragon Field was filled with countless doubts. How did that human do it? So hard. Luo Chanu hit the back of the Dragon King's head, but felt like he hit an obsidian. Those hard dragon scales were probably the strongest item he encountered. The reason why he was able to charge head-on and hit the back of the Demon Dragon King was because of his research for a while. When the Savage Charge is traveling, use the moving ability quickly to change the direction and angle of the charge. Makes Savage Charge more incomprehensible, and easier not to be resisted. This point comes from the game experience of the previous life. Commonly known as, Jump Big. After that Savage Charge hit, it only caused nearly 10 million damage, which is not worth mentioning for the long blood volume of the Dragon King. More importantly, at this moment, Luo Chanu's steel shield value has already dried up 4 memories that day. I am afraid. The ability of the Demon Dragon King to avoid injury has broken through the shackles, a realm that I has never been before. Stop attacking. This is simply not possible. Aurora Pillar. 5 times the damage, can't be wasted. Summon artifact skills and give the Dragon King a massage first. Nearly 500 million damage floated out, and the King of Demons lost his vision. ZO. Such damage can only cause the Dragon King to lose 7% of his HP, which means, the Dragon King's HP exceeds 6 billion. Simply terrifying. I am afraid that he blasts all the shields, and he cannot completely kill the King of Demon Dragons. Can't run. Luo Chanu stood on the head of the King of Demons, waving the mace in his hand, constantly bombarding the face of the King of Demons. Each blow is millions of damage. Facing the powerful blood recovery ability of the Dragon King. No. Since entering the abyss of the dragon, Luo Chanu felt powerlessness in the face of a monster for the first time. Millions of damage, compared with billions of blood, it is no different from scraping. After a moment of hesitation, he made a decision to use the SSS level summoning scroll. Centipede. The strength of the 9th order, facing the King of the Dragon, should be able to completely crush, right? With the disappearance of the summoning scroll in the hand. In Luo Chanu's sight, a centipede with a body even bigger than the King of Demons appeared, and its hideous appearance really shocked him. After giving the order to attack, Luo Chanu continued his Hua Sha journey. Unexpected. Human ants, dare to drive the deity, you should be damned. You can summon the deity, are you a reckless bear? The strange voice sounded, Luo Chanu couldn't understand, but he could understand the meaning. The same language as the first opponent of Eternal Arena 1000-foot face. Luo Chanu was very surprised. He didn't expect that even a summoned creature could speak, and he could clearly identify him as a reckless bear. Dude, the identity change has been exposed. But, so what, he can go all out to complete the attack order. Damn, please honestly attack this big reptile in front of you. Damn, killing my clan's arrogance is now a clone of the deity. You should be damned. The 1000-footed ghost centipede's strange voice sounded, but its body had no resistance, and green breath spit out from its hideous mouth, attacking the King of Dragons at Luo Chanu's feet. The Dragon King worm woke up from a dizziness and was stunned. Although it disappeared from sight and couldn't see what the behemoth in front of him was, the sense of sight did not weaken. That terrifying breath must be a super beast. Why would such a vicious beast listen to a small human being? Human ants, Who are you? Yo, are you awake? Don't care who you are, big reptile, you two have a good time. Luo Chanu had already escaped from the head of the Dragon King, hovering in midair to watch the battle below. Hi, what he thought in his mind was how to make the 1,000-footed ghost centipede and the King of Dragons lose both. In this way, his profit can be maximized. But now it is still mainly to kill the Lord of the Demon Dragon. It has to be said that the strength of the 1,000-legged ghost centipede is worthy of the 9th rank, and it can easily break through the defense of the Demon Dragon King and cause terrifying damage. Especially the green energy, like a bone-encrusted touch, constantly corrodes the tough dragon scales of the Demon Dragon King. The centipede's normal attack is also extremely protruding. Attack the Dragon King in various weird ways. However, what surprised Luo Chanu even more was that the Dragon King was still able to resist the attack of the centipede with his powerful body. At the same time, it can also keep fighting back, causing good damage to the centipede. Exactly. When two beasts fight, one will be hurt. The corner of Luo Chanu's mouth rose slightly, and he issued an order in his heart, 1,000-footed ghost centipede, stop attacking, give up defense. Damn human ants, you are so despicable. The centipede instantly understood what Luo Chanu wanted to do. Kill two birds with one stone, and reap the benefits of a fisherman. The Demon Dragon King can't handle that much. He has been beaten and beaten by the 1,000-footed ghost centipede before. Although he doesn't know why he has stopped all actions now, he can take revenge. Next moment, a black magic circle appeared under the Demon Dragon King's feet, and various talismans appeared on its side, surrounding and flickering. Countless black energy surged. Many inexplicable and rhythmic sounds came out of his mouth. FK, big reptiles don't talk about martial arts. Luo Chanu felt a huge coercive force, and he knew that he was also shrouded in the big move of the Dragon King. In an instant, leaping jumped 5 times in a row, and then flew wildly in the air. Finally, that inexplicable pressure disappeared. Looking back, I saw a black magic circle also appeared in the sky, and countless black flames fell from the sky, instantly submerging the foot ghost bats. In Luo Chanu's mind, the heart-piercing swearing of the 1,000-footed ghost centipede kept coming. Curse, curse, as long as you have fun. Luo Chanu is not too big of a deal to watch a play. In the future, who would dare to say that he is a scumbag? He can come up with such a clever method. When the black flames disappeared, the figures of the centipede and the Dragon King appeared again. At this time, Luo Chanu found that the blood volume of the Dragon King was less than when he released his skills just now, and his spirit was also sluggish. The 1,000-footed ghost centipede should be the 9th order Zerg beast. Known for being weird, in fact, its defensive ability is not as tough as it looks, and half of the Blood Emperor was smashed by a big move of the Demon Dragon Lord. The blood volume of both sides is about to equalize. Luo Chanu smiled and unlocked the attack seal of the centipede. The fight begins again. Seeing the blood of the two behemoths keep pouring out, Luo Chanu was very happy and proud. These are his masterpieces. 10 minutes later. Under his special control, the blood volume of the Demon Dragon King is close to empty blood. And the centipede is similar. The blood volume is even less than that of the Dragon King. Control it. Luo Chanu couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart and ordered the 1,000-footed ghost bat without hesitation. The final blow must be completed by himself. Without him. Just high luck. 1,000-footed ghost centipede was reluctant in his heart, but his body honestly surrounded the King of Dragons and gave him the strongest control. Luo Chanu did not use Savage Charge. Instead, turn on Moving and flash to the position of the King of Demons inverse scales. Black Dragon Fighter. Abyss Fighter. Slaughter. The strongest normal attack mode. The mace shone like a phantom, sparks splattered. Accident, it didn't happen. Under Luo Chanu's frantic attack, the Dragon King had no room for resistance at all, and was directly hammered to death. When Luo Chanu appeared the promotion information, he was suddenly relieved. Ding, you killed the level 150 special boss, Dragon King, and gained 175 million experience points. Ding, your level is increased by 1, the current level is LV.58. Ding, you completely destroyed the Dragon King's lair. Did you consume 3 Dragon Treasure Enchantment Tokens to synthesize Dragon King Treasure Enchantment Token to open the Dragon King's treasure? Quote. Ding, you complete the goal of Dragon Trial. 6. Get the Magic Dragon Treasure Enchantment Token +5, Rage Mode +1. Ding, do you accept that Dragon Trial Final Trial? Luo Chanu thought for a moment, but did not choose to open the treasure of the Dragon King for the first time. He also ignored the final trial of Dragon Trial. Instead, he put away the items dropped by the Dragon King, and stared at the huge 1,000-footed ghost bat beside him. Things aren't quite done yet. Big Bug, are you a player of Eternal Arena? Luo Chanu was actually a little scared in his heart. Although the centipede in front of him was a summoned creature, it was definitely not the real body of the centipede. It would be a tragedy if he was also punished by Eternal Sanctuary when he killed the clone. He tried it out first. The 1,000-legged ghost centipede's ferocious face showed a humanized mockery. Reckless bear, are you afraid? I'm afraid, of course, I'm afraid. I'm afraid that the insects and grandchildren of your Zerg will be killed one by one in the death battle, and your Zerg will be wiped out. This is a huge cause and effect. Just because you are a black iron ant, is it worthy? As soon as these words came out, Luo Chen's heart suddenly became cold. This special meow is really a player of Eternal Arena. For a while, he hesitated. For a 9th order drop, let yourself fall into unknown danger. Is it worth it? Just when Luo Chanu hesitated, the voice of the King of Dwarves rang in his ears. Kill it, it's just a clone, you won't be punished. Luo Chanu smiled. Directly turn on Savage Charge to stun the centipede. Immediately, unleash the crazy attack. Bloodlock, invincible. Under the absolute damage of the 9th order, it is of no use. 1,000-legged ghost centipede, seat. Ding, you killed the level 170 special boss 1,000-footed ghost centipede summon and gained 215 million experience points. Ding, your level has been increased by 1, the current level is LV.59. Ding, if you kill the summoned creature, you will be hated by the 1,000-footed ghost centipede body, and you will never die. Ding, if you kill the summoned object, you can only randomly get one drop item from 1,000-footed ghost centipede summon. Ding, you get Li's Jiao 1,000-footed ghost creature's secret realm teleportation order +1. After Luo Chanu absorbed the dragon essence of the Dragon King, he sat on the skeleton and opened his backpack to check the items dropped. The first item surprised him. Open black lens bracket. Eye of the Dragon. Close black lens bracket. Quality: SSS grade. Type: Special item. Limit: Level 50, 3 turns. Effect: After use, it can activate the special general skill Dragon's Eye, which is not limited by the number of skills. What are you waiting for? Use directly. The price of skills that are not limited by the number of skills is absolutely beyond imagination, priceless and priceless. Ding, you have obtained a special general skill, Eyes of the Demon Dragon, current level 55.1. Right, but this time, a strange golden light suddenly appeared in Luo Chanu's eyes, and his eyes suddenly turned into a gray space. In the endless gray, one eye suddenly opened. Kind of like your own eyes. It was from this eye that the golden light emerged, and suddenly, the golden light turned into chains, trapping a black magic dragon and continuously pulling it into the eyes. The tragic dragon roar sounded. The black magic dragon could not resist the shackles and involvement of the golden chains, and the winter disappeared into the eyes of the king. Said, eyes closed slowly. Luo Chanu's eyes also left the gray space. Hint, your special ability Eye of Insight devours your skill Eye of the Demon Dragon. The mutation is successful, becomes a mutation skill, and gets additional effects. Close black lens bracket. The Eye of Insight mutation. While muttering, Luo Chanu opened the skill panel, and sure enough, he found extra skills in it. Eye of Insight passive mutation skill. You can view all the information of the 9th order and below, and display hidden information with a certain probability. No cooling cannot be found by self-marking. Additional effect. Primary Dragon Power. Active effect, reduces all attributes including high-level attributes of targets within a certain range by 20%, and enters chaos, escape, horror, and other states, lasting 60 seconds, cooldown 300 seconds. Eye of Insight. Luo Chanu's strongest resentment in the past few days finally rose up. From a special ability, success has become a mutation skill, and it also comes with a dragon power ability. The effect is simply not so good. Even the 9th order can't escape his investigation, and even will not be discovered. At this moment, the excitement in Luo Chanu's heart is beyond words. But this hidden information, what the hell is it? Immediately, Luo Chanu looked at a black stone beside him. Open black lens bracket magic rock close black lens bracket. Quality, grade A. Type, building material. Effect, an extremely hard stone with a solid property that is extremely difficult to break. Hidden information. 1,000 tons can be smelted into a pound of S-level magic rock diamond. Luo Chanu. Good guy. I don't know if I don't see it, but I'm startled when I see it. The unremarkable stone is actually a high-level building material, and it can also be smelted into S-level magic rock diamond. It is said that the high walls of Donghai City are only A-level building materials. If they all move out, wouldn't they make a fortune? It's a pity that his space backpack can't be carried at all. The effect is still very good. Luo Chanu roughly knows the function of hiding information, that is, showing those hidden effects that are usually invisible. These things are often full of unexpected surprises. After watching The Eye of Insight, Luo Chanu turned his attention to the completed transformation of the shelter of the Goddess of Life and was immediately surprised. Open black lens bracket Asylum of the Goddess of Life close black lens bracket Unique. Mutation unique skill. Active mutation effect. Status skill, consumes 20% mana, increases your own 99% damage immunity and damage increase ability, restores 10% blood volume every second for the duration, increases the upper limit of blood volume by 500%, and is immune to any reduction in blood volume. The negative state of the upper limit lasts for 60 seconds and cools down for 30 minutes. Passive effect. Restores 1% of HP every second. If you have a shield effect, you will increase the shield's upper limit by $0%, 20% of the shield's damage immunity and 20% of the shield's true damage reduction. Additional effect Eternal. The upper limit of all passive high-level attributes can exceed 100%, and the final effect will be improved. Additional effect Holy Light, permanently increases the damage to dark attribute monsters by 100%. After the active skill is activated, it can purify all the negative states on the body every 10 seconds, and has a certain probability to reverse the negative states God level. Good guy. Every time the shelter of the Goddess of Life changes, 597 can make Luo Chanu shine. This effect is simply awesome. Purify the negative state, and there is a chance to reverse the effect. The true way of giving back to him. After closing the skill panel, Luo Chanu then turned his attention to the dropped items in the space backpack. Open black lens bracket Dragon Tactics close black lens bracket. Quality, SSS grade. Type, special item. Restrictions, physical occupation. Effect, the combat skills of the Demon Dragon clan are recorded, and through learning skills, you can comprehend the 9th order combat skill, Demon Dragon Devouring the Sky. Thousand-footed ghost and mystical creatures secret realm teleportation order. Quality, taboo. Type, special item. Limit, level 100, 4 turns. Effect, after use, enter the secret realm of thousand-foot ghosts. Note, the secret realm is not in this world, an unauthorized transmission may cause immeasurable consequences. Both items are of high quality. 1 SSS, 1 taboo. The former is exactly the method of warfare that the King of Dwarves said, and I don't know how it is different from what the King of Dwarves taught. But, since it is the battle method of the Demon Dragon clan, the effect will definitely not be bad. However, Luo Chanu is not in a hurry. He first learns the tactics of the King of Dwarves, and then learns the Magic Dragon battle art, which may have unexpected effects. As for Thousand-Legged Ghost Creature Secret Realm Teleportation Order, this is an item at the bottom of the box, and it will not be used in a short time. Even after reaching the level, he didn't dare to teleport there without authorization. After all, that secret realm is not in this world. If you can't come back, wouldn't it be a tragedy? Suddenly, Luo Chanu was taken aback for a moment, as if the skill book rewarded by the 6th trial disappeared again. Which 6? Then open the skills panel again to view the skills. Only then did I realize that battle stance is actually in a state of metamorphosis. In other words, battle stance has also become a 6th child. So what will it look like after it steals rage mode? Just as Luo Chanu was thinking, the Dwarf King walked slowly to his side. Nailed it. After seeing Luo Chanu nodding, a hearty smile appeared on the face of the Dwarf King. Well done, those centipedes are disgusting. Luo Chanu asked differently. Senior, do you know these big bugs? It's more than just acquaintance. The Dwarf King said with a sad expression on his face. I also encountered several big bugs hundreds of years ago. I killed one of them, and I have been targeted since then. If it weren't for those two bastards seal me in the dragon abyss, I'm afraid BDFD will be annoyed by them long ago. Back then, he was also a famous boss. It's a pity, it was overshadowed. Oh, for, if he wants to return to Eternal Arena, then he will face endless dead zones. Even in the heyday, it is impossible to survive safely, let alone now that he is seriously injured, and he has not even recovered his soul source. Going back to the Eternal Arena is definitely a dead end. But seeing the big centipede die in front of your eyes is a very satisfying thing. Luo Chanu rolled his eyes, and suddenly asked, Senior, do you think there is any treasure in the lair of the Dragon King? Two things are still undecided. One is the treasure of the Dragon King, and the other is the final trial of the Dragon Abyss. Both of these questions can be asked of the King of the Dwarves in his opinion. The Dwarf King looked at Luo Chanu with deep meaning, and said with a smile, You look resolute and determined, but you are quite careful. Where is it? Senior has passed. Seeing Luo Chanu's shy appearance, the King of Dwarves was speechless. His eyes turned to the peak in front of him. After a moment, the Dwarf King spoke slowly. You can give it a try, there are just a few good forging materials in it. Luo Chanu, good guy, co-authoring in your eyes forging material is the only one. But since this is the case, he has nothing to hesitate. Directly fuse 3 Dragon Treasure enchantment tokens to open the treasure of the Dragon King. All of a sudden, a dark portal appeared before his eyes. Luo Chanu raised his hand as a gesture of invitation, and said, Senior, Mr. You boy, you are quite polite. The King of the Dwarves was also polite, and went straight to the portal. Among the treasures of the Dragon King, the only color is a faint golden light. Inside the cave, gold coins piled up into mountains, exuding dazzling light. Get rich. With a happy smile on Luo Chanu's face, the price of the gold mountain in front of him is incalculable. This gold coin is not that gold coin. These gold coins are real mana gold coins, and each one contains a magical power zone. If it is an ordinary gold coin, it can only be regarded as a collectible. After all, in the current world, gold has lost its original value. And so it is. Luo Chanu will feel that he has made a fortune. But, these are pediatrics, real treasures, right where the Dragon King sleeps all year round. A dazzling array of gems, all kinds of equipment, and boxes of unknown items. Luo Chanu looked at such a huge wealth, thought for a moment, and threw out a few dragon bones from the space backpack to make room. King of the Dwarves. The more familiar he is, the more contradictory the character and appearance of Lu Chen in front of him feel. Don't worry, little friend, let me get some items first. The King of Dwarves hesitated for a moment, and then added, give you the materials for forging artifacts and some magic gold coins. Luo Chanu nodded without hesitation and said, Senior, please do it yourself. The materials he brought are useless, let alone forging artifacts for himself. As for the magic gold coins, he took them out for money. Since the King of Dwarves needs it, there is nothing wrong with giving him some. Being generous can also win the appreciation of the King of Dwarves. There is absolutely no harm in getting to know more seniors. A golden mountain of magic gold coins has disappeared. Luo Chanu, Yaosho, what do you call this? But the words have been said, and there is no way to go back. At this time, the King of Dwarves had come to the place where the King of Dragons was sleeping and opened several treasure chests. Take piece after piece of forging material out of it. Tat, several treasure chests are empty. With a smile on his face, the King of Dwarves came to Luo Chanu and said with a smile, You can put away everything else, the materials for forging anger have been collected, and when the source of the soul comes back, you can start forging artifacts. Thank you so much, Senior. Luo Chanu smiled slightly, but it was indeed a little stiff. Didn't think much about it. Put all the remaining treasures into the space backpack. In the huge cave, there are only a few dragon bones left. The King of Dwarves looked at Luo Chanu with a smile, and said, Let's go, let's drop one floor. Luo Chanu hesitated for a moment, then asked, Senior, what exactly is on the next floor of the Demon Dragon Abyss? Before waiting for the King of Dwarves to answer the question, Luo Chanu raised his own question again. Now, this junior still has a final trial. I don't know if I should take it or not. The 6th trial is already so difficult, I am afraid the difficulty of the final trial will be even more terrifying. Whether it can be completed or not is still a matter of two, in case there is a punishment. It was not that he had no confidence, but that he had offended 2 gods who did not know the depths, for fear of being overshadowed by them. The King of Dwarves thought for a moment and said, just an old acquaintance. As for the final trial of the Demon Dragon Abyss, it shouldn't be difficult for you. Hearing what the King of Dwarves said, a boulder in Luo Chanu's heart fell. Without hesitation, he accepted the final trial of the Demon Dragon Abyss. Ding, you have successfully accepted the final trial of the Demon Dragon Abyss. Final trial of Demon Dragon Abyss. Trial goal. Go to the last floor of the Demon Dragon Abyss and break through the 9th Order Magic Circle Dark Demon Blood Array Factory. Trial time limit. None. Trial reward. Special forbidden items +1. Trial punishment. All attributes are reduced by 30%. Hidden information. When the damage exceeds 1 billion, the magic circle will be destroyed directly. Luo Chanu called him a good guy. The Eye of Insight after the mutation is simply not very useful. The hidden information directly shows the conditions for completing the task. Doesn't that mean it will be easier to complete the task later? Let's talk about the final trial of the Demon Dragon Abyss. A single 1 billion damage is not difficult for him. Savage Charge can be easily completed with the explosion of Steel Shield. Luo Chanu had a confident smile on his face. Senior, let's go. Luo Chanu found that his arm was grabbed by the King of Dwarves, and suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Fast and Furious -JPG. The highest point of the peak where the Dragon King's lair is located. In the middle of the strange magic circle, there is a bottomless pothole, which is exactly the same as the one I saw before. This time, the King of Dwarves did not stop at all, and took Luo Chanu to dive directly into the pothole. Swift as the wind, after entering the pothole, bursts of hot air kept spewing out. I don't know how long it took. A piece of boiling magma appeared in Luo Chanu's sight, but at this time, the King of Dwarves showed no sign of slowing down. Luo Chanu was shocked. A bad premonition appeared in his mind. Haven't waited for him to exit. The King of Dwarves took him into the boiling lava. Luo Chanu. No burning sensation at all. Instead, it is like entering a hot spring, warm as ever. If he was allowed to find his own way, it would be difficult to find this passage. How can a normal human dare to jump into the lava? Luo Chanu dare not. His strength is very strong, but deep in your heart you retain some habits from your previous life. Human beings face nature with awe. After a few minutes, everything in front of Luo Chanu changed. He finally came to the next level of the Demon Dragon Abyss. In sight, it is actually a vast ocean, but the color of the sea is blue, weird and terrifying. Not far away, a lonely island floats in the vast ocean. The King of Dwarves said excitedly, "The heart of my soul origin is on that island." While speaking, the King of Dwarves suddenly accelerated and flew towards the island. Soon they came to the beach. Luo Chanu stood with difficulty and began to look around. Like the sea, the color of everything on the island glowed with a faint blue light. Quiet blue beach, blue trees, even the rocks are glowing blue. The King of Dwarves patted Luo Chanu's arm and said, "Follow me, I have been to this place before." Luo Chanu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered that the King of Dwarves came from the continent of gods and demons. The Demon Dragon Abyss also came from the same place. Since someone leads the way, he doesn't have to waste his few brain cells. Follow in the footsteps of the Dwarf King deep into the island. Along the way, there was no trace of any monsters. 14. There are no monsters on this island. Not long after, the two came to a small hill and stood on the highest point looking into the distance. The King of Dwarves pointed to a black light curtain in front of him and said, "That's where the heart of my soul's origin lies, and you can only rely on yourself. And, if you encounter a lion, help him as much as possible." Lion. Luo Chanu was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Orcs, The king of dwarves shook his head. He is not the orc race, but the lion master Dong Jin of the Golden Ten race. He is very powerful, but he was overshadowed by those two old things, and he was also sealed here. Facing the explanation of the king of dwarves, Luo Chanu nodded and said, Senior, don't worry, this junior knows what to do. If Yi Xingtong was here, he would definitely be speechless. Luo Chanu said that last time. It almost caused the entire Donghai city to shake. Senior, take a break here, and the junior will come when you go. The king of dwarves nodded and replied, be careful. Luo Chanu waved his hand and left gracefully. Soon, he came before the black barrier, and the Eye of Insight looked. Dark Demon Blood Array, 9th Order Magic Array, Trapped Array, Sealed Array. Hidden Message. Fear of Light Energy. Luo Chanu smiled slightly. A steel shield was lost. Steel shield directly hit the black barrier of Dark Demon Blood Array. Boom. A loud sound echoed on the island. The energy wave is visible to the naked eye. In the line of sight, a huge damage emerged. Minus 182,525. Luo Chanu was slightly taken aback. This is just the most common attack, and it can actually cause over 100 million damage. In other words, the damage-free ability of Dark Demon Blood Formation is actually not very high. Dark Demon Blood Formation, the durability bar appeared in his sight, and the long durability made people very speechless. With a burst of black and red light, the durability bar recharges instantly. Sure enough, it has to be solved in accordance with the method of hiding information. Damage exceeded 1 billion. In fact, Lu Chen didn't want to waste his billions of shields. Spinning in my mind. Try and see. It's a pity that Pillar of Aurora, Black Dragon Battle Body, and Wild Slaughter are now on cooldown, so they can't stack damage at all. And movement can only be stacked a few times at most, and it cannot be stacked with the damage of Savage Charge in multiples. But Luo Chanu didn't give up. After treading the air while waiting for the number of moving to accumulate, start a frantic attack Dark Demon Blood Array Factory. Each time the damage is extremely similar, almost in the tens of millions. But there is one exception, that is Steel Shield Devour, the extra effect obtained when the new chapter strikes. Gain a charge status every 10 seconds, which increases the damage of the next normal attack by 300%. Can stack up to 10 times. The previous blow was the damage effect after it was superimposed 10 times. Have the opportunity. Luo Chanu saw that the steel shield was actually stacking the shield value after the attack caused damage. He knew that this was an opportunity. Crazy chance to stack shield value. As long as the shield value stacks up, nothing is impossible. Dark Demon Blood Array seems to be a bug to Luo Chanu. As long as he keeps attacking and brushing up the shield value, even if he doesn't use Savage Charge and movement, he can directly deal more than 1 billion damage with normal attacks. It's just a bit long. There are still a few hours left, totally in time. Luo Chanu gave up the previous idea instantly and began to focus on stacking shield value. A loud roar made the king of dwarves who was dealing with forging materials on the beach startled. That kid is so evil, I can't imagine what outrageous things he would do. For example, the previous dragon lair. They were all thrown away by him, and except for the treasure of the Demon Dragon King, nothing else was taken. Is this something normal people can do? Any dragon treasure can make a person prosperous. And Luo Chanu actually held back. It doesn't fit his character at all. With the passage of time, the roar remained. Suddenly, the king of dwarves, who was accustomed to the roaring sound, heard a different voice. Boom. It was a dull boom. Dark Demon Blood Formation broken. The king of dwarves raised his head to look in the direction of Luo Chanu, and sure enough, the black barrier of the Dark Demon Blood Formation had disappeared. The aura of the heart of his soul source became stronger and stronger. A look of surprise appeared on the face of the king of dwarves. The time until his resurrection is getting shorter and shorter. However, thinking of the problem of repairing the heart of the origin of the soul, he showed a tangled expression on his face. I hope it's just one, otherwise it will be troublesome. And this time, Luo Chanu's eyes were round and his pupils were constricted, and he was stunned by everything in front of him. Dark Demon Blood Formation. Inside, there is a ruin, and all the huge potholes are messily printed on the waste. In sight, Two behemoths stood in the ruins, motionless. And their eyes were all focused on the sudden appearance of Lu Chanu. His eyes were filled with endless joy and puzzlement. The king of dwarves said it well, there are indeed old acquaintances in the dark demon blood formation. But not the Golden Lion King. It was another behemoth that confronted the Golden Lion King, the skeleton giant encountered in the ruins of the skeleton throne. How could it be here? Why is he here? This question appeared in the minds of Luo Chanu and the skeleton giant. As the saying goes, the enemy is extremely jealous when they meet each other. The skeleton giant was instantly angry. It was the little human being in front of him who blew up his home, made it fall into the space rift, and then got caught in the dark magic array of the abyss of the dragon that doesn't shit, and it was inexplicably mixed with gold. A family of lions fights. The most important thing is, the two of them have greatly reduced their strength, and no one can do it. The first battle was fought for 3 days. Just when the war ended, the little human figure appeared again, and he was almost haunted. Meeting him, there must be no good things. Jia Jia Jia, you're good to come. Quote, the strange voice of the skeleton giant remembered, and the tone was full of endless anger. Coincidence. Luo Chanu was speechless and complained in his heart. He couldn't see the strength of the giant skeleton at all. Even the mutant Eye of Insight couldn't see through the giant skeleton. That is to say, the strength of the skeleton giant has exceeded the limit of the 9th order. Demigod, or a god, human. The Golden Lion King also looked at Luo Chanu, and at the same time he felt a familiar aura, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. It was the breath of the king of dwarves. Reinforcements are here. Senior, let's kill this skeleton frame. Luo Chanu didn't care so much, first added 100 million points of defense skills to himself to prevent the skeleton giant from violently injuring others. With Luo Chanu's words, the Golden Lion King suddenly turned into a big lion and rushed towards the skeleton giant. Luo Chanu, skeleton giant. The Golden Lion King is really direct enough, don't answer a word, just hit it. Luo Chanu reacted immediately and added a weakened version of Steel Shield to the Golden Lion King to increase his damage. At the same time, he himself has opened up various auras. Open, Savage Charge, and go forward. Hit a stone with an egg. No, with more than 3 billion shield values, he will definitely not be cowardly. Moreover, the Golden Lion King is a teammate, and will not allow the skeleton giant to attack him. The Golden Lion King and the skeleton giant fought for 3 days. Those who were already familiar with each other could no longer be familiar with each other, and they were both seriously injured. Originally, no one could do anything about it. Under Luo Chanu's Steel Shield, the Golden Lion King suddenly became fierce. Not to mention the shield value. Just the 150% damage increase is like the last grass that overwhelms the camel, giving the skeleton giant a deadly threat. As predicted, under the frantic offensive of the Golden Lion King, the skeleton giant was too tired to deal with it, and had no time to pay attention to Luo Chanu, who was scraping at his feet. When attacking the skeleton giant, Luo Chanu was also extremely speechless. With 3 billion shields, the damage he caused to Skull Eyes was not as good as the amount of automatic recovery it had. What's even more outrageous is that the stun of Savage Charge has no effect on the skeleton giant. Really, under the demigods are all ants. The only thing that makes Luo Chanu happy is, with his attack, the skeleton giant's health bar also appears. Now there is still 13% HP. Thinking about all his abilities, it seems that none of them can pose a fatal threat to the skeleton giant. It doesn't matter, let's do some damage first. If the Golden Lion King can kill the skeleton giant, then the damage he inflicts can also be converted into profit. And this time, the Golden Lion King was also full of surprise. He didn't expect that the weak human being in front of him would have such an incredible shielding ability and could actually have an effect on his own god. Although it is now weak to the point of a demigod. Quick fight. The Golden Lion King thought that his state was not suitable for a protracted battle, and ended the battle while the shield lasted. Next moment, the Golden Lion King roared fiercely, and the golden energy condensed between his eyebrows, hitting the skeleton giant's chest with lightning speed. Boom! The figure of the skeleton giant was like a flutter in the wind and flew out, smashing hard on the ground, adding a huge pothole to the scarred ground. When the skeleton giant flew out, the Golden Lion King turned into a golden light and followed. Luo Chanu. This, are the big guys fighting so hard. At his speed, he can't keep up at all. Think for a moment. He still gritted his teeth and used up all the shield values to summon the steel shield true body. If the shield value is gone, it can continue to be superimposed. If you can grab the last blow of the skeleton giant, you will definitely not lose money. Since the skeleton giants are at least demigods, Steel Shield Avatar cannot resist the damage for him, so he can only get out of the battle circle himself. Wait for the time. Boom, boom, boom. The violent movement spread throughout the island, and the King of Dwarves shook his head helplessly. He knew everything that was going on inside. However, with the character of the Golden Lion King, no one else is allowed to meddle in his battles. So, just wait for the final result with peace of mind. The God Warrior of the Skeleton Emperor is definitely not the opponent of the Golden Lion King. As the King of Dwarves thought, the battle on the island was in full swing, and it was nothing more than the Golden Lion King beating the skeleton giant. There is also a glowing, steel shield real body constantly attacking on the side. The blood volume of the skeleton giant quickly disappears. 9%, 8%, 6%. In less than 3 minutes, the blood volume of the skeleton giant was close to 1%, and the skeleton body began to collapse. Damn you all! The gigantic soul fire of the skeleton giant floated and flickered. But it doesn't have any way. What the Golden Clan is best at is sealing. Most of its abilities cannot be used, and there is no way to cause effective fatal damage to the Golden Lion King. Think for a moment. The skeleton giant finally made his last struggle. The fire of the soul began to vibrate violently, and the violent energy began to spread wantonly. Want to blow yourself up? The Golden Lion King smiled disdainfully. Have you asked labor and management? With the voice of the Golden Lion King, a golden circle appeared under his feet. At the same time, Luo Chanu was quick-witted, and he also released Space Blockade, shrouding the huge skeleton giant. 0. Fortunately, Heart of Time and Space has evolved once, and the effective range of Space Blockade has been increased several times, otherwise it would be impossible to catch the huge skeleton giant. Next moment, the golden light shone and fell into the Space Blockade enchantment. Steel Shield Real Body also dodged and entered the enchantment. Skeleton giants are also in action. All actions seem to start at the same time. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded. The barrier of Space Blockade vibrated violently, and cracks appeared on the barrier, spreading continuously. Inside, colorful light shines through. Luo Chanu looked at the barrier in horror. The Golden Lion King looked at Luo Chanu in horror. Click, click. Seeing that the barrier of Space Blockade was about to shatter, Luo Chanu did not hesitate to use the time backwards ability to aim at the Space Blockade barrier and let it return to 1 second before. It was the time when the Space Blockade barrier appeared. The enchantment is finally stable. After a few seconds. I'm not reconciled, ah. With the surging terrifying energy, the tragic cry of the skeleton giant came from the barrier. Followed by, Luo Chanu unexpectedly appeared in front of a series of prompt messages. Ding, you kill a demigod god, special boss, Skull Warrior Lu, and you will gain 11.2 experience points according to the damage you dealt. Ding, your level has been increased by 1, the current level is LV.60. Ding, your level has reached LV.60, and you will automatically comprehend the special passive ability Block Mastery. Passive increases block rate by 10%, and block effect by 30%. Ding, your level has been increased by 1 to the current level of LV.61. Ding, your level has been increased by 1, the current level is LV.63. Ding, you end the demigod god boss and get demigod god end treasure chest +1. Ding, you got a special title, God Execution. Luo Chanu was shocked. I didn't expect that he would really put an end to the skeleton giant. That guy is still a god. Although the strength has dropped greatly, he still has the strength of a demigod. At this time, but he was killed. Speaking out, I am afraid that the entire Blue Star will be shaken. Of course, these are all irrelevant things. Now the most important thing is harvest time. In front of him, there is a splendid light group floating. It was the drop of the skeleton giant, the only one that dropped. This is an exclusive drop belonging to Luo Chanu. quickly put it into the space backpack. At the same time, the Golden Lion King also started his action, only to see his claw pinching the seal, streaks of golden light shining, all of them submerged in the space-blocking barrier. With golden light shining, eventually it turned into a golden sphere, suspended in midair. Call. The Golden Lion King let out a deep breath. Facing Luo Chanu, he turned into a strong man more than 2 meters tall. Are you the rescuer sent by the dwarf? Luo Chanu. Luo Chanu was speechless. What is the rescue sent by the little man? Speak up. The height of the Dwarf King is really not good. Luo Chanu calmed down, smiled slightly, and asked, Senior, do you know where the original heart of the Dwarf King's soul is sealed? This is his main task. Since the King of the Dwarves hasn't come yet, it must be entrusted to him to handle this matter, but it's right to say that this is his adventure mission. The Golden Lion King looked down at Luo Chanu in front of him, stroked his thick golden beard. I see. The words just fell. The Golden Lion King turned and walked in a certain direction. The mysterious words made Luo Chanu Zong monk puzzled. He didn't ask anything, and followed in the footsteps of the Golden Lion King and walked over. In the ruins of a building, there are 2 dark treasure chests lying quietly. At this time, the Golden Lion King said, Go and open them, inside is the original soul of me and the little dwarf. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Chanu strode towards the ruins of the building, bent down and lifted the seals on the 2 pitch-black treasure chests. Luo Chanu only felt 2 breezes blowing past his cheeks, and while being amazed, he couldn't help feeling the mystery of the original heart of the soul. Roar! The wild roar of the Golden Lion King resounded through the sky, and countless energy storms swept through the surrounding void. Sweet, labor and capital can finally break free from this damned place. And this time, the voice of the Dwarf King came from a distance. Poodle, you are forging materials, don't bark. Short, after being a neighbor for so many years, your temper is still so hot. The Golden Lion King didn't care about the title of King of the Dwarves, and the smile on his face became wilder. Ha ha ha, hurry up and get a few sets of artifacts for labor and management, and seek revenge for those 2 bastards. Don't talk nonsense, the original heart of labor and capital has not yet completely merged with the body. Do you have any treasures in your 437? Come and use those few thousand. Wait. After the Golden Lion King said these 2 words, he turned his gaze to Luo Chanu. Human boy, you are very powerful, are you interested in doing something big with me? Luo Chanu. Why does it always feel like all the bosses he knows have the same personality? Man God, King of Dwarves, Golden Lion King, even Li Yun and Satu Zan. All of them are reckless characters. Could it be that this is the legendary saying that things are divided into categories and people are grouped together? In other words, he still likes this hearty personality. At least talking doesn't have to be so tiring. Facing the Golden Lion King's invitation, Luo Chanu shook his head and said, Senior, please forgive me, this junior has more important things to do, I'm afraid I don't have time. Something more important. The Golden Lion King suddenly became interested, let's hear it. Luo Chanu hesitated for a moment, but he still told about the beast tide in the East China Sea. If he could fool these 2 bosses out, wouldn't the city of East China Sea be as stable as an old dog? Has it been this long? The Golden Lion King's resolute face showed a trace of solemnity. How many years has it been since your world started to awaken your profession? Luo Chanu shook his head blankly and said, I don't know. The Golden Lion King. Good guy. This question should be common sense for professionals, right? It's true, this kid is definitely a scumbag. Senior, does this have anything to do with it? The Golden Lion King shook his head. A golden token appeared in his hand and handed it to Luo Chanu, and then said, Only after you become a demigod can you be qualified to know these things. This token can allow you to teleport to the gods. Demon continent, remember to come and find me when the time comes. After finishing speaking, the Golden Lion King turned and walked in the direction of the Dwarf King. Stay here, don't come over. Luo Chanu. Face hurts. The front foot just said it was straightforward, but now it is hidden. And this time, the voice of the King of Dwarves also came over and said, Little friend, please give me the primary soul source treasure cloth, and the 2 weapons mentioned earlier. Okay, Senior. Primary soul origin gem, Bashan, and true black dragon halberd disappeared as soon as they were taken out. The voice of the king of dwarves came again. Little friend, wait a moment. Luo Chanu sat cross-legged on the ground, lit a cigarette, and began to check the harvest. It is the final trial reward of Dragon Abyss. Before, because of the Golden Lion King and the Skeleton Giant, he didn't care about the reminder message. Now, it's time to take a look at what goodies you've got. Ding, you complete the goal of Devil Dragon Trial Final Trial, and get the special taboo item Forbidden Bloodline Origin Stone. Ding, you have completed all the dragon trials. Do you consume all the dragon treasure enchantment tokens to get a random forbidden item from the magic dragon treasure? Ding, you have completed all the dragon trials and you can leave the dragon abyss at any time. Luo Chanu didn't hesitate. Choose to consume all dragon treasure enchantment tokens. Without it, no amount of SSS items can compare to a taboo item. After chatting with the King of Dwarves, Luo Chanu also knows the quality of some items. F level to SSS level are the highest level items that Blue Stars, local, can produce at present. As the two worlds merge deeper and deeper, this quality will also increase. And above the SSS level, it is the so-called taboo. Taboos are actually qualities that are not tolerated by the rules of this world. Generally speaking, they can only appear in some special secret realms. The taboo is just a general term. The King of Dwarves only told him about two qualities above the SSS level. Blue Yao, Purple Gold. Lan Yao is the first, Zijin is the last. These are also the two most basic qualities of forbidden items, and they can only be revealed after the world is completely integrated and separated from the Lost Land. With Luo Chanu's choice, a prompt message appeared in front of him. Ding, you consume all the dragon treasure enchantment tokens to get the special taboo item Incomplete Black Dragon Soul +1 from the dragon treasure. Luo Chanu was slightly taken aback. Incomplete Soul of the Black Dragon, the name sounds so spicy. However, such an item can be called a special taboo item. Really puzzled, driven by curiosity, directly open the space backpack to check. Open black lens bracket Incomplete Soul of the Black Dragon, close black lens bracket. Quality, taboo. Type, special item. Restriction, possess the power of forbidden blood. Effect, absorb all the dragon power, condense the soul of the black dragon remnant, and greatly enhance the strength of the soul and body. Luo Chanu was stunned the moment he saw the incomplete soul of the black dragon. This black dragon is not another black dragon. The soul of the black dragon turned out to be a dragon unique to China, not the big black reptile in the Western world. This is a totem imprinted in the depths of the soul. Black dragon totem, then I'll go. Luo Chanu's heart was full of excitement, and the expression on his face was just like his mood, and his smile was extraordinarily bright. Possess the power of forbidden blood. It's all little things. Because the reward of Devil Dragon Abyss Final Trial is a treasure that enhances the power of blood. Quality, taboo. Type, special bloodline treasure. Restriction, possess SSS level bloodline power. Effect, use Originium essence to quench the bloodline, improve the purity of the original bloodline, make it free from the shackles of the world's rules, and achieve the forbidden bloodline. Hidden information. There is a certain probability of obtaining the mutant taboo bloodline. Taboo bloodline origin stone and incomplete black dragon soul work together seamlessly. With the SSS level bloodline, Crazy God bloodline, he can use taboo bloodline origin stone to transform into a forbidden bloodline, so as to achieve the conditions for using incomplete black dragon soul. Actually, Luo Chanu had a slightly absurd idea in his heart. Can incomplete black dragon soul absorb the power of black dragon totem? Worry. No, he is not worried, but there is still a trace of expectation. Open up. Luo Chanu didn't hesitate to start the operation. Ding, when you use taboo bloodline origin stone, your SSS level bloodline, Crazy God's bloodline, will increase in purity, and the power of your bloodline will transform. Ding, you have obtained the forbidden bloodline, Huang. Just when Luo Chanu regretted that the power of blood had not changed. There was a throbbing in his mind. Hint, your skill, battle stance, absorbs a trace of forbidden power, completely integrates the power of rage mode, the transformation is completed, and the skills are transformed. Close black lens bracket. Good guy, it's you. Luo Chanu was speechless, all of his skills learned to steal things. accompanied by the successful metamorphosis of the forbidden blood. The panel information of the new bloodline appeared in front of his eyes. Bloodline. Desolate. Quality. Taboo. Fusion progress. 5.12%. Additional attributes. All attributes plus 100%. Physical damage permanently increased by 300%. Physical crit rate plus 50%. Crit damage plus 150%. 10% fusion degree evolution. Additional features. The lower the HP, the faster the attack speed and the higher the damage, up to 500% attack speed and 3000% physical damage. Additional feature 2. When you receive fatal damage, you will maintain a point of HP and be in the state of absolute invincibility, immune to any control and damage including absolute damage for 5 seconds, and after the end, the HP will recover to 100% and cool down for 60 minutes. Additional feature 3. Fusion is turned on at 10%. Additional skills 1. Wild, Slaughter, Domineering skills, consume 50% of blood to open, lock on a single target's crazy attack, greatly increase attack speed and movement speed. Each attack has an absolute damage of 200% strength, lasting 30 seconds. The locked target is forced to stand for 5 seconds, and cannot use any skills, and the cooldown is 30 minutes. Additional skill 2. 50% fusion degree is turned on. Taboo. After leaving the battle, the recovery speed of HP is increased by 20 times. One thing to say, Lu Chanu is very satisfied with the effect of Blood Weak. The basis of Blood of Mad God has not changed, but greatly improved the effect of it. Among them, the strongest effect is the absolutely invincible state. Even immune to absolute damage. It is not a dream to let him be absolutely invincible for 5 seconds, with a wave of residual blood. And the transformation of the effect of the additional skills also made him excited. True damage, evolved into absolute damage. And the effect is also greatly improved, 200% of the strength attribute. This is an absolute damage of more than 40,000. In the future, let's see who dares to face the Lord. The former residual blood is invincible. After watching Desolation, Luo Chanu's hands trembled and used open black lens bracket incomplete soul of the black dragon close black lens bracket. Ding, you successfully used incomplete black dragon soul. Your soul merged with the incomplete black dragon soul and began to transform, and the transformation time is 24 hours. Ding, your soul has absorbed the power of black dragon totem. You lose black dragon totem, and retain all the current effects of black dragon totem. You can reintegrate new totem power. Ding, because your soul absorbs the power of black dragon totem, the transformation time is reduced, and the current transformation time is 8 hours. Luo Chanu, black dragon totem really gone. But, Luo Chanu said in his heart, well done, and he still retains all the effects of black dragon totem. The most important is, the old does not go, the new does not come. The next one will be even better. Open black lens bracket black dragon totem close black lens bracket. Bah, scumbag. At this moment, although Luo Chanu has not seen the effect of incomplete black dragon soul, he has already felt its effects. The soul is the core power of every living being. The stronger the soul, the higher the strength relatively. Only, Luo Chanu still had some doubts in his heart. That is the effect of incomplete black dragon soul, is to condense black dragon soul disabled, but now the prompt is, his soul has absorbed incomplete black dragon soul. What's the difference between the two? Why is this happening? Could it be that my soul is stronger than black dragon's soul? The change of primary and secondary made Lu Chen somewhat suspicious. But it was quickly thrown out of mind. After all, he is just an ordinary human being. How could his soul be stronger than the soul of the dragon? This is simply impossible. I have to wait for 8 hours. The waiting time is very difficult. Luo Chanu shook his head and diverted his thoughts away. Look at the completion of the transformation battle stance. Open black lens bracket battle stance close black lens bracket. It can be divided into defensive stance, attack state, and rage stance, which do not occupy the respective cooling time and can be switched at will. Defensive stance, altered active skills, state skills, increased defense value by 1000%, final damage reduction by 45%, including absolute damage 35% when attacked. Chance to recover 20% of your HP and reduce pain by 75%. Skill consumption, 3000 mana. Skill duration, 15s. Skill cooling time. 40 seconds. Teacher-apprentice linkage -20%. Additional effect. During the duration of the skill, if the blood volume 3.0 is lower than 30%, the absolute defense effect will be triggered immediately, ignoring any attack for 2 seconds, and all blood will be recovered immediately. Amount. This effect takes effect once every 30 minutes. Attack stance. Altered active skills. Status skills. Increased physical attack value by 500%. Final damage increased by 45%, including absolute damage, and an additional 30% physical crit rate. Can break through the limit. Increase the target's pain perception by 75%. Slightly. Rage stance. Abnormal active skill. State skill. Discard 50% defense value. Increase 300% attack speed and 50% physical crit rate. Can break through the limit every time. The attack loses 3% of its current HP, and converts the discarded defense and lost HP into absolute damage. Slightly. One word, strong. Luo Chanu is no stranger to defensive stance and attack stance, but after this transformation, the effects have been greatly improved. Just like attack stance, it didn't have the effect of increasing the target's pain perception before. In the future, if you are caught off guard and give it to someone else, it will definitely have an unexpected effect. Open black lens bracket. Rage stance. Close black lens bracket. It really surprised Luo Chanu. As expected of a 9th level skill, just an absolute damage can make him excited. The most important is, rage stance combined with the effect of desolation, a natural pair. Just for a split second, Luo Chanu already knew how to use skill matching in the future. Dragon Abyss is really my blessed land. After a word of emotion. Look to the last 2 harvests. Open black lens bracket. Punish God. Close black lens bracket. Quality. Taboo. Type. Special title. Effect. When attacking a divine unit, increase the final damage by 5%, including absolute damage, but will be hated by the gods. Effect 2. After killing the target, an additional 100% experience value will be obtained, with a certain probability of absorbing the attribute value, and the upper limit is related to the level. Cattle. Luo Chanu couldn't wait to wear the title of Zhu Shen, although the first effect was only a 5% increase, and it could only be triggered when attacking a divine unit. But, and meat is still meat no matter how small it is, and it is good to increase the damage a little, not to mention the absolute damage. What really shocked Luo Chanu was the second effect. After killing, it can actually increase the experience gained by 100%, and at the same time can absorb attribute values. This effect alone is worthy of the word, taboo. It's better to come by coincidence than to come here. There are so many monsters in the beast tide, and I will definitely be able to make them fly. Title. It is very rare. Generally speaking, only adventure missions can have a very small chance of getting it. The title attributes that popped up on the internet are actually not very good. Just more or less increase some high-level attributes, or some features. Compared with his Zhu Shen, it is simply rubbish. This moment, Luo Chanu no longer has the desire for SSS-level hidden occupations. He doesn't believe that his mutation skills will be worse than SSS-level hidden occupations, and the attribute gap between the two has been smoothed out by Black Dragon Totem. In addition to the rewards of 3 SSS-level job transfer advanced tasks, under the same circumstances it is not certain who is higher and who is lower. Perhaps, if you have a taboo occupation, you can consider it. The corners of Luo Chanu's mouth rose slightly. There was a hint of greed in his eyes. Without affecting mutation skills, if there is a taboo job, he will definitely change jobs. Putting aside his unreasonable reverie, Luo Chen turned his attention to the last item. Open black lens bracket. Demigod God ending treasure box. Close black lens bracket. Quality. Taboo. Type. Special treasure chest. Effect. After opening, you will get 2 random items, one of which must be a forbidden item. A forbidden item again. Luo Chanu muttered to himself. The excitement in his heart was self-evident. So what are you waiting for? Come on, baby. Ding. You open the special treasure box Demigod God ending treasure box, and get the special taboo item Eternal Guardian Clue +1, and the special SSS item God Tower Token +1. The third clue is here. Chen Yu is looking forward to Eternal Guardian. Taboo skills come from 14. Even a clue is a taboo quality. Sure enough, in Eternal Sanctuary the items with the eternal affix are definitely not simple. As for God's Tower token, Luo Chanu had heard about it a little bit. The Tower of the Gods is a challenging place similar to the first 200 floors of 9 layers abyss. Every time you pass a level, you can get a lot of experience and special rewards. Tower of the Gods is not a single-player challenge mode, but many challengers participate together. It is said that professionals with special tokens can also avoid death once. And this. Exactly. After the beast tide is over, you can go and play. This mode is quite interesting. By the beach, the King of Dwarves has stopped smelting materials, holding a gemstone that exudes charming brilliance, sitting cross-legged, and began to absorb the energy in the gemstone. The Golden Lion King stood behind the Dwarf King, and the gleaming golden beads hovered between his eyebrows. Beams of golden light overflowed from the beads and entered the body of the Dwarf King. I don't know how long it has been. The gemstone in the hand of the Dwarf King shattered, turning into a pile of powder and dissipating in the air. The King of Dwarves let out a mouthful of turbid air, and slowly opened his eyes. Poodle, thank you. The Golden Lion King rolled his eyes at the Dwarf King. Don't talk nonsense, it's your turn to help labor and capital. However, the Dwarf King shook his head and explained, we can't enter the Lost Land yet, I have to forge Luo Chanu's artifact, and your business will be postponed. As the patriarch of the dwarves, keeping promises is an essential quality. Since Luo Chanu has promised, he must do it. The Golden Lion King obviously knew the style of the Dwarf King, so he could only shake his head helplessly. Hurry up, those two guys may be doing something behind the scenes. You don't believe in the craftsmanship of labor and management. Gang Mang, the King of Dwarves, has an unparalleled forging ability. Who would dare to question him? Following the words of the Golden Lion King, a few pieces of forging material appeared in the hands of the King of Dwarves again and began to smelt. At the moment when the King of Dwarves successfully recovered, Luo Chanu's happy reminder message appeared in front of Luo Chanu's eyes. Ding, you complete the adventure mission, save the Dwarf King, get the promise of the Dwarf King forging artifact, and get an extra lucky +5. Ding, because you have completed the special adventure mission, you have won 2 god allies for the world you are in, and the world will approval degree +19. Accompanied by 2 prompt messages. Luo Chanu's eyes were full of doubts. What is world identity? Just when he was puzzled, a different kind of prompt message suddenly appeared in front of him. Ding, the so-called world recognition refers to the degree to which you have made contributions to the world and are recognized by the will of the world. When Luo Chanu saw the explanation of the prompt message, a word suddenly popped out of his mind. Son of Destiny. Of course he didn't know if it was or not. But being able to get the approval of the world's will is indeed a no-brainer. Maybe it will be useful at some point in the future. Now that the adventure mission has been completed, the only thing Luo Chanu can do now is to wait. Wait for the artifact of the King of Dwarves to be successfully forged. Waiting for the King of Dwarves to teach him special tactics. Waiting to recruit 2 gods to go to Blue Star to help the formation. Although the probability of the last item is slim, how can you know if it will succeed if you don't try it? What if it succeeds? Wouldn't the crisis in Donghai City be lifted immediately? This wait is 2 hours. Living in a barren loneliness, there are no other monsters on the island that can relieve his boredom. In desperation, Luo Chanu could only enter the Eternal Arena to complete the restocking task of the day first. This time it really sucks. Not only SSS level items are not obtained, but even S level and above items are pitiful. Perhaps this is the legend of prosperity must decline. Today, Luo Chanu is already a Black Iron 9-star. Zhang is waiting for tomorrow to start the so-called tone level mission. Leave Eternal Arena and wait for a while. The King of Dwarves and the Golden Lion King are finally long overdue. Little friend, I kept you waiting for a long time. Luo Chanu was refreshed and did not have any negative emotions caused by waiting for a long time. Stand up. He smiled and said, why wait for a long time? The junior still wants to congratulate the 2 seniors. After completing the task, Luo Chanu naturally knew that the King of Dwarves had been completely resurrected. Speaking of which, it seems that he did not participate too much in the resurrection in the final stage, but only provided a primary soul origin gem. Ha ha ha. The King of Dwarves laughed, came to Luo Chanu, patted Luo Chanu's arm, and said with a smile, Thanks to the little friend, if there is no soul fire of the skeleton warrior, I can't repair the soul source so quickly. Heart of Luo Chanu. And this thing. That was still true, and there were only two things in his mind at that time. One is revenge. One is to steal the head. The skeleton giant was finally killed by the insignificant space damage of space blockade, which was something he never expected. With the words of the King of Dwarves, the Golden Lion King also opened his mouth and said, "Speaking of which, brother should also thank you very much, but unfortunately, brother does not have the forging ability of the dwarf, nor does he have any treasures. When you come to the gods and demons continent in the future, remember come find brother." The voice just fell. The Golden Lion King immediately added, "Brother, I will introduce you to the beauty of the Golden family. Luo Chanu. Exotic. It's exciting to think about." But after seeing the appearance of the Golden Lion King, that unrealistic idea was instantly shattered by the Yi Xingtong in his mind. He, Luo Chanu, is a serious man. Thank you for your kindness, brother, and you will definitely come to your hometown as a guest after you arrive at the Shenmue continent. Before, the token given to him by the Golden Lion King is the certificate to transmit the continent of gods and demons. It is a pity that it has not been activated yet, and it is necessary to find a weak space barrier to be able to reach the continent of gods and demons through the teleportation order. Now he has nothing to do when he goes to Shenmue continent. Blue Star still has a lot of things waiting for him to deal with. For example, East China Sea Beast Tide, College World League, God of War. Hearing Luo Chanu's reply, the Golden Lion King nodded with satisfaction, turned to the King of Dwarves and said, "Little dwarf, time is running out." The King of Dwarves glanced at the strong man beside him, and suddenly a ferocious mace appeared in his hand. He said to Luo Chanu, "Little friend Luo, this artifact can only be forged in such a way that time is limited. Next time you come to the Shenmue continent, I will prepare a few more artifacts for you." Luo Chanu happily took the mace. Suddenly, his hands sank, and he almost couldn't hold the mace. Good weight. Luo Chanu felt the weight of the mace in his hand, and his heart was full of surprises. The heavier it is, the more he likes it. $0. He already has two artifacts, a main hand weapon and a second hand weapon. Speak up. How similar is the quality of the artifact to the taboo? It's just that artifacts only appear in equipment, and the taboo is that there are more types of items included. Luo Chanu thanked the Queen of Dwarves and couldn't wait to check the properties of the mace in his hand. Open black lens bracket Qingtian close black lens bracket. Do not steal, never perish. Quality, God level. Type, weapon. Restricted occupation, warrior general. Restricted attributes, strength 25,000 points, constitution 20,000 points, agility 15,000 points. Additional attributes, base attributes plus 10,000 points, base attributes plus 100%. Can grow. God attribute unique, absolute damage plus 10,000, absolute damage reduction plus 8,000, same growth. Additional features. Permanently increase the damage of normal attacks by 150%, increase the damage to the shield by 10 times, and have a certain probability to ignore the shield and directly attack the target, and destroy the target's defense efficiency by 70%. Additional feature 2. Each time you hit a target, your attack speed and physical attack power will be increased by 10%, which can be stacked up to 20 times. If the stack is full, the damage of the artifact skill will increase by 5 times. Additional feature 3. Normal attack has a 5% chance to make the target enter a stun state God level which lasts for 0.9 seconds. If the trigger is successful, it will cause mixed damage of power *10 to the target. Additional feature 4. Not enabled. Additional skill 1. Boosting the sky, consumes 50% of HP, bombards the ground with the power of boosting the sky, causes huge physical damage to a wide range of targets, and adds an absolute damage of 5 times the lost HP. If you kill the target, it will make the target enter a stun state for 1.5 seconds God level. Additional skill 2. Not enabled. God's Blessing. Kill 100,000 targets in total to trigger the growth state. Note: after growing up, you can unlock more weapon forms with unique attributes of different forms. Hiss. Luo Chanu sucked in a breath. The artifact is worthy of being an artifact. The King of Dwarves is also the King of Dwarves. These attributes, characteristics, and skills are simply tailor-made for him, and every effect has greatly improved him. The most important is, killing the target will trigger growth. Although the number is relatively large, but with his monster-killing efficiency, it will definitely not be slow. The artifact Qingtian is an artifact forged on the basis of Beishan and True Black Dragon Halberd, retaining their advantages and greatly improving them. As for more weapon forms, Luo Chanu said it doesn't matter, he used the mace very smoothly. Changed to artifact, the attributes have been greatly improved, and the strength and physical attributes have exceeded 40,000 points. Almost doubled, Luo Chanu said to the King of Dwarves sincerely, "Senior, you have a heart." The King of Dwarves waved his hand and said earnestly, "The time left for you is running out. I hope you can grow up quickly and strive to become a god within 2 years. When we can fight side by side." His tone was heavy, but full of hope. He saw Luo Chanu's strength in his eyes and remembered it in his heart. If you change someone and let him become a god within 2 years, I am afraid that speaking out will make people laugh out loud. Become a god, Ananda. Which god did not succeed after hundreds of years of precipitation and the test of life and death? While talking, a book with the color of gold and iron disappeared into Lu Chenli's mind with lightning speed. The Tactics of the King of Dwarves. Looking at Luo Chanu, who was stunned, Dwarf Ji continued, "Study hard, and you are a player of Eternal Arena. There is the opportunity for you to become a god." As soon as this word comes out, there was a hint of envy in the eyes of the Golden Lion King. After so many years, the eternal token he still did not get. This little guy Luo Chanu, strength, luck, temperament, are all the best choices. Just as the King of Dwarves said, there is really hope to become a god within 2 years. But what will happen in the future, who knows? The road to becoming a god is not only about overcoming obstacles, but also changing your life against the sky. After saying goodbye to the King of Dwarves and the Golden Lion King, Luo Chanu did not stay in the abyss of the dragon, and chose to leave. This time, the harvest was unprecedented. The space backpack is almost full. Back on the Tianji Islands, the barbarian god was nowhere to be seen. They're all busy people, Luo Chanu sighed, but he was not going to go back to Donghai City, just waiting for Lu Chao's arrival. As for the issue of backpack space, he already has his own plans. The figure suddenly disappeared in place, entered the Eternal Arena space, and directly opened the competitive store. Advanced Space Origin Stone, 100 arena points exchange. 100 cubic meters, enough for him to hold on for a while. However, to Luo Chanu's surprise, Heart of Time and Space directly absorbed Advanced Space Originium. Chilling, FK, such a good thing, how could he not think of it? Seeing the progress of Heart of Time and Space's space ability acquisition, I exchanged 2 Advanced Space Origin Stones again without hesitation. TJ, the space ability of Heart of Time and Space has been improved again, and the backpack space has skyrocketed by 5,000 cubic meters. And the effect of Space Blockade has been improved again. Ha ha ha, Luo Chanu laughed, and his face was full of, witty like me, expressions. Back to the Skyridge Mountains again. Take out the magic mobile phone and make a call to the barbarian god. However, Luo Chanu was disappointed and did not answer the phone. Immediately, he took out the barbarian god Legion token. Suddenly, he received a mission message. Kill the invading sea beasts, and the points will be settled according to the number of kills. The top 10 will get special rewards. Barbarian Legion headquarters. Only the last members of the huge base remained at their posts, and the other combatants had all been dispatched. Even the members of the Legion who were on duty in other cities rushed back overnight, ready to fight for Donghai City. At this time, the few clan members who stayed at the mission review post were busy, and with the members ready, various mission reviews made them take care of one or the other. Director, what is the size of this day? Let me go before. It's just, why is it our turn today? It's also so unfair. How cool it should be to go out on a mission. The director in charge of mission review had a serious expression on his face and looked around. The Legion has the rules of the Legion. Since it is your turn today, you must do a good job, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. Instead of paying the slightest attention, the surrounding barbarian Legion members laughed. Here it is again. Here it is again, hurry up and punish me, let's go to the martial arts platform to fight. Yes, I haven't fought with the director for a long time, and my hands are a little itchy. I bet $1, and the director will be beaten again today. I'll bet too. The scene was lively, and there was no negativity that led to their busy work. The director in charge of task review shook his head, ignored their gossip, and instead spoke solemnly, as long as you get through the East China Sea Beast Tide, you can do whatever you want, but remember, there must be no mistake in the audit. One more thing. Focus on the Legion member Brute Bear Luo Chanu. This is the order personally given by the boss. If you have a slack, when the time comes, the boss will personally go to the ring, don't blame me for not reminding. As soon as these words came out, all the members fell silent. Barbarian God himself in the ring. It's totally beaten in the ring. Moment. All members have already begun to get into working order, and even the big screen also shows Luo Chanu's recording information at this time. To their surprise, the Beast Tide has not yet arrived, and Luo Chanu's kill points have begun to skyrocket. What's going on? Those members were puzzled. Only by killing sea beasts can you have points, and now that the Beast Tide has not arrived, how did he start? The director frowned slightly. Could it be he has already set off early to go to the depths of the East China Sea? Isn't that right? When the Beast Tide hit, all the sea beasts began to gather, and there was no trace of any sea monsters left behind in the offshore sea. Can it be said he used a gun to attack the Beast Tide? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Anyway, record it first, and then I will personally review it. The director shook his head and did not continue to pay attention to it. With the continuous condensation of sea monsters in the East China Sea Beast Tide, countless professionals have gathered outside the high walls of the East China Sea. Regardless of the strength of the professional, under the unified arrangement of the high level of Donghai City, they all began to wait solemnly, forming teams one by one to wait for the arrival of the Beast Tide. And it's just to resist those junior sea monsters in front. I'm so nervous. I heard that the scale of this Beast Tide is unprecedentedly huge. Almost all the sea beasts in the vicinity have begun to gather. Can we stop it? If you can't stop it, you have to block it. Behind us is the home where we live, and our relatives are still waiting for us to go home. It's a pity that my strength is not good. I can only resist in the early stage, and in the face of high-level sea monsters, I have no power to fight back. Is there a priest with a large amount of healing? Our team has a master and a bully knife, and the output efficiency is high. Team of 5 mages, let's have a defensive battle or a paladin. Our team also sent one person to a defensive ba. Just kidding, this kind of large-scale battle is extremely rare, and it's good to give you a knight. Speaking of defensive warfare, Russell is also said to be an ordinary defensive war. It is said that his headmaster is still giving him the transfer mission scroll to acquire the SSS level defense hidden class. Gee, what age is it? Who will take out the SSS level hidden profession and sell it? If only I was given a B grade hidden profession, and when the time came to join the major unions, what resources would I need? To be honest, I still haven't figured out this point that Russell is an ordinary defense war, the same as a defense war. Why is the gap we only saw so big? So you're human, he's Russell, understand? Before the high wall, there were many professionals, and the discussion never stopped. The southeast direction is relatively deserted, because this is a special area for Tianzhou planned by the high level of Donghai City. In addition to Tianzhou, there are many high-level professionals guarding the further side. In order to give these Tianzhou a relatively safe environment, let them quickly upgrade their level. This is called privilege, and Yi Xingtong and others are in this area. If Luo Chanu was here, he would be surprised. His original 2 teammates were all here. Knight Xingtong, Zhou Xiaoying. In addition, Yu Lingsu and Miss Heise's sister Fang Yu. Behind them, there were 2 unfamiliar faces, one wearing a white priest's robe, the other wearing black battle armor. Without exception, 2 strange or rare and beautiful women. Not far from their team, Su Feng's face was full of envy. But Su Feng did not dare to step forward at all, without it. That little sister in black armor is his own sister, Su Tuantuan, a murderous and powerful woman. So in the ranks, the highest level was Yu Lingsu, who hurried from Longshan City. She is a level 69 Xuanlong Kingdom special class, a Dunjia general, a profession that integrates attack and defense. In fact, Su is also a college student, but he has been back to Longshan City for more than a year as an intern. The battle is about to start. Are you nervous? Su knew that these beautiful young ladies were all connected by Chen and Lianxi and formed a powerful team. With her communication skills in the Dragon 3 trading market for more than a year, she easily tamed them. Won the title of Big Sister Head. This team has a big difference in rank, but this is not a problem for these people at all. Experience scroll, for them. Easy to get. After all, in the whole team, there is no simple family background. Knight Xingtong glanced at Su indifferently, and said flatly, "It doesn't really matter if Sister Yu is nervous or not, is it?" Su naturally knew that Luo Chanu's legitimate girlfriend in front of her had a cold personality, but this was not a problem for her. Internship for more than a year, who has not met? Sister Xingtong is right, but sisters are all cooperating for the first time. If they are too nervous, it is inevitable that there will be some unnecessary trouble. Knight Xingtong smiled slightly, the coldness dissipated, and said very confidently, "Sister Yu, as long as the problem of blocking the output of the sea beast can be handed over to me and Sister Su. That's definitely no problem, although my sister's defense ability is not as good as Brother Luo, but those sea monsters want to hurt you, they must step over my sister's corpse." Sister Yu said heavily. At this time, Su Tuantuan laughed, "Don't forget, I'm also a melee fighter, and I can share the movement for Sister Yu. Besides, don't underestimate the amount of treatment that Xiaozhong's sister treats. Sister Xiaozhong is also the priest's sister." When she heard Su Tuantuan's words, her face suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head and whispered, "People are not so powerful." He, Sister Ruiyu is shy again. Zhou Xiaoying and Fang Yu looked at each other and began to tease the priest's sister. The atmosphere of the team is good. So many young ladies and sisters really made the surrounding bloody Tianzhou restless. However, they did not dare to come forward to talk. Because one of them, who is like an iceberg, is Luo Chanu, Luo Sheng's girlfriend. Thinking about yesterday, Leng Taki's end is vividly remembered. They don't want to be the next social death guest. And at this time, they still have a doubt in their minds. "Rissel, where did you go?" Tianji Islands. Luo Chanu, on the other hand, fights monsters in the Sujin industry and does not use any skills, so he uses normal attacks. The attack angle and rhythm of each ordinary attack has changed slightly. Normal attacks are countless times more fluent than before. Even, it can also play a stiff effect, so as to achieve the purpose of control. It is from the Dwarf King's combat method. There are no powerful skills, no mysterious power, and some are just various skills. The tactics do not increase any of his damage, but they can effectively improve his attack efficiency and rhythm. In fact, in the face of these ordinary monsters, the effect of the combat method will not be obvious. The main role is to effectively avoid dodging attacks when facing other enemies, especially those with higher stats than themselves. The Dwarf King's battle method has been deeply imprinted in Luo Chanu's mind, and as long as he continues to practice, he can absorb the essence of the battle method. Combined with their own characteristics, they are constantly innovating. Form your own inherent tactics. Based on the inheritance knowledge of the Dwarf King, Luo Chanu also learned that if he comprehends his unique combat methods, he can even obtain additional attribute bonuses and unique combat techniques. So, Luo Chanu is studying very hard, and he plans to learn the Magic Dragon combat method after he has thoroughly eaten the Dwarf King's battle method. Remove the dregs and extract its essence. Finally form your own tactics. It's just that this time is relatively long. The effect of tactics is not as immediate as that of skills, but it is undeniable that the growth of tactics is more prominent than skills. What's more, combat methods can also include skills, such as the previous Savage Charge with Jump. This skill is the most basic combat method. Luo Chanu is obsessed with research. Time just passed quietly. When he reacted, the ferocious beasts of the Tianji Islands had already been abused by him, and even some sea beasts in the sea ran ashore and were all killed by him. At this time, the morning sun has risen, shining on the blue sea. Suddenly, Luo Chanu's gaze focused on the direction of the sunrise, and a terrifying wave rushed. "Beast tide, coming," He has not experienced the beast tide, nor has he seen any video of the beast tide appearing on the internet, but the scene in front of him makes him think of the beast tide. The direction of the tide is exactly the Tianji Islands where he is located. No, it should be said that it is the direction of Tokai City. Luo Chanu stood still, gazing at the distant wave. It wasn't long before he was stunned. As the tide approached, he found that the small wave was indeed a huge wave 100 meters high. And in the huge waves, countless strange sea monsters loomed. Don't think about it. The beast tide is really coming. It was a little earlier than the time estimated by the barbarian gods. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Chanu directly took out the Barbarian Legion token and transmitted the terrifying scene in front of him back to the Barbarian Legion headquarters. The next moment, the Barbarian God Legion token sounded. There is only one piece of information. Brute Bear, I am the director of the Mission Management Office. You want to defeat the giant wave, it is considered an A-level mission. Seeing such a reply, Luo Chanu was slightly stunned. Defeat the great waves. Good fellow, what a confidence in him. In his impression, the power of nature cannot be stopped by manpower, let alone this kind of catastrophe similar to natural disasters. In an instant, Lu Chen figured it out. He is already a sixth-order professional, and this is not the peaceful world of the previous life, but the world of the whole people changing jobs. Nature's disasters are terrible, but it is not manpower that cannot be stopped. After thinking for a while, Luo Chanu made a quick decision, and, stepping into the sky, started. Isn't it just destroying the great waves? Kill all the sea monsters inside and see how the giant waves can get away with it. Exactly, let you beasts see what is called Optimus Strike. Step into the air, step by step in the direction of the great waves. Black Dragon Battle Body. Berserk Stance. With the decrease in blood volume, Luo Chanu felt that the forbidden bloodline Arashi began to boil, and a violent force crystallized throughout his body. Power, with it, emerged. Cool, fulfilled like never before. At this moment, venting is the only thing he wants to do. Wait for the great waves to approach. Luo Chanu finally couldn't help it. Savage Charge. A 500% damage bonus buff appears. Open black lens bracket jump close black lens bracket 5 consecutive hits. The whole person came to the sky above the huge wave, looking down at the endless sea monsters below. Before the sea monster could react, the attack was already launched. Artifact Skills. Optimus. The HP was consumed by 50% again, and as the HP decreased, instead of feeling weak, the furious power intensified. The mace in his hand slammed into the space below. A furious aura of destruction poured out. The terrifying wave of energy collided violently with the huge wave. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In an instant, as if the end of the world appeared, the huge wave was smashed into a large hole, and the terrifying force blasted Jiao sea level out of a large hole with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Countless bright red seawater poured back. The huge waves that stretched nearby began to disintegrate little by little. Ding, you killed a level 54 difficult ordinary monster, swordfish, and gain 5 experience points. Ding, you killed a level 92 special elite monster, spirit of the tide, and gain 350,000 experience points. Ding, you killed the level 72 nightmare boss, bloodthirsty shark, and gained 1.322 million experience points. Countless prompt messages emerged, and Lu Chen shone with the light of upgrade. But now, he didn't pay attention to the prompt in front of him. Instead, he frowned, looking at his state, and although he had returned to his full blood state at this time, he found that his forbidden and unendowed life-saving skill Invincible Shield had been triggered. Got a counter-injury. He was sure that he hadn't been attacked, and there was a 99% chance that some monster would have the ability to counter damage. And more than one. But fortunately, the huge wave nearby was defeated. The terrifying blow of the artifact skill Optimus is indeed powerful. The main thing is that the range of skills, then the bombardment of the steel shield, do not die. Along with the murder of Optimus, countless monsters were superimposed on damage. The shield value on Luo Chanu's body exploded. 17.8 billion shield value. Other words. With the blow just now, he caused at least nearly 100 billion damage, and counting the blessing of the goddess of life's protection, he had such a terrifying shield value. Think for a moment. Ignoring the gathering of sea monsters below, Luo Chanu pulled out the token of the Barbarian Legion. Send the picture of the nearby giant wave calming down to the mission management director. Mission accomplished. Remember to give me points. Barbarian Legion headquarters. Just when Luo Chanu blasted out Optimus, the mission management director was completely stunned. What does he see? Brute Bear's Legion points. Burst. Go straight to hundreds of thousands. Become a well-deserved number 1 in the Barbarian God Legion, and even suppress Thor. The point leaderboard within the Barbarian God Legion is said to be as accurate as 99.9%. Points can only be awarded if you kill monsters of the same or higher rank than your own. Basically, an ordinary 5th order sea monster only has 1 point. Because, in the Barbarian God Legion, there are basically no 5th order professionals. Before Luo Chanu's points were all tens and dozens of increases, it can be seen that he is indeed deep overseas, constantly fighting over the ranks. The 160,000 points that suddenly popped up really scared the director of task management. No matter how serious you are, no matter how you don't smile. At this time, expression management is also lost. Shout in my heart. However, before he could be surprised for long, a message prompt came out of the Barbarian God token. Open it and take a look. Groove, is this something that can be done? What does he see? In the video, a rushing tide is gradually receding, and the blue water has now turned scarlet. A huge pit in the sea constantly devoured everything around him, and he even saw the corpses of many giant beasts. The final video ends with a fierce face. This is the moment. The members of the Barbarian Legion who were working around also gathered around, and they were curious about what Luo Chanu had done. In order to make the director who did not smile, he was shocked, and even burst into foul language. Director, let it out, Rissel. What the hell did the brute bear do? That is, don't hide good things. Director, you don't want to be beaten by our group in the ring, let it out, what big incident did the brute bear make? The members of the Barbarian God Legion, you said a word, Tien Fen's action was expected to be the director. The director hesitated for a moment, but still showed the video again. Suddenly, the sound of gasping sounded, and the air in the entire mission management center seemed to be a lot better. ... Only then did they react and exclaim one after another. Lying Groove, you told me that this is a 5th order defensive battle, and I believe that the brute bear is a demigod. The brute bear must be the reincarnation of some big guy. How can it be possible to achieve this achievement in just a few days? It's not scientific. To be able to cause this scene, it's hard to imagine how fierce his attack is. The remains of that sea monster beast just now are not a bit like a bloodthirsty shark. Barbarian God Legion, this time there is really a demon. No wonder the director has that expression, my jaw is almost dislocated. Gee, it's better not to circulate this video, you can't watch the optical store get rich in vain. 927. And at this time, the director of the Mission Management Center stared at him again. On the big screen, Lu Chanu's points began to change again. Moreover, the amplitude seems to be a little fast and incredible, basically beating every few seconds, and each change is hundreds and thousands. Luo Chanu, the brute bear, it's terrifying. What the members of the Barbarian Legion didn't know was that Luo Chanu was walking on thin ice at this time. Among the sea monster beasts, from time to time, several old sixes with anti-injury abilities appear. Every time he launched an attack, Lu Chen had to open a defensive posture before he dared to give his full strength. Without absolute defense, he himself will be killed. Feeling the disgusting level of the anti-injury ability for the first time, Luo Chanu was simply shocked. At the same time, he also had a law in his heart. Give back to the other in the way of the other. Steel Shield also has the ability to counter damage, and his shield value is so thick. Moreover, the anti-damage of the Steel Shield is directly real damage, and the effect is much better than these. Seems. Luo Chanu stood motionless on the sea level, letting the ferocious sea monsters attack him. After the defense stance has cooled down, take advantage of the opportunity of absolute defense to output wildly. Subdue. Efficiency is reduced, but safety is better. Despite this, Luo Chanu is still slightly unwilling in his heart, his attack is too outrageous, and anti-injury is his perfect nemesis. In the future, we must find an ability to restrain and counter injury. Blood-sucking seems to work, but it is also second only to other professions. It didn't have the slightest effect on him, the output was too high, and the damage of each counter-injury exceeded his HP limit. Taking advantage of the free time, Luo Chanu did not hesitate to take out the Barbarian Legion token and send a message to the director of the Mission Management Center, asking how to limit the high amount of counter damage. Just a few seconds later, there was a vibrating sound from the Thor Legion token. Luo Chanu couldn't wait to see the information. However, what surprised him was, the director of the Mission Management Center did not send another message, but sent him a description of his skills. Open black lens bracket Divine Guardian close black lens bracket 6th order special skill. Active effects. Gives yourself and nearby teammates a Divine Guardian shield, absorbs 100% HP damage from the releaser for 30 seconds, increases HP recovery speed by 150% and mana recovery speed by 50% during the duration of the shield, and is immune to negative states below Tier 5, cooldown for 300 seconds. Passive effect. Reduce anti-damage damage by 80%, 6th level, and each arbitrary damage must not exceed 33% of your own health. When Luo Chanu saw Divine Guardian, his eyes could no longer leave this skill. Boy, active skills don't matter, but the passive effect is really appalling. Force Lock Blood skill. Without taking into account other factors, you must attack 4 times to kill him. Love. Luo Chanu didn't think much about it, and directly sent a message. How much is this skill? I want it. Actually, he just asked. After all, if you can buy it with Xuanlong coins, then it's not called a 6th order special skill. Sure enough, another message came from the Barbarian Legion token. 100,000 Legion points. Real Barbarian Legion points, not monster killing points for this event. Luo Chanu was immediately dumbfounded, counting the previous pseudo 8th order Cyclops who lost his evil energy heart, plus the task he completed. There are currently only 32,541 Barbarian Legion points. That's less than a third of the exchange price of this skill. Luo Chanu did not die, holding the mentality of giving it a try, and directly said, "Can you take credit?" Yes, with the news of the Barbarian Legion token. A white light flashed, a skill book glowing with golden light suddenly spit out in the Barbarian Legion token. This operation really stunned him. The director of the Mission Management Center of the Barbarian God Legion, this person is very good, and he really dares to Juniper. Carrying debt. This is not terrible, if according to the current situation, this event, he will definitely be able to squeeze into the top 3, and then the points of the Barbarian God Legion will be indispensable. Just make up for it after settlement. Thank you. After Luo Chanu replied with a message, he couldn't wait to use the Divine Guardian. At present, he has only made 3 turns, and he can only use the skill books of the 1st to 6th order. In fact, he also has a 7th order special skill, Strong Armor Absolute Defense, in his backpack, but unfortunately he can't use it until after 4 turns. Otherwise, he is not so pitiful and subject everywhere. Ding, you have successfully learned the 6th order special skill, Divine Guardian, the current skill level 55.1. In the moment of learning skills, there was a commotion in his mind. Tips follow. Hint, your skill, Steel Shield, beats your skill, Divine Shield, violently and devours the active ability of your skill, Divine Shield, and the effect of the skill changes. Close black lens bracket. Hint, your skill, Fortitude, sneaks up on the Divine Guardian, who has lost its active ability, and forcibly fuses it, transforming the skill to get additional skill effects. Close black lens bracket. Hint, your skill, Stepping Void, is inspired by your skill, Divine Shield, and the skill transforms. Close black lens bracket. Hint, your skill, Savage Charge, is inspired by your skill, Divine Shield, and the effect of the skill changes. Close black lens bracket. Every time Luo Chanu learns skills, a different message comes to his mind. Especially those defensive skills, if they are not strong enough, basically cannot escape the fate of being devoured and fused. Luo Chanu withstood the attacks of countless sea monsters and opened the skill panel to see the change of skill 2. Steel Shield does not change much. When there is a shield, the health recovery speed is increased by 300% and an additional immune 8th order control effect is obtained. 8th order magic immunity. The effect directly exceeds the fate effect of the artifact Pillar of Destiny. If you want to control him in the future, it's not a ninth order skill, baby, or a taboo skill, and no one wants to do it. This effect alone can double his strength, and in the future, if he encounters those 8th order mages of the ground mouse, that scene must be fun. And what makes Luo Chanu happiest is open black lens bracket fortitude close black lens bracket. The effects of other skills have not changed. It's just one more fusion state. Immune to 9th order counter damage, and each damage must not exceed 25% of the upper limit of the base health limit. And this upper limit of basic HP is his panel HP. The amount of health that those state skill boosts are not counted in it, and even the physical enhancement effect of fortitude and indomitability itself is not among them. Life-saving ability, directly pulled. The stepping in the sky skill has not changed much, but it has increased the duration and movement speed in the air. The change in savage charge is a little interesting. The damage dealt by the charge becomes divine damage, which ignores a certain percentage of the target's defense and damage immunity. And the charge speed has also become faster. This wave of credit losses. Luo Chanu, who was in debt, looked around at the sea monsters attacking him coldly, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You guys, you should have fought enough. This is the moment. Luo Chanu finally didn't have to tie his hands and feet, and slowly raised the mace in his hand. Showdown. From now on, it's not human. With no worries, Luo Chanu finally began to erupt. He did not use skills, but constantly practiced the content of the Dwarf King's tactics. Under the passive blade storm of the steel shield, a sea monster beast shattered into slag. Slaughter. Endless killing. As the Dwarf King's combat methods became more and more familiar, Lu Chengyu began to try various novel attack methods. Jumping, with the ability of jumping to achieve the effect of a two-stage hammer. Open black lens bracket savage charge close black lens bracket with jump slash effect. A variety of unexpected attack methods make his single attack method diversified. Even Luo Chanu is based on the tricks of the Dwarf King's battle method, come up with some strange moves. In addition to being fierce, there is also some weirdness. Time passes by minute. With the duration of the stepping empty skill about to end, Luo Chanu decisively retreats and returns to the beach of the Sky Islands. Half an hour of killing. The benefits surprised him. The title Curse God combined with Experience Scroll gave him 200% more experience gains, and in half an hour, he increased his experience points by 70%. To know, most of these sea monster beasts are ordinary monsters, and their experience is not comparable to the elite monsters and bosses everywhere in the Demon Dragon Abyss. Moreover, the second effect of the title Curse God is to absorb attributes. The effect is also very good. Although I don't know how many there are, the number of attribute points obtained will definitely not be less than 300. The probability of extracting attributes is not very large, but it is better than the fine water and long flow. As for the drops, don't say it. Anyway, all the miscellaneous things were received by him in the space backpack, and he would clean up when he was free. The thing that makes him care now is skills. Defensive skills as well as general skills. After Luo Chanu returned to the Tianji Islands, countless sea monsters also landed on the Tianji Islands. It seems that today's seafood dinner is indispensable. On top of the high walls of Tokai City, Archon Haiyan held a magic telescope in his hand and gazed at the endless sea level in the distance. His pupils constricted. The beast tide is coming. Let the Ninth Order powerhouse dispatch and defeat the giant wave, and you can't let the giant wave land near the sea. When the secretary beside Haiyan heard this, his spirit suddenly tensed, and he began to notify the Ninth Order powerhouse who had been contacted in advance and let them make a move. Speaking up, Haiyan is also a Ninth Order powerhouse, but due to the duties of the Consul of Donghai City, he has not made a move for a long time, and his actual combat ability is not as good as before. At this time, he can only be a coordinator on a high wall. Suddenly, his gaze trembled slightly, in the middle of the endless stretch of great waves. That's a little less. It seems so abrupt. Haiyan, who had experienced the previous beast tides, certainly knew why this happened. There are strong people who destroyed this huge wave in the distance, and even intercepted the sea monsters under this huge wave. However, what puzzled him was that all the registered Ninth Order formers had not left the offshore. If it had been the barbarian god and the guards, it would not have been this movement. So, who is he? Suddenly, a fierce face appeared in Hyen's mind. Then he shook his head. How can it be Luo Chanu? His strength is strong, but such a huge wave of this scale, only the Ninth Order can completely defeat it. The mysterious Ninth Order powerhouse came to support. For Tokai City, this is a good thing. With Hyen's order issued, the Ninth Order powerhouse of Donghai City set out. One after another, the figures soared into the sky and flew into the depths of the sea. That's the Vice President of the Magic Union, Elder Tian, one of the best fire methods in the Xuanlong Kingdom. The President of the Adventure Guild, Dugu Sr., hidden professional magic swordsman due to rank. That was Sword Demon, the Deputy Commander of the Barbarian God Legion. I didn't expect him to rush back from the Great Wall of Blood. The President of the Hunter Guild. Hey, the big people who can only be seen on TV are now coming out one by one. That means it's just terrifying. So many Ninth Order powerhouses are dispatched. This beast tide is really as rumored to be. It is very terrifying. If you are not careful, Donghai City will be submerged. They do it. Accompanied by the exclamations of the professionals, the violent vibration resounded throughout Donghai City, which moved countless professionals. Suddenly, burning heaven, thunderous mountains and rivers. The sword shadow swept through. The sword is overwhelming. The Ninth Order powerhouse moved. As soon as it is shot, it is overturning the river and the sea, and the sky and the earth have no light. As the roar fell, the command broadcasts on the high walls sounded one after another. Professionals below the Fifth Order, get ready, based on the team, resist low-level sea monsters, and rush for the sake of the homeland. Order. Countless figures rushed towards the open beach. Chong chong chong, for Donghai City. Rush rush, because of the family. Chong chong, for the beauty. Above the offshore sea, the Ninth Order powerhouse of Donghai City converged his breath and sensed the movement under the sea level. Once there is a sea monster beast with more than the Seventh Order, it will directly strike and kill it. Give relatively safe training conditions to low-level professionals. This is also the best means not to waste the experience of this wave of beast tide, allowing low-level professionals to quickly increase their level. In the area where Tianzhou is located, there are two Ninth Order professionals, always guarding. They are all East China Sea. Even the future of the Xuanlong Kingdom. East Bund. The prelude to the battle has completely begun. Countless sea monsters landed on the beach, exchanged short battles with low-level professionals, and burst into endless brilliant sparks. The defense class is on the front and the melee class is on the side. Powerful output from the long-range avatar turret. The auxiliary class hides at the end and becomes the strongest backing. This is the most secure position for low-level professionals. In the face of endless sea monsters, fire mages have become the most powerful output, and attribute restraint has become the most critical element at this moment. A variety of dazzling skills are displayed one after another, reflecting the beach in the morning light. War and blood are eternal melodies. The sea monster Fierce Beast charged bravely, and the low-level sea monster Fierce Beast was overwhelmed by endless skills before it could get close to the Great Wall, forged by the defense class. It becomes nourishment for professionals, but they grow. Combat is not child's play, and professionals are not steel. Under the impact of the sea monster beast, regardless of life and death, casualties are inevitable. Some professionals with low attributes, weak vigilance, or poor psychological quality were torn to pieces and divided and eaten under the impact of endless sea monsters. There were casualties among the professionals, and the substitutes at the rear of the crowd followed. Wave after wave, life and death may have been completely forgotten at this time. Because, behind them, is Donghai City, their lazy home. Their relatives, friends, everything depends on them to protect everything. Above the high walls, Hyen took in the fierce battle below, and his eyes were slightly red. As the Archon of Donghai City, he must be ruthless and focus on the overall situation of Donghai City. Without the baptism of war, professionals can never grow. Your relatives, friends, I will be proud of you. Hyen closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Let the professionals behind you go up. As the first layer of defense in Donghai City, in addition to training low-level professionals, the most important thing is to delay time and let the low-level sea monster ferocious beasts approach the high wall later. Because The high wall is the strongest protection in Donghai City, and it is also the last protection. If the high wall is broken, Donghai City will reach the most dangerous moment. There is a saying, in such a large-scale battle, personal strength is infinitely compressed, and even a ninth-order powerhouse with a forbidden spell cannot take care of a city. And demigods can do it. But, now several demigods in Donghai City have not appeared, because they have more important things to do. After a long time, Haiyan opened his eyes and swept his gaze towards the southeast where Tianzhao gathered. The battle over there is going on in an orderly manner. Especially the most beautiful scenery has become the most murderous wave of people. The future is promising. The so-called most beautiful scenery is the whole girl team in the shape of the Night Star. Yu Lingsu, as the core commander of the team, stood at the front of the team, with a large blood-colored shield in front of him, and a blood-colored combat knife exuding fierce killing intent. Raising a shield to fend off monster attacks can still cause effective counterattacks. Beside her, the millet regiment was waving wildly with a war hammer, and everywhere it passed, it was full of debris. Ferocity seems to be synonymous with her. At the rear of the team, several other girls performed their respective duties, and they cooperated quite perfectly under Yu Lingsu's command. And the strongest output in the ranks is not a violent corn group. It is Yi Xingtong, a little Mengxin who has just turned successfully. Stepping on the strange magic array, dozens of fireballs surrounding, turning into flame gatling, different bombardment of distant sea monsters, a fireball can cause good damage. The most important thing is, those fireballs will explode. When Yu Lingsu saw Knight Xingtong's violent output, he was also full of emotion in his heart, but he still reminded him, Sister Xingtong, pay attention to skill cooling and mana control. Understood. Knight Star Tong was a super student, and joined the East Navy Academy for 2 days of devil training, and he knew the details of the battle well. What's more, there is also a vice president of the Magic Guild who carefully guides. But for Yu Lingsu's kind reminder, he still accepted it humbly. In her worldview, it is difficult to find her own faults, and humbly accept the opinions of others in order to allow herself to grow and improve. Gao Leng's school flower is not just talk. The pride in his heart does not allow himself to lag behind Luo Chen Yu too much. Rank is what she wants most now, and it is also what she lacks the most. Sister Ruiyu, make up for me. Okay. The priest sister's auxiliary consciousness is very strong, and while taking into account Yu Lingsu and Su Tuantuan's health, she can also give other team members a variety of buffs. In the ranks, the ones with the lowest sense of existence are Feng Yu and Zhou Xiaoying. Because of the factors of occupation and rank, they can't exert their due strength at present. Despite this, they were not discouraged in the slightest. It's about helping the team in other ways. 30 meters ahead on the right, there is an elite monster, which is outdated. Sea lizards attack targets that can petrify, Sister Yu be careful. Zhou Xiaoying is responsible for using summoned beasts to attract some elite monsters and bosses, while Feng speaks of the monster's attributes and abilities. The division of labor is clear and reflects self-worth. It can be said, the whole team is orderly and very efficient. Such a team is simply envious of the other teams next to it. I really want to join them and fight monsters and upgrade with them. Blah blah. Protect your homeland together. People are beautiful, and their strength is still so strong, how can this make others live? Cut. If you have the ability to take me one, I will blame me. Speaking of which, the goddess Night Star Tong should be the same as Luotian, only to awaken the profession. How can the output be so high, a fireball and half a tube of blood? To be Rusel's girlfriend, there must be something unique about her. What is there to fuss about? Open black lens bracket. Come on, manage yourself well, only strength is the only one. So many monsters, enough for us to upgrade. Speaking of which, why didn't you see the god of the road? Shit Rusel. Let his girlfriend take risks on the front line, he went into hiding himself. Ah! In the sky of the northeast region, the Lang family looked around coldly, but did not find the figure that made him lose face, and his heart was even more irritable. As a ninth-order powerhouse, he was old and prosperous, but he was made to lose face by Luo Chanu and his future was ruined. Such a deep hatred is simply uncommon. It's just a pity. Now he was a little powerless, because the ancestor of the Lang family had already relented, and the Fengji fat god did not want to catch alive. I hope you don't die in the beast tide, hum. While thinking, an ice pick was sent out, directly killing a 7th order sea monster beast under the sea level. On a high wall, countless citizens of the East China Sea held magic energy binoculars to check the battle on the Bund. This was the idea of the propaganda department of Donghai City, so that ordinary citizens could see the battle of professionals, the already brutal battlefield, so as to enhance the cohesion of Donghai City. At this point, a woman in red and black stood in the crowd, holding magic binoculars and looking around. Where did the little one go? With his character, it is impossible to give up a battle of this magnitude. Can it be said that? Was that old fellow of the barbarian god taken somewhere else? Cluck. Interestingly, when the wall is broken, will you show up? Sister likes you very much, Lu Chunli. This woman is the deputy hall master of the Temple of Gods, a super powerhouse at the peak of the 9th order. Demigod does not come out, she is the strongest existence. Her mission is to destroy Tokai City. As for the demigod of Donghai City, that was not her scope of task, and she did not need to care about it. And outside the destruction of Tokai City, her most coveted is Luo Chanu. In the entire Donghai City, they were not the only ones watching Luo Chanu. There are still several waves of people hiding in the shadows. They couldn't figure out where Luo Chanu was. That guy is so mysterious. Except for a big incident after coming to Donghai City, it disappeared. His deeds are circulating in the rivers and lakes, but very few people can meet him in person. Last resort, if you can, don't use it. Many people turned their attention to the crazy output of Night Star Tong. An island deep in the East China Sea. 4 silhouettes stood in the air, enveloping the huge island. The barbarian god and the town guard of Donghai City, Lian Wushuang, seemed to be in the ranks, and at this time, their faces were all dressed in strict formation. That guy, it's coming out soon, Lian Wushuang muttered, his voice very soft, but it reached the ears of the other 3. As she spoke, 2 humanoid creatures appeared beside her, with black and white wings on their backs, and their wild long hair fluttered in the wind, covering their faces. It is a matchless demigod summoning beast, a light and darkness degenerate god messenger. It's getting stronger again, old ladies. The barbarian god's gaze swept over the light and darkness of the fallen god, and he couldn't stop touching his chin, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. Demigod summoners are definitely a nightmare for the vast majority of professionals. He knew that Lian Wushuang's ability, as soon as he made a move, he would be thousands of troops, and now in order to deal with that big fellow, he called out the demigod summoning beast at the bottom of the box at the first time. Lian Wushuang ignored the title of barbarian god, perhaps she was used to it. Ask for flowers. Don't hide it. The king of the 10th order ferocious beasts has completely awakened. If you can't stop it, Donghai City is in danger. Ha ha ha. Wushuang girl, I haven't seen you for many years, you are still the same cautious. Old Bones is right, Wushuang girl, the 4 of us are fighting side by side again, and we will definitely fight today. The 2 demigods laughed heartily. But that caution in the depths of the eyes is always there. The king of the 10th order fierce beasts, and further is the existence of gods. This is not the ferocity that comes by breaking through the barriers of the world. The king of beasts, but the king of fierce beasts who grew up in the deep sea, his strength is not suppressed by the will of the world. It's just that the strength displayed has already caused this high-level demigod of the barbarian god to suffer a lot of damage. What the real combat effectiveness is, no one knows. The barbarian god just wanted to speak. His pupils suddenly contracted, and a door panel sword appeared in his hand, it's out. Accompanied by the words of the barbarian gods. The other 2 demigods glanced at each other, and a strange crystal appeared in their hands at the same time, and began to condense one magic seal after another, and a huge enchantment appeared, shrouding the entire island in it. Forbidden enchantment. The battle of the demigods is extremely powerful, even if it is far away from Donghai City, the aftermath of the battle can affect Donghai City. And even more so in the far seas. The waves set off may turn into monstrous waves rushing towards Donghai City. But at this time, an evil figure slowly rose from the dense forest of the island. 1, 2, 3, 4 demigods. Bad dynasty. 2-legged beast, are you here to celebrate King Ben? The body is blood red, and the mouth is full of sharp black teeth, which looks particularly hideous. The breath is extremely restrained. But a suffocating sense of oppression filled the entire world. This is the power of the king of 10th order ferocious beasts. Kill. The barbarian god is known as the first reckless man of the Xuanlong kingdom, but he has no interest in forcing and nagging with his opponent before fighting. His life credo. There is only one word. Mongol. The door panel big sword waved, and the sword light cut through the space, and suddenly appeared in front of the 10th order fierce beast king. Oh, naive two-legged beast. The king of the 10th order ferocious beasts raised his blood-red arm and directly grabbed the sword light. Click. Like glass, the sword light shattered in the hands of the king of 10th order ferocious beasts, turning into the purest energy and disappearing into the air. At this time, the attacks of other demigods also followed. The big war, really on. Countless violent energies surged wantonly in the forbidden enchantment, and the terrifying aftermath of the battle made the forbidden enchantment tremble non-stop. Blood, which becomes the only color within the enchantment. Hey, I haven't seen how this guy is so much stronger in a day. The barbarian god felt the oppression brought by the blood-colored realm, and couldn't help but blurt out the national essence. It can absorb our damage and restore itself. How can it be similar to the legendary god? Lian Wuxuang frowned. Lao Lin, with that move, I'll cover for you. Good. The barbarian god also heard Lian Wuxuang's voice, and directly hit the task of the dry-rank ferocious beast. Needless to say, close combat still depends on him to contain him. The self-created combat method made him like a fierce beast from ancient times, becoming extremely violent, and every move and every style was mixed with a fierce aura. Contain King Ben, sincerely. You guys are really naive. The king of the 10th order ferocious beasts appeared with a hideous smile, and blood-colored chains spread out from its body, constantly extending. The power of sealing everywhere. The four demigods couldn't help but be surprised, and Lian Wuxuang was even more sure that it must have received the inheritance of the blood god. The blood god has only been recorded in some special secret realms. Can control the energy of any blood. It has super sealing ability. Known as Xiaoqiang, who cannot be killed, his vitality is extremely tenacious. It is said that in the ancient god war on the god and demon continent, he was besieged by more than 10 gods and died in the land of god war. Now, the inheritance of the blood god actually came to Blue Star, and it was also obtained by a 10th order fierce beast king. Perhaps, it was a fierce beast that evolved into a 10th order king of fierce beasts after it was inherited. No matter what, this battle is difficult. Desperately, if you let it go, it's unimaginable. Ha ha ha, come on, have a good fight. Let's fight. Fight. The four demigods are full of fighting intent, and this battle can only be won and cannot be lost. Not far outside the enchantment, a black-robed man stood on the sea level, and his pale face under his hood looked particularly hideous. Oblivious. Since you want to fight, let you fight. Between words, a black crystal levitated in front of him, and then the black crystal quickly descended and entered below the sea level. The weird runes began to disperse. You guys play slowly. The next moment, a huge sea monster beast appeared under the feet of the black-robed man. Go to Tokai City. Yes, respected master. The sea monster spat out words and quickly disappeared within the confines of the island. 100 million. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe. Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. All people transfer. Crazy, do you call this a shield? Chapter 111. The battle in Donghai City continued. Countless lives were buried on the Bund, and even the bones were gone. Blood, cruelty. It is the tone of war. So fight. How many onlookers are soaked in the eye sockets? Professionals are the lucky ones of the world, but they also carry the whole world. Hours passed. The sea monsters in the beast tide seem to be infinite, and every second there are countless people crawling out of the sea and frantically rushing to the fortress built by professionals. Haiyan witnessed all this, but this is the cruelty of war, and it is also the consciousness that professionals should have. How to become a powerful professional without going through the baptism of life and death. Since you have gone to the battlefield, then abandon life and death and fight to kill the enemy. Right now, Haiyan's secretary hurriedly arrived. There is news from the barbarian god Legion. Let's shift the focus of the battle line to the southeast. Haiyan was slightly stunned and asked, why? The secretary showed an incredulous look on his face, and said with a slight suspicion, "They said that the brute bear is in the Tianji Islands." Kill crazy. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Brute bear. The barbarian god legion had only more than a dozen members with the title of barbarian bear, and as far as he knew, these people were all fighting in the Great Wall of Blood. Now in Tokai City, there is only that one. Luo Chanu. In other words, the brute bear really kills crazy. There is no need to question the secretary's words. The function of the Barbarian Legion token is not a secret, but it is rare to do so. Recall that. I was terrified to think about it. The huge waves that mysteriously disappeared before were exactly the direction where the Celestial Islands were located. Could it be said that the brute bear was already able to possess such strength and destroy the great wave that only the Ninth Order could completely defeat? Wouldn't it? From Luo Chanu into the public eye, this Luo Chanu. This can no longer be called Tianzhou. That's a demon. Time. Haiyan was full of reverie. Since the 560 Barbarian God Legion informed him of this matter, then it was certain that there was no problem on Luo Chanu's side, and even the battle merits could make them make this decision. Even, he was able to hold a position alone and hold on for a long time. So, the next deployment can indeed be changed a little and reduce some casualties. Did they say anything else? The secretary did not speak, but handed out a piece of paper. Haiyan took a look, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, waiting for this group of rats for a long time. With the broadcast one order after another, it was issued. The professionals on the Bund began to redeploy, and the defense line became a little more solid. Casualties began to decrease. Although many smart people speculate about the reason, they don't think about Luo Chanu at all. After all, it is too bizarre. Another few hours passed. The Ninth Order powerhouse above the Bund sent a signal. The number of low-level sea monsters has been greatly reduced, and those high-level sea monster beasts have officially appeared. The command to broadcast began to adjust rapidly. All professionals below the Fifth Order, pay attention, retreat to the high wall. All professionals above the Fifth Order, prepare to attack, the real battle begins. Sudden change. The spectators on the high walls were dismissed one by one, leaving only a few war correspondents to record everything. Countless soldiers occupy the high wall, and all kinds of magic energy combat equipment show its hideous face: magic energy cannon, magic energy giant crossbow, magic energy puppet. The gates of the city have not been opened since the beginning of the battle. But under the high wall, countless troops gathered, and one by one the phalanx were waiting in strict formation, charging in the direction of the Bund. Besides, gangsters from various unions, clans or scattered people also formed their own teams and rushed to the Bund to meet the warriors who had been battling the sea monsters for hours. The handover was completed smoothly. There are also some exceptional teams. Are you really not going back? I won't take care of you anymore. Lao Tian, vice president of the Magic Union, stood in front of Yi Xingtong's team, with a hint of worry on his face, but he was relieved. Knight family, there is not a single seed. Grandpa, this is the result of our constant discussion. If it really doesn't work, we won't fight hard. Okay, be careful yourselves. After that, Lao Tian took off into the air and flew into the depths of the open sea. The battlefield of these Ninth Order powerhouses was not on the Bund, but in the deeper depths, killing those 8th Order and 9th Order sea monsters. With Lao Tian leaving, Yu Lingsu dragged his tired body and said with a smile, "Sisters, with one more strength, Donghai City will be safer. Come on. Come on, we're the best." After the encouragement, Yu Lingsu withstood the attack of the sea monster beast and continued, "As long as the monster exceeds the 6th Order, use the magic scroll, don't be reluctant. Then, continue leveling." That's right. In their opinion, protecting the East China Sea while taking into account leveling is the biggest gain. As for the drop of monsters, they don't look at it at all. In the line of sight ahead, countless sea monster ferocious beasts remained, but more of them were devoured by their kind, and had been destroyed by high-level professionals. Otherwise, the entire Bund will be piled up with corpses, and there will be no place for fighting. Now, the offshore sea has been stained in various colors by the blood of sea monsters, and the smell of fishy smell spreads throughout the battlefield. These are irrelevant things. The most important thing is that the real battle begins. Under the leadership of Yu Lingsu, the entire team began to advance towards the sea. A few hours ago. Tianji Islands. Luo Chanu dances wildly with a mace, that's right. It's just dancing. Non-stop fighting, non-stop practice of the Dwarf King's tactics, constantly pushing the old and innovating. His fighting meaning and fighting instincts accumulate madly. Finally, the prototype of its own battle was formed. The efficiency of killing monsters has been greatly improved, and the experience and items are all harvested. Level, already LV.73. It also awakens a second special ability, Tenacity and Mastery, which reduces the probability of being hit by 10% and reduces the damage when being hit by a critical hit. The most important thing is, his artifact Optimus finally ushered in its first evolution. 100,000 monsters were killed by him in just a few hours. Open black lens bracket Dynasty close black lens bracket. Do not steal, never die. Quality, God level. Type, Weapon. Restricted class, Warrior Universal. Restricted attributes, Strength 25,000 points, Physique 20,000 points, Agility 15,000 points. Additional attributes, Base attribute plus 15,000 points, Base attribute plus 120%. Can grow. God attribute only, Absolute damage plus 50,000, Absolute damage reduction plus 40,000, growable. Additional features 2-3 omitted. Additional features 4-50% increase in all damage, including absolute damage, divine damage, and 10 meters increase in all attack range. Additional feature, not turned on. Additional skill 1 omitted. Additional skill 2 not turned on. God bless. Kill 500,000 targets cumulatively, which can trigger the growth state. Note, as you grow, you can unlock more weapon forms and have unique attributes of different forms. Currently available forms, Mace, Battleship. The improvement effect is very obvious, and this attribute is much higher than Pillar of Destiny, Aurora. And Optimus can continue to improve. Even in the future, there is a chance to go to the Demon God continent and ask the King of Dwarves to forge again, and you can also improve the effect of the artifact. But, the 500,000 monsters in the next stage did make Rongchen you a little numb. But there is no way but to continue killing monsters. With the success of the artifact advancement, Luo Chanu's monster killing speed is simply not too fast, and the attack range of 10 meters. In other words, his normal attack range has increased by 10 meters, and most importantly, the range of smashing monsters with steel shields has been expanded. I'm afraid that many mages and shooters are not far away from him. Kite. It is impossible to be smashed by a kite in this life, a steel shield, see who kites whom. The Tianji Islands were already surrounded by countless sea monsters at this time. They have only one target, and that is the killing frenzy of Luo Chanu. And so it goes. Luo Chanu was quite happy. Even if an 8th order sea monster beast came, he could carry the attacks of countless monsters and hammer the 8th order sea monster beast to death. And, as long as there are more than 2 8th order sea monster beasts coming, he will not hesitate to summon the Steel Shield True Body to enhance his combat effectiveness. Immediately, when the duration of the Steel Shield True Body is about to end, it will explode. The shield value is back again. But then again, with so many sea monsters besieged, several of his defensive skills never stopped. This was the first time Luo Chanu had fought so cheerfully. The more he kills, the more sea monsters and ferocious beasts gather in the Tianji Islands, and there is no need to worry about monsters at all. In this case, another few hours passed. Suddenly, Luo Chanu felt a tremor all over his body, and his whole body was filled with inexplicable comfort, and the world around him seemed to become clearer. And in front of his eyes, a prompt message also appeared. Ding, your soul transformation is successful. Awaken special soul skills, Dragon Soul Protection. Ding, you successfully awakened a special ability, Elementary Divine Thought. Ding, you open the soul information panel. One after another, Luo Chanu couldn't help but blossom. Meanwhile, a virtual panel appeared in front of him. Open black lens bracket Luo Chanu katakana middle dot soul source heart close black lens bracket. Soul state. Beginner 0/10 million. Features: your soul can absorb any soul power to improve the soul state, and each time the soul state is raised, while increasing the strength of the soul, you can awaken the soul skill not limited by any number of skills. Feature 2 Black Dragon Spirit Unawakened. Killing dragon monsters can absorb the soul origin of dragon monsters so that they cannot be revived, and can absorb any dragon origin power. Repair Black. Courageous. Feature 3 Not turned on. Skill. Dragon Soul Guardian. Special soul skill. Passive skill. Protected by the soul by the Black Dragon. Reduces soul damage by 99%, and is immune to God-level soul control. Closing parenthesis. Special ability. Beginner Divine Mind. No cooldown. Consumes a certain amount of soul origin power. Perceives the situation within 10 kilometers at most. If countered, it will be damaged by the soul. Absorption effect. Black Dragon Totem SS Forever Solid. Cannot be further improved. Luo Chanu is full of doubts. Soul panel. He really didn't understand much. It's overclass, but if you can absorb the power of the soul, you can do it. After he suddenly found himself killing the monster. The value behind the soul state has changed. Lying Groove, a sea monster, only 1 point of soul power. That is to say, you have to kill 10 million monsters to improve the soul state. Death, the year of the monkey can only be completed. Just as Luo Chanu was speechless, there was a commotion in his head. After awakening the skill, the mutation is here again. Hint. Your skill, Dragon Soul Guardian, turn on the metamorphosis state, the transformation time is unknown. Close black lens bracket. Hint. Your skill, Dragon Soul Guardian, urgently needs soul items, and I ask you to find soul-type treasures to help it transform. Close black lens bracket. Just 2 tips. This is not the same as before, and other skills are unresponsive. Don't understand. I don't understand. However, the soul item Luo Chanu still knows, and he has obtained a beginner soul origin gem before for the Lord of the Dwarves to resurrect. Pay attention to it in the future. After all, the initial state of Dragon Soul Guardian can block the God-level soul control, and after the transformation, it will not go to the sky. In fact, among the soul abilities, what made him most pleased was the elementary divine thought. He knew that, it is said that only by becoming a demigod can you awaken the divine mind, thereby greatly improving the perception ability, and it is unknown whether the demigod's divine mind ability is the same as him. 10 kilometers. It's scary to think about. But Luo Chanu knows that the limit is 10 kilometers, but he doesn't necessarily dare to use it. If he really perceives 10 kilometers, I am afraid that his soul origin power will be drained. Luo Chanu is dedicated to 2 things. While fighting monsters, research soul abilities. A crisp voice sounded in my ears. Porcups tilde operator. Luo Chanu was pleasantly surprised, and the little loli in red finally evolved successfully. With the voice of the little loli in red, a prompt message appeared in front of his eyes. Ding, your pet phantom heart, little red, has evolved successfully, its attributes have been greatly improved, and all characteristics and skill effects have been greatly improved. Ding, because your pet phantom heart, little red, has absorbed the power of the demon chi origin, the level has increased significantly. Ding, because your level is too low, the level of phantom heart, little red cannot be further improved, the current level 55.75, the origin of Kyu demon chi is stored in the body, and it can be used at any time. So prompt information. Let Luo Chanu be ecstatic. The level of the little loli in red does not want him to practice, although I don't know how long this state can last, but during this time, the rhythm of his upgrade will not decrease. Even, the little loli in red, who was already at the same level as him, was already enough to participate in the battle. He believes that his monster efficiency will definitely increase in the future. Open black lens bracket phantom heart, little red, close black lens bracket. Quality. Contraindications unknown. Type. BOSSS pet. Grade. LV.75 3 turns. Blood volume. 12 million. Mana. 92.5 million. Physique. 165,000. J. 165000. Agile. 280,900. 550000. Talent taboo, lack of origin power, not turned on. Characteristics taboo. Unknown, all magic attacks ignore 90% of the target's magical defense and resistance, and have a 75% chance of causing the target to enter fear, weakness, and charm. Confused state. After killing the target, absorb the target's soul, heal itself or strengthen itself. Skill. Omitted. Forbidden and unknown. The gods and demons are abandoned. Shish. Luo Chanu was completely stunned. The little loli in red who is only level 75, the 4-dimensional basic attribute is too terrifying. And the effectiveness of her skills has greatly improved. Even the characteristics have changed dramatically. Without hesitation, summon the little loli in red, and then he had a little loli in his arms. Hey, Zhao Hong, you seem to have grown up a little. Luo Chanu felt the change in the body shape of the little loli in red. Instant madness. Ahem. Well, now is not the time to think about that. Go ahead, let the big brother see your strength. Okay, oh bang. The little loli in red smiled sweetly, turned into a red light, and flew in midair. Followed by countless gray energies began to condense, turning into countless gray silk threads, shooting towards the sea monster beast. Suddenly, within a radius of hundreds of meters, all the sea monster beasts turned into corpses, and the flesh and blood of their bodies quickly dissipated, and finally turned into a white bone, and the white bone did not last long, and was blown by the wind. Turned into dust. Luo Chanu feasted on a whale. It's so ferocious. Kill is killed, and even the ashes are raised. You call this a pet? Deviate from the original spectrum. Looking at the terrifying sight, Luo Chanu couldn't mention how happy he was. The little loli in red threw a big move and directly killed several 7th-order sea monster beasts in seconds. Such a terrifying explosive power far exceeded his own ordinary state. 7th order. He can also do it in seconds, but he can only do it if he adds various skills and then opens the artifact skill or the steel shield explosion. But when Luo Chanu saw the state of the little loli in red, she was speechless. Let her go and play. She actually used up 70% of her mana, and the big move called Evil Line Chaos also entered a 12-hour cooldown. Simply nice, guys. Fortunately, the other skills of the little loli in red can continue to erupt, so you don't have to worry about killing monsters. Zhao Hong, you go over there to play, big brother kill here. Luo Chanu has a clear division of labor. Now that the little loli in red has full experience points, he will not come to divide his experience, and the division of troops means that his efficiency in gaining experience has doubled. Brush for a while. I'm afraid it's not far from level 80. Although it is his own pet, Luo Chanu does not want to lose to the little loli in red, so he also speeds up the pace of his attack. Time. The efficiency of killing monsters has been increased by several notches again. The sea monster seems to be endless, and it can't withstand the wanton killing of Luo Chanu and the little loli in red. Half an hour later, the sea monsters that besieged the Tianji Islands have finally become fewer. And at this time, Luo Chanu's brows frowned slightly. He felt an unusual aura, which was the perception brought by the elementary divine thought. There is a powerful and furious aura that is really fast approaching. No, not a no. Luo Chanu knew that the 9th-order sea monster fierce beast appeared, one in front of the other, too. Zhao Hong, come back. Luo Chanu greeted the little loli in red and prepared to evacuate first. Although he can kill the 8th order, he has no bottom in his heart in the face of the 9th-order sea monster fierce beast. He had seen the attribute panel of the 8th order sea monster ferocity, and he was dazzled by the countless 0s. The important thing is that the 8th order already has the existence of the realm, and all kinds of domain abilities make him suffer. 16 Ran 8th order is so fierce. Don't even think about it. Just yesterday, he couldn't react at all in the face of the attack of the 9th order cold array. When he killed the skeleton giant, it was only a demigod at the end of the strong crossbow, and he was also restricted by the Golden Lion King, and the group was won by him. Just when Luo Chanu wanted to leave, the powerful aura in the distance suddenly flashed and appeared in Luo Chenyu's line of sight. The Azure Realm instantly enveloped the entire Tianji Islands. Mankind, slaughter my god's people, unforgivable. Luo Chanu's brows furrowed. He didn't expect the 5th order sea monster to come so quickly. The realm of the 9th order. Let him feel the ubiquitous suppressive power, and all attributes have been greatly suppressed. Eyes of insight. Open black lens bracket giant plier sea dragon beast close black lens bracket. Grade. 9th order ferocious beast. Grade. LV.175. M. 1980 Z. Mana. 60 billion. Strength. 1.75 million. Physical fitness. 1.2 million. Agile. 1 million. Spirit. 725,000. Skills: Giant Pliers, Broken Air Strike, Sea God Transformation, Heavy Pressure Realm, Giant Pliers, Air Breaking Charge, Water Cloud Shield. Strength: Ninth Order. Hidden Information: the guards of the Sea God Palace, afraid of fire and thunder damage. Luo Chanu couldn't spit on the attributes of a Ninth Order ferocious beast at all, except for a lying groove. Can this hit? The attribute gap is too big. No wonder that no Ninth Order professional can single out a Ninth Order ferocious beast. Not a grade at all. And most importantly, this is still a sea monster beast, and its strength in the sea has improved. This is the moment. Faced with such a big lobster, Lu Chen really wanted to. But without that reckless strength, you can't charge over and forcibly feed the big lobsters. Looking at the size of the big lobster, the chance of feeding is not great. Run. Luo Chanu only thought of one way, and that was to enter the Eternity Arena and wait a few hours before coming out. That's too faceless. Just when Luo Chanu wants to enter the Eternal Arena, suddenly, the figure of the big lobster suddenly disappeared and rushed towards the east. The speed was simply no different from teleportation. Meanwhile, the sea monsters besieging the Tianji Islands also faded like a tide and rushed in the same direction. Luo looked confused. Chanu. Just gone. What's going on? Under the perception of the beginner divine thought, another Ninth Order ferocious beast that rushed from a distance also attacked towards the east. What's over there? Luo Chanu's heart was full of puzzlement, and a surge of curiosity erupted. A feeling of wanting to keep up was born. Shook his head. Suppress the curiosity in your heart in an instant. Ancients, curiosity kills cats. If he followed, the two Ninth Order sea monster ferocious beasts suddenly turned back. The means of the Ninth Order are mysterious, in case there is a way for him to not enter the Eternal Arena. Wouldn't that be given for nothing? This is. The next moment, Luo Chanu was suddenly startled, and without the slightest hesitation, he also rushed towards the direction where the sea monster group disappeared. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth-shattering sound has been roaring continuously. The battle of the demigods can simply be described as destroying the heavens and the earth. The mysterious island has disappeared, the forbidden spell enchantment is about to collapse, and the endless seawater has all evaporated, and 10 tiny spatial cracks spread in the air. After several hours of high-intensity fighting, even if the body is as strong as a demigod, it is tired enough. The 4 barbarian gods and the 2 light and dark depraved gods were covered in wounds, and blood was all over their bodies. And the state of the 10th Order Fierce Beast King is not much different. His body is broken, and the scarlet energy has become dull. I have to say that you are the strongest human beings that King Ben has ever encountered, and King Ben is very satisfied with this battle. The barbarian god gasped, but his face showed a mockery of disdain. If you die, Master will be more satisfied. Immediately, the barbarian god laughed and continued to mock. There is no longer anything nearby for you to suck blood, what else can you do? Lian Wushwang frowned. The energy on his body gushed out again, and said sharply, "Don't kill it by talking nonsense." The next moment, the siege continued. The king of the 10th Order ferocious beast suddenly laughed maniacally. You guys match the king of the strip. With crazy laughter, a series of strange sounds came out of its mouth, which spread out through the forbidden spell enchantment. It's not good, this guy is looking for help. The barbarian god thought and felt the commotion in the distance. Suddenly, he was stunned. That direction was the Tianji Islands. And a familiar aura appeared within the scope of his divine thoughts. Luo Chanu, he hasn't gone back yet. The barbarian god was shocked. Luo Chanu's aura was obviously much stronger than before, and there was even a looming sense of mystery. The power of divine thought. A professional who turns 3 times can awaken the power of divine thoughts. How is this possible? Not only the history of Blue Star, but even in the Eternal Arena, it seems that there has never been such an outrageous thing. Guys, I have a bold idea. The barbarian god repelled the king of 10th Order ferocious beasts with a sword, and said to the demigod beside him, a way to completely kill this beast. Forthwith, divine thought transmitted the message and began to tell his bold ideas. Brute, you're not a thing. If he really has the power of divine thought, he may really be able to kill that beast, but how is it possible? How old is he? Wouldn't that hurt him too much? The barbarian god smiled slightly. You don't know anything about his power. Although he had never seen Luo Chanu make a move with his own eyes, he still knew some of Luo Chanu's abilities through the oral accounts of Li Yunxi and Situ Zan. That idea doesn't hold. With Luo Chanu's shield ability, it can also greatly improve their actual experience. It is also very helpful for killing the king of 10th order ferocious beasts. Lian Wushuang pondered for a moment, and immediately said, if I'm not mistaken, that beast wants to absorb those ferocious beasts and restore its own strength. You let him come, you must not let it succeed. The barbarian god nodded, took out the barbarian legion token, and directly contacted Luo Chanu through the privileges of the legion leader. Start preparation, and when that kid comes, it's the time of the beast's death. At this time, Luo Chanu had never felt such a sense of urgency. The barbarian gods need him. No, it's the 4 demigods who need him. It's Xuanlong Kingdom that needs him. It's Tokai City who needs him. In fact, How Tokai City has little to do with him, but the people he cares about are in Tokai City. If it is really as the barbarian god said, then his responsibility is very great. Big enough to decide the life and death of the entire Donghai City. It even determines the future direction of the entire Xuanlong Kingdom. Such pressure, instead of crushing him, it aroused the most primitive impulses in his heart. What man doesn't have a heroic dream in his heart? The most important thing is that the price given by the barbarian god is too high for him to refuse. A book of taboo skills for defense against war. And, the right to kill a big guy. So tempting, why not take a risk? The little loli in red has entered the possessed state, which greatly improves Luo Chanu's full attributes. Plus the movement speed bonus of stepping air. He quickly caught up with the group of sea monsters in front of him, ignored them, and went straight over. Now these small prophets do not look at it at all. More than 20 minutes later, Luo Chanu finally arrived at the location the barbarian god said, but the sight in front of him surprised him. The sky was blood red. In the space, countless blood-colored chains surged like spirit snakes, constantly attacking the 4 figures, making them dangerous. The huge blood-colored cocoon chrysalis was suspended in midair, and those blood-colored chains spread out from the cocoon chrysalis. The smell of blood stimulated his nerves. The 2 9th order ferocious beasts that arrived first had disappeared at this time, and the only evidence that could prove that they had come was the debris trapped by the blood-colored chain. Shish, such a scene was enough to shock Luo Chanu for days. Even yellow. The battle between the Golden Lion King and the Skeleton Giant did not have such a gorgeous vision. Boy, hurry up. On the way, he received repeated instructions from the barbarian god. Nature knows how to help them. Without the slightest hesitation, the 5-stage jump directly entered the blood-colored space, dodged the attack of a blood-colored chain, and entered a black and white magic array. The next moment, Luo Chanu's divine power was concentrated into one point, penetrating into the Dharma array under his feet. The terrifying suction force came. The power of divine thought lost his control in an instant, pouring like a tide into the Dharma formation. 1 second, 2 seconds, every second was very long, and the feeling of drowsiness hit him, making him feel like he wanted to sleep. Gritting your teeth and holding on. In order to improve his attention, he also added a broken version of steel protection to the 4 of them of the barbarians. Since you are going to help, then do your best. The barbarian god finally felt the strange shield that Li Yunxi and Situ Zan said, but the effect seems to be more powerful with what they dictate. I don't understand. Then there is no need to struggle with it. Brother, hold on, you must hold on. In the face of the crazy attack of the blood-colored chain, the barbarian god's expression froze, and his face also showed determination. A sword slashed at the bloody chain, rushed towards the blood-colored cocoon chrysalis. The other 3 demigods saw the action of the barbarian god, and also dispatched at the same time and began to attack the blood-colored cocoon 163 chrysalis. Luo Chanu, you must hold on, your success or failure is at stake for countless lives. Luo Chanu boy, you can definitely do it. Completely activate the god-destroying formation and destroy that beast, we believe you will definitely be able to. Brother, you don't want to go back empty-handed, as long as you succeed, brother will introduce you to a few more girlfriends. One by one, the sound did not enter Luo Chen's mind. forcibly boost Luo Chanu's attention and excitement. The four are all old rivers and lakes among the demigods, and they have their own opinions on how to stimulate divine thoughts. The right medicine. Sure enough, when Luo Chanu heard the four words, "return empty-handed," his spiritual power suddenly soared, and the speed of transmission of divine power was even faster. When the words behind are heard, the power of divine thought exploded directly. Quote. Four demigods. Good guy, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, turned out to be an XSP. That's it. I also have a junior, very beautiful, still a big star. If you don't dislike it, you can be a matchmaker when you get old. I have a friend's junior, Warong you looking. How do you see my sister looking? Quote. Luo Chanu couldn't manage so much at this time, he already felt that the formation under his feet was becoming more and more full. And the power of his divine thoughts is about to run out. Grit your teeth and keep going. This is the moment. If he gives up, in addition to falling short, his soul would be harmed a lot, and he would even directly lose the power of his divine thoughts. Master, I'll help you. Just when Luo Chanu's divine power was over, a familiar and unfamiliar voice came to his head. The voice of Steel Shield Real Body, heard once before, now sounded again. Lord, people, I too, go straight to. The subtle female voice echoed, but Luo Chanu was slightly stunned. Who is this? But at this moment, he couldn't manage so much anymore. Along with two huge lines of power pouring into the Dharma formation at his feet. God-destroying law array, completely activated. The so-called God-destroying law array not only requires a lot of precious materials, but also requires a professional who is proficient in the power of divine thought to constantly input the power of divine consciousness to activate. And the most important thing is, during the time it takes to enter the power of divine thought, as long as it is attacked, it will be interrupted. The four demigods attacked the blood-colored cocoon chrysalis strongly, just so that the king of the 10th order ferocious beasts would have no time to take care of Luo Chanu. As a matter of fact, the king of the 10th order ferocious beasts did not know about the so-called god-destroying law array. I didn't care about Luo Chanu, the ant. When the god-destroying formation is activated, the king of the 10th order ferocious beasts reacted, as if something big was about to happen. You guys don't think about it. The blood-colored cocoon chrysalis exploded, and the four demigods flew out. And at this time, a blood-colored figure flashed towards the outside of the blood-colored enchantment. Tokai City. The war has been in full swing for a long time. The battle of high-level professionals is the most cruel, and if you are not careful, you will die. As the sea monsters gathered more and more, the battle line also retreated again and again. Countless sea monsters have landed on the Bund and scattered in all directions with lightning speed, besieging the high walls of Donghai City. It has become a stronghold defense. Destructive magic weapons such as magic energy cannons and magic crossbow arrows have a good effect on 6th order and 7th order sea monsters, but in the face of 8th order sea monsters, they are less meaningful. Nowadays, the vast majority of 9th order professionals are delayed by 9th order sea monsters. It is simply impossible to effectively limit the gathering of sea monsters. Low-level professionals have successfully returned to the city through the security check. Even Yi Xingtong, Yu Lingsu and the others returned to the high wall to prepare for the final battle. Everyone's face was very grim. What else can we do? They couldn't figure out why this beast tide was so terrifying. Now there are more than 15 9th order ferocious beasts that have appeared, and this number is still increasing, and each 9th order sea monster ferocious beast must be contained by at least 2 9th order powerhouses, otherwise when they get close to the high wall, the consequences will be unimaginable. And the battle under the high walls is extremely fierce. Almost every second, there are high-level professionals who are devoured by countless sea monster beasts. Their eyes were rosy. We can't do anything. Offshore sea level. The black-robed man stepped on the sea monster and stared in the direction of Donghai City. The battle over there is getting more and more intense. Oblivious. Even if you win, you don't want to rush back. Now, the time has come. As he spoke, a token appeared in his hand, and with a slight force, the token turned into powder and drifted away with the wind. With token broken, thousands of people within Donghai City changed their expressions and began their own actions. In the team of journalists, A delicate woman raised her head slightly, with a delicate smile on her face. It's finally here. She is the deputy hall master of the Temple of the Gods. Let's play for a while. Immediately, the strange spirit spread out. Inside and outside Tokai City, hundreds of men's eyes began to be misty, raised their weapons, and attacked like teammates next to them. Donghai City Lang Family Villa. The corner of Lang Taki's mouth showed a cold color, pushed open the door, and drove the speeding car quietly out of the villa. A fist-sized black-red heart appeared in his hand, wrapped in gray runes one after another, without revealing the slightest breath. Revenge, revenge, ha 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 ha, let Tokai City feel my pain. The speeding car was speeding, but the assassins were no longer managed by the law enforcement team. Because, in Donghai City, many key crowded buildings have been bombed, killing and injuring a lot. The law enforcement team is already busy. The destination of the cold tacky speeder is where the law enforcement team temporarily detains criminals. Release criminals. No, his goal is not this. Lang Taki looked at the black-red heart in his hand, and then touched his chest, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Donghai City is in chaos. Explosions, wild laughter, wailing, horns. One after another. But these are just the slightest disturbances. The riots are underway, but countless zombies appear in various corners, frantically attacking ordinary citizens. Although the strength of these zombies is not strong, they are also fourth order or righteous. And most importantly, they really have the ability of zombies, and after being bitten by them, they will turn into zombies. In the midst of riots, there are more and more armies of zombies. The ordinary citizens of Donghai City were completely chaotic. The end of the world, here. Who will save us? Oh my god, zombies. How could there be such a terrifying monster in the world? Why did it appear in Donghai City? Where are the convoys? I was bitten, am I still saved? Go to the high wall, that is the safest place. It is expected to be eaten by a ferocious beast, and it cannot be turned into a zombie, which is also too ugly. I've heard of a thing, I'm afraid these zombies are the product of the evil experiment of ground mice, and they are unconscionable. But how did they get the zombies into the city? In all directions of Donghai City, dozens of huge 8th Order fierce beast zombies also appeared, roaring wildly, attacking towards the weakest place in the high wall. Target. Naturally, it is a protective magic array that destroys the high walls of Donghai City. Ferocious beast zombies. This is their core capability, and so is the original intention for which they were born. Not only that, those low-level sea monster ferocious beasts did not dare to attack the fierce beast zombies, and the high-level sea monster ferocious beasts even cooperated with the fierce beast zombies to attack the high wall. Rumble, rumble, the crisis in Tokai City is unprecedented. Above the high walls, the corner of Hyen's mouth showed a trace of coldness, standing in place without moving. Earth Mouse, think that these dirty means can break through the defensive magic array of Donghai City. Naive. Let the low-level professionals who return to the city deal with those things that are not people and ghosts, and inform the Barbarian Legion that the show is about to begin. Watch the secretary leave. Hyen's gaze looked around at the battle under the high wall, and the blood that had been lost for a long time began to boil. He knows. Now Tokai City looks like a thin ice, but there is no real threat to the most essential thing. It's not time for him to strike yet. The rat of the Temple of the Gods has not yet appeared, and once the rat appears, then it will be the hardest time of this battle. The beast tide is terrifying, but how can it compare to the sinister of the human heart? Just as Hyen thought, the Barbarian God Legion had already noticed the heartbeat of the Temple of the Gods and had already made preparations. The zombie thing is still beyond the imagination of the Barbarian God Legion. I originally thought that the zombie was not infectious, but now it seems that the research results of the Temple of the Gods are beyond their imagination. Inside the city, they currently have no time to take care of it. The most important thing is to kill those ground mice in the Temple of Gods and the fierce beast zombies outside the city. That one, it is the unsettling factor that really threatens the security of Donghai City. Li Yunxi led the squad and descended from the sky, frantically attacking those 8th Order fierce beast zombies. The same is true of Satu Zan. The members of the Barbarian God Legion have been holding back for too long, because as soon as it is shot, it is a thunderous blow. Finally, The pace of attack beyond the walls was delayed. The team formed by Yi Xingtong and others had already entered the urban area of Donghai City and began to deal with those zombies. There is a saying, they fought easily, but the anger in their eyes was unprecedented. Yu Lingsu's face was full of coldness, and he raised his giant shield to directly shoot a zombie into the air, hitting a zombie that was stumbling. Sister Xingtong, the group has destroyed them. With Yu Lingsu's voice, Night Star Tong's icy chant opened, and the scorching flames did not dispel their coldness, but made their breath even colder. Rumble, rumble, the flames filled the sky, sweeping the zombie group. Sister Yu, where to go next? Night Star Tong looked around, but found no trace of the zombie, so he asked. At this point, Zhou Xiaoying suddenly exited. Over there in the prison, there is a big incident over there, and there are not enough people. Just now, her mother sent a message telling her not to go near the prison. It is said that it is extremely dangerous over there. For her mother's thousands of instructions, Zhou Xiaoying ignored them and informed Yu Lingsu of the matter. At this time, Yu Lingsu was the commander of the team. Everything is up to her to decide. In the battle for so long before, their team encountered many problems, but Yu Lingsu was in danger and chose the most correct method to solve the crisis. All the beautiful girls were extremely convinced of Yu Lingsu. Yu Lingsu thought for a moment and said, "Go, let's go help. Knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, I prefer Tiger Mountain Line." 2 speeding cars appeared, carrying 6 young ladies and sisters galloping. Outside the prison, countless zombies raged and frantically rushed towards several wall holes. And inside the prison, crazy, the prison guards resisted desperately, because they had no way out at this time. The high-ranking professionals of the prison go to the front line to resist the beast tide. They are just the most ordinary guards, and the highest strength is the 5th order. In the face of so many zombies, they can only rely on the prison's defensive magic array, persevering hard, waiting for the arrival of rescue. Once the defensive magic array disappears, it is their time to die. Bun, do you regret it? Despair struck, but the surviving guards were surprisingly calm. The young man named Bunzi had a miserable white face, his eyes were indeed extremely firm, and he shook his head and said, "Brother Wang, I do regret it, I regret why I didn't work hard when I was in school, graduated from work in a muddle, and lived a muddy life. If I had worked hard, maybe I could have gone out with the captain to guard Donghai City, no matter what the outcome was." Brother Wang patted Bunzi's shoulder with satisfaction. "There is no regret medicine in the world, we still have a chance." Right now, a gloomy voice reached their ears. "Opportunity, rebellion, you don't have a chance. It's you." In the sight of the surviving guards, a young man with a face full of black and red runes walked out from the depths of the prison, and every step was mixed with violent energy. The blood at the corner of his mouth had not yet dried up, and when he smiled viciously, his mouth was full of scarlet blood. The upper body is red, and a big hole is broken in the chest, and the 2 hearts, one black and one red, are particularly conspicuous and strange. Brother Wang's cold eyes were right, and he said sharply, "Lang Long, why did you draw like this?" "Why?" Lang Taki's crazy voice sounded, and he laughed madly. "Power, what I need is strength. I'm going to eat that bastard Luo Chanu, let him be my power. Just because you are also worthy of being compared with Luoshan, dancing in the broad public, you are still the first person in Donghai City." A mocking smile appeared on Bun's miserable white face, "But you danced really well, it smelled like that." Brother Wang was suddenly startled. "Bun, do you understand?" Ahem, ahem, ha ha ha. The wanton laughter gave Lang Taki a huge crit damage. Yesterday's scene was his whole life. A lingering nightmare. Enough laughter. Then go and die. Lang Taki felt the furious power in his body, and his eyes exuded madness. The next moment, a black-red energy emanated from his hand and directly bombarded the magic array enchantment. Rumble. The defensive enchantment trembled violently, and one after another elemental runes appeared, flashing rapidly. This is a precursor to the imminent collapse of the defensive enchantment. Brother Wang frowned. He never expected that Lang Long's strength would become so strong. Yesterday, it was a small Mengxin of more than 10 levels, and today he was able to shake the defensive enchantment that even a 6th order professional could not destroy. Looking at Lang Taki's weird image, He didn't know what had happened to this former, proud son of heaven. Oblivious. Is that power? Lang Taki stood in the group of zombies, and laughed madly. This power made him addicted. Luo Chanu, you are dead. You don't deserve it. Who? The female voice in her ears made Lang Taki slightly stunned, turned her head and saw 6 beautiful and incomprehensible young ladies descending from the sky. Suddenly, the zombie little brother was emptied in an instant. Night Star Tong, it's you. Lang Taki looked at the girl who had haunted him, stunned slightly, and then a hideous and crazy smile appeared on his face. Come on, let me eat you and be a part of me. Night Star Tong glanced at Lang Taki coldly. Didn't speak. Yu Lingsu said with a cold face, this thing is too disgusting, Sister Xingtong, destroy it. With Yu Lingsu's voice, she moved. An invisible big hand appeared, grabbing Lang Taki with lightning speed. ... It's officially on. I have to say that the strength of Lang Taki after the change is simply beyond their imagination. At least the 6th order, and even close to reaching the 7th order. Plus his weird means. Fight hard, and Ryataki is not a monster, her IQ is online, and she specializes in attacking from the back row, making it very difficult for them to fight. But, with perfect cooperation. In the end, he still controlled Rengtaki. Night Star Tong's eyebrows were cold, Li Mo Jiao, and a red scroll appeared in his hand. The highest level magic scroll she can use, the 7th order single burst skill, Nether Flame Slash. Ryataki struggled frantically, trying to escape control. But, his transformation speed was still too slow, and the devouring power had not been completely digested and absorbed, and he could only watch as a dark red flame slash came closer and closer. Rumble. With one blow, Ling Wei's body was split in half. Ding, your team kills the level 72 special mutant monster, Cold Taki, and gains 320,000 experience points. Strange reminders appeared in front of the young ladies. They couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Lang Taki really turned into a monster, and also provided them with good experience points. It's a bit hard to put into words. However, at this time, the strange sound of their hearts beating stimulated their nerves again. 2 hearts, one black and one red, broke away from Lang Taki's body and slowly floated in the air, exuding a strange black and red light. Cluck. Night Star Tong, it turns out that you are here. The words are up. The 2 hearts quickly flew towards the Night Star. The speed was so fast that everyone was caught off guard. When I saw that the 2 hearts were about to collide with the Night Star Tong, a figure suddenly fell out of the space and fell in front of Night Star Tong. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. A violent resounding resounded throughout the prison. A furious burst of energy blasted all the surrounding zombies into slag. Everything came so quickly. Night Star Tong was surprised at the same time. His face erupted with endless surprise. Feather Big Brother, why are you here? Ahem, ahem. It was Luo Chanu, who was pale, coughing violently, and his eyes showed confusion. Xiao Tong, where is this? He saw his surroundings and was stunned. How are these young ladies there? A few minutes ago. Deep in the East China Sea. With the help of Steel Shield and Shelter of the Goddess of Life, Luo Chanu finally activated the God-destroying Law Array. Just when he was about to attack the King of 10th Order Ferocious Beasts and completely destroy him, the King of the 10th Order Ferocious Beasts actually turned his head and ran. The speed is so fast that people are caught off guard. That moment, not only Luo Chanu, but even the barbarian god, Lian Wushuang, and the other 2 demigods were shocked. If the King of the 10th Order Ferocious Beasts was allowed to escape, the consequences would be really unimaginable. However, all this came too quickly, but the 4 demigods had no way. The speed of the King of 10th Order Ferocious Beasts was too fast, and things happened too suddenly. Just when they are desperate. Just listen to a loud bang. The figure of the King of 10th Order Ferocious Beasts slammed into a black-red enchantment and erupted with a roaring sound. It, dumbfounded, such a strong enchantment, and the familiar energy zone in the enchantment. That was the handwriting of the Temple of the Gods. Overcast. Just as it cursed in its heart, an energy full of destructive power struck at the speed of light, directly locking its breath. Not good. The King of the 10th Order Ferocious Beasts felt the power of destruction and knew that he could no longer dodge. You can only carry it hard. It's too late, it's fast. The king of the 10th order ferocious beasts reacted instantly, and a blood-colored shield appeared on its body, protecting its body in it. Rumble. The attack of the god-destroying law array came in an instant, and it hit the blood-colored shield directly. Click. The blood-colored shield broke in response, and the Emperor of Destruction bombarded the body of the king of First Order ferocious beasts. One energy disappears, and a second arrives. Bang. The king of the 10th order ferocious beasts was bombarded by the destruction energy onto the black-red enchantment. The body finally couldn't withstand the huge amount of destructive energy and began to disintegrate. Meanwhile, the attacks of the 4 demigods also arrived. Rumble, rumble, endless damage came out, leaving the king of fierce beasts without any chance to breathe. Seeing this, Luo Chanu suddenly said something bad in his heart. This group of old six said that they would give him the final kill, but they didn't expect that they would all rob the monster now. It's just a pity. He couldn't say anything. After all, his divine power was indeed too little to fully exert the true power of the god-destroying law array. So when he sent out the third power of destruction, dragging his tired body, he cast a space blockade, completely trapping the king of 10th order ferocious beasts in it. As you like, the outside world can attack the enchantment, but the enchantment can only be imprisoned by the power of 030 space. Insignificant spatial damage began to sweep through. Luo Chanu directly summoned the Steel Shield True Body and let it enter that space blockade enchantment. When the barbarian god saw it, he immediately exclaimed. However, it was already late. The king of 10th order fierce beasts was pleasantly surprised to see a doppelganger arrive. When it was cold, someone gave a quilt. The doppelganger is sent to the door, isn't it, to draw energy to it and restore the body, carrying the energy of destruction and the attacks of the 4 demigods. One bite. Thanks to Lao Tai for sending. Click. The hard touch made the king of the 10th order ferocious beast slightly stunned, and no trace of life energy was absorbed. Then he saw a weird smile. Rumble. A terrifying explosion sounded, and countless energies were intertwined. A few seconds later, the blood-colored realm enchantment disappeared, the space blockade enchantment shattered, and the furious energy swept through the black-red enchantment. Luo Chanu collapsed on the ground. But the prompt in front of him lifted his languishing spirits. Ding, you dealt the final blow to the 10th order fierce beast king, blood demon beast king, gaining experience points of 680 million points. Ding, your level has increased by 1 level, and the current level 55.76. Ding, your level has increased by 1 level, and the current level 55.77. Ding, your level has increased by 1 level, and the current level 55.78. Ding, your pet phantom heart, Little Red, absorbs the power of the origin of the demon chi in the physical energy, and the level reaches LV.78. Ding, since you inflicted less than 1% damage on the first order fierce beast king, blood demon beast king, you can only get 1 kill reward, and you get blood god temple secret realm teleportation order +1. Ding, your soul has absorbed the soul power of the 10th order fierce beast king, blood demon beast king. The progress of the soul origin heart has increased by 2.43 million, and the effect of elementary divine thought has been improved. Luo Chanu looked at the prompt message in front of him with joy. And in his head, there was also a roar. Hint, your skill, Steel Shield, devours a trace of blood god origin power, and the skill transforms and obtains additional special abilities. Hint, your skill, Savage Charge, watch the battle, slightly comprehend, the effect of the skill changes. Close black lens bracket. Hint, your skill, Shelter of the Goddess of Life, draws a trace of the blood god origin power, transforms the skill, and obtains passive abilities. Close black lens bracket. Hint, your skill, Step in the Air, humbly asks the teacher Fu, Wild BGDD, Brute Charge, you have some understanding, and the effect has improved. Close black lens bracket. Double surprise. Luo Chanu looked back at his skills, and the joy in his eyes finally couldn't hide it. Steel Shield directly obtains the blood-sucking ability. As long as the shield is possessed, 10% of the damage caused can be used to restore itself, and if it is full of blood, the overflow will be converted into special damage. The effect of that Savage Charge skill is exactly the opposite. As long as there is a target in the path, it will deal impact damage to the target. From a single attack to a group attack. Whether the effect is good or not, he does not know, and can only wait for the test. Shelter of the Goddess of Life has an additional passive ability. The blood pool. Every time it is restored and consumed, the same blood emperor can be stored in the blood pool. It can only be activated after the full value is stored. Preferentially depletes the amount of blood stored in the pool, which no longer stores blood for the duration of the pool activation. And the upper limit of the blood pool is 100 million, but the value. As for stepping in the sky, it is the existence that surprises Luo Chanu the most. The duration is further improved, and passively increased the full dodge rate, including physical dodge and magic dodge, by 25%. And each time you use jump, you can also deal a small area of damage 5 times your agility. Just when the prompt message appears. The expressions of the 4 barbarian gods are very rich. The expression of shock before is still on their faces, and the next moment the expression of ecstasy appears, and both are expressed at the same time. Don't dare to change your face like this. That kid, it's so ferocious. It took a long time for one of the demigods to come to his senses, having been stunned by Luo Chanu's shield effect. Now, seeing the effect of Luo Kuyu's mysterious humanoid skill, I was shocked. Defensive war, that's a nuclear bomb fighter. He has completely risen, as long as he keeps steady, demigod. It doesn't seem to be much a problem. The barbarian god pouted, his heart full of disdain. Demigod, Luo Chanu has the eternal token, and the possibility of becoming a god is extremely high. Those Tianjiao of the eternal races were all chopped and chopped vegetables by Luo Chanu, and if he really became a god, he would at least be a top 100 existences in their eternal arena. The Terrans, perhaps out of today's predicament. Lian Wushwang steadied his mind, but there was a dignified expression on his face. I can't understand this enchantment. I feel that it doesn't have any suppressive power, but we want to get out. I'm afraid it's hard. Old Bones, what do you think? The demigod named Old Bone sensed the black-red aura everywhere around him, looked solemn, and said, Forbidden trap array, the higher the strength, the more difficult it is to leave. We are demigods, I am afraid it will be difficult to break it for a while. The barbarian god did not believe in evil, raised the door panel big sword in his hand and blasted over. Rumble, a violent resounding resounded within the enchantment. The forbidden trap array only trembled slightly, and countless black and red energies surged, returning to their original appearance. Nima, the barbarian god gave up, and he felt the rebound power coming from the forbidden trap array. Now they are all at the end of the strong crossbow and cannot withstand this force zone. Lian Wushwang pondered for a moment. Old Bones, use that skill of yours to send Luo Chanu back to Donghai City. With his strength, there should be no problem in passing through the enchantment. The Old Bone demigod nodded. But the barbarian god raised his hand and said, let me say a few words to him. Flash up to Luo Chanu. Dude, how do you feel? Luo Chanu heard the voice of the barbarian god, recovered from the surprise, and said, Boss, except for the brain is very painful, the body is very weak, there is no other big problem. That's it. The barbarian god not only sighed in his heart that Luo Chanu's divine power was powerful, not only driving the god-destroying law array, but also destroying it 3 times in a row. It's scary to think about. Be careful when you return to Donghai City, the sea monster depends on you, and even many people hiding in the shadows want to be unfavorable to you. If you encounter a 9th order professional attacking you, you can give you some help with this crystal. Luo Chanu took the purple crystal in the hands of the barbarian god and said suspiciously, Brother, don't you go back. It's not that you don't go back, but you can't go back for the time being. The barbarian god pointed to the black-red enchantment in the distance and said, There is an old 6th who has laid a forbidden formation here, but it's not like the 4 of us going back, so. Hey, you demigods are trapped here. If that old 6th attacks Donghai City, wouldn't it? Hee. The barbarian god smiled disdainfully. He doesn't dare to do it himself. The demigods of Donghai City, it's not just a few of us. If that old 6 appears, he will have to peel his skin if he doesn't die. Then why didn't the demigods of Donghai City make a move? Luo Chanu didn't understand that these people had lived too long, and their hearts were black. For example, that Fengji demigod. For a treasure, after oppressive merit. And one is 10 years. It's speechless. The barbarian god shook his head and said, it's not that you don't make a move, but you can't come out of the lair when Donghai City is most critical. A lot of things can't be said clearly in a word. Okay, old bones will send you back right away. Luo Chanu rubbed his hands and said, what about skill books? Quote. And then, he saw a scene that made him terrified. A few little sisters actually gathered together and were still fighting monsters. He wasn't prepared yet, although he and several other young ladies are innocent, but this feeling, there are still some. Overwhelmed. Suddenly, a charming voice came into his ears. Luo Chanu, why are you here? Smell the prestige. Luo Chanu saw two hearts, one black and one red, suspended in front of him, beating constantly. Cluck. Originally, I wanted to catch your little girlfriend, but now you send it to the door yourself, but you save the main temple. Ah, don't talk nonsense. What is a little girlfriend? Who has not died since ancient times, and the innocence left in the world? And also, Hunden, plus the familiar heart in front of you. The Lord of the Ground Mouse. Luo Chanu was shocked in his heart. That Earth Mouse's protector was already an 8th order powerhouse, so how strong should the Hall Master's strength be? There was a moment. He wanted to take out the purple crystal given to him by the barbarian god and shoot it on the face of the two hearts. If you say that, my sister will be sad. At the same time as the voice sounded, the heart beat violently, and two energies of one black and one red emerged from the heart, like a whip, and quickly pulled out towards Luo Chenyu. It's fast. But Luo Chanu is faster. Picked up the two figures behind him and disappeared directly in place. Ha ha ha. Luo Chanu suddenly laughed maniacally. It turned out to be a little party. Putting down the two young ladies, Luo Chanu jerked a savage charge, two hearts. Bang. Two hearts were directly washed to pieces. In an instant, the red-black energy escaped from the heart, condensing into a dark red phantom in the air. Cluck. You are so ruthless, you actually broke people's containers. When Luo Chanu saw this power, he immediately frowned. How similar to the previous Forbidden Law formation. It's just that the aura of power in front of him is countless times weaker. So here's the problem. How can he handle this energy? There is no hostile experience. Just when Luo Chanu was helpless, the little loli in red got out of the trap. Teleport behind the dark red body, stretch out the fleshy little hand, and grab the neck of the dark red body. Crisp Sheng Sheng said, dumplings, want to eat. Luo Chanu called out to the groove. Afraid of what will come. This scene has been thought about countless times in my mind, but I did not expect it to come so suddenly. Sure enough, Night Star Tong, Yu Ling Su, Zhou Xiaoying, Al, Fang Yu, two other young ladies and several prison guards. Luo Chanu was stunned for a moment. Helplessly said, eat, don't waste it, also, call it Big Brother. Okay, thank you. The little loli in red laughed sweetly, and then opened her small mouth and sucked in sharply, sucking the dark red figure into her mouth. ... She licked her lips and said with a little regret, dumplings, not enough to eat. Luo Chanu. However, the immediate crisis seems to have been lifted. Night Star Tong came from the side of Luo Chanu and asked with a resentful face, you big brother, who is she? Quote. Immediately turned his head to look, but saw two figures not far behind him, that is, Fang Yu, Miss Heisei's sister, and a priest's sister. Other words, he hugged the wrong person just now. No wonder Night Star Tong has such an expression. Before Luo Chanu could answer, the little loli in red had already floated to Luo Chanu's feet and climbed up skillfully along his legs. Tang, is she hemp? When Yi Xingtong heard this, his resentful face instantly turned red. But after thinking for a moment, he said, I am you mama, what is your name? Mama, my name is Zhao Hong. Night Star Tong. This name was obtained, leaving her speechless for a while. Right now, Yu Ling Su walked over with an inexplicable smile on his face. It's not early, clean up this place and go somewhere else to help. In the future, there will be time, Yunan my non. Luo Chanu suddenly came back to his senses and said, which is it? A temporary prison in Tokai City. Yu Ling Su said thoughtfully, you came by yourself, you don't even know where this is. Ahem, the means of the demigod boss, I can't understand. I'll go over the wall to help first. Luo Chanu took out some magic scrolls from his space backpack and handed them to Yu Lingsu beside him. Be careful yourselves. After speaking, Luo Chanu quickly escapes this place of right and wrong. When leaving the Asura field, Luo Chanu finally breathed a sigh of relief. There were too many surprises. Recall the eyes of Knight Xingtong and Yu Lingsu, as well as the little loli in red. Uncomfortable, but in retrospect, it seems that he didn't do anything wrong. There is only one real girlfriend, and the other few are confidants, and there is nothing out of the ordinary. So the question is, why did Tu panic? The question crossed Luo Chanu's mind. For a time, I couldn't ride my sister. When he came to the street, Luo Chanu's brows furrowed, and all the puzzlement in his mind disappeared. Anger, start to surge. Ground mouse, really got out of his envisioned zombie apocalypse. Forthwith, he stared at a zombie in the distance. The eye of insight, open black lens bracket Li Yi zombification close black lens bracket. Quality, difficult ordinary monster. Class, warrior corruptor attendant. Grade, LV.30 LV.70. 498 19,800. Physique, 405 19,000. 358 18,600. 252 0. Talent, special and extra killing or hitting a target can plant the corruptor's soul, turning the target into a corruptor's attendant, greatly increasing the level and full stats, but losing consciousness at most. Features. Hitting a target reduces the target's defense by 35% and causes bleeding. Skills. Bloodthirsty tooth strike, claw break, crazy biting, rally command. Hidden information. Can be cleaned by the 9th order or above, or purified by sacred items. Luo Chanu was flabbergasted, not because of these properties, but the last hidden information. Other words, some of these zombies are still living dead. Can be cured. In an instant, a lot of thoughts appeared in his mind. Can't kill. Luo Chanu pondered for a moment and decided to report this matter to give the people above a headache. So, he took out the Barbarian God Legion token. Contact, old acquaintances. Barbarian Legion Headquarters. The director of the Mission Management Center has been staring at the name of the first place on the points ranking. That beating point simply broke him. More than 14 million. That's almost the sum of the other members combined, including the barbarian gods. How many monsters did you kill? 50,000. Lakh. 200,000. It was only more than 10 hours, and he had accomplished such a feat. How could he not collapse? This is Tianzhao, it is simply a killing god among demons. When Luo Chanu's points didn't move, he began to worry again, worried about whether Luo Chanu had an accident. It didn't take long. The points on the screen suddenly changed, and in an instant, 6 million were directly added. Not only the director of the Mission Management Center, but also the other members of the Barbarian God Legion were completely dumbfounded. 6 million points. What did Luo Chanu do? Slaughter God. You know, the points for killing a 9th order ferocious beast are only 10,000 points. It's not the god slaughter, they can't believe it. The entire Mission Management Center was boiling, and the noise was one after another, making the deserted hall lively. Lying Groove, the brute bear is worthy of being Luotian. If you don't make a move, it's already done. Sunrise almost made me wet. 6 million points, I don't believe it if it's not a god killer. The future deputy commander of the Barbarian God Legion, if there is no brute bear, I will be the first not to agree. With the power of one person, crush the entire Barbarian God Legion. Witness this moment, bragging has capital in the future, ha ha ha. If you dare to say this, it will definitely not be the director who collapsed in the ring tomorrow. Although the few remaining members of the Barbarian God Legion were busy like huskies during this time, their spirits at this time were particularly excited. Luo Chanu's record is unprecedented. Of course, this was after the invention of the integral system. It is said that the guardian spirit directly destroyed millions of demons and ferocious beasts with the power of one person in the Great Wall of Blood. But that's just legend. Another few minutes passed. The director of the Mission Management Center felt the movement of the Barbarian Legion token. When I opened it, it was indeed Luo Chanu who sent a message. Are you there? The director was speechless and choked. The communication function of your Honey God Legion token is a chat software. But Luo Chanu's message, he couldn't help but return. Something to say directly. Very busy. The zombies may not be dead yet, but they are controlled by an ability called Corrodor, and ninth order purification, and sacred items can be purified and allowed to recover. When the director saw Luo Chanu's summons, his pupils constricted and kept shaking. Really? It's true, you can find a ninth order powerhouse to test it. I know. After the director replied to the message, he quickly took out the magic mobile phone and began to contact. This matter is very important. The lives of millions of Donghai City citizens are at stake. That's right. In such a short period of time, millions of low-level occupations or ordinary citizens have been infected. The zombie apocalypse is not just talk. Rumble. The huge 8th Order ferocious beast zombie was knocked out by a berserk figure, smashing down a sea monster ferocious beast. The next moment, within a radius of hundreds of meters, all the professionals had an additional shield with hundreds of thousands of shield values. However, before they could react, all the shields disappeared in unison, and explosions followed. Within hundreds of meters, not a single sea monster beast existed, and even a 7th Order ferocious beast was completely killed under such an explosion. That's what Luo Chanu had planned. Chain Shield Blast. Now, he has enough confidence, and the most basic shield ability no longer needs to be hidden. With the bombing on, Luo Chanu's figure disappeared in place, and above the head of the 8th Order ferocious beast zombie, a mace appeared and slammed down. Rumble. Terrifying injuries emerged. The mace shadow covered the sky and directly hammered the 8th Order ferocious beast zombies into slag. Just over 10 seconds. All the professionals nearby had not yet recovered from the explosion just now, but they saw that the 8th Order fierce beast zombies that had made them suffer had already been violently killed. Such a horrible injury suddenly set off 1,000 waves. That was Luo Chanu. Rissel. I remember that mace, it was definitely Lolo, but is he really that fierce? Hey, half-blooded 8th Order ferocious beast zombies, just a dozen seconds, just a dozen seconds. What kind of shield was that just now? More than 500,000 shields value. Don't be surprised, those sea monsters are here again. At this time, Luo Chanu's figure had disappeared again, rushing towards another fierce beast zombie. His goal now is to prioritize killing those ferocious beast zombies. This was requested by the director of the Mission Management Center. These things are too threatening to the magic array of the city wall. So, Luo Chanu's figure began to flash rapidly, constantly wandering around the high wall. Where it passes, bodies are strewn across the field. Above the walls, a relieved smile appeared at the corner of Haiyan's mouth. He finally appeared. Right now, the secretary hurriedly ran over, his face full of surprise, and shouted, "The news of the Barbarian God Legion is accurate, the test product really recovered, except for physical weakness, there is no other negative impact." Ha 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 ha. Haiyan was overjoyed. Surprises are really everywhere. But a large-scale 9th Order purification, the absence of demigods, is still a little troublesome. Immediately, after a moment of contemplation, he took out a white token. After a long time, Haiyan stood up, informed them that they can act, and catch them all. See, after the secretary left, Haiyan looked in the direction where Luo Chanu was, and his figure slowly dissipated into the setting sun. Rumble. Over the near sea, there was a violent sound of bombing. A huge sea monster finally couldn't withstand the bombardment of endless flames, and its body smashed on the surface of the sea, splashing countless waves. Lao Tian, vice president of the Magic Union, wiped a handful of sweat. A long-lost smile appeared on his face. Immediately, his figure disappeared in place and rushed to other battlefields. Singled out the 9th Order sea monster ferocious beast and completed the kill. Perhaps only a 9th Order peak existence like him could do it. With the addition of Lao Tian, fighting, it seems, has become much simpler. The 9th Order sea monster beast was defeated one after another. Finally, an eerie roar echoed in the depths of the sea. All the 9th Order sea monster beasts quickly retreated and finally gathered in one place. All kinds of roars resounded in the offshore sky. The final shock is about to begin. Sure enough. In the distance, a black-red energy struck from the depths of the near sea, enveloping all the 9th Order sea monster ferocious beasts. In an instant, a scarlet light appeared in the eyes of all the sea monster beasts. The breath also soared. Lao Tian frowned and shouted, "Be careful, that group of beasts is going crazy." There is a saying, This was the first time that these Ninth Order bigwigs had all cooperated, and it was also the first time that they faced so many Ninth Order fierce beasts. After all, it is difficult for ordinary people to encounter Ninth Order sea monsters. They all hide in the depths of the ocean, and if they don't appear, they will be a disaster. Oh, 4. So many Ninth Order sea monster ferocious beasts gathered, causing power, which was extraordinary. Lang Jin, how old man didn't care before, now the righteousness is now, the aftermath of the battle, you need to pay more attention. Lang Jin snorted coldly and said, Donghai City is also my home. Lao Tian squinted at each other, this is the best. Then, the battle begins. Between words, Deputy Commander of the Barbarian God Legion, the magic knife is charging forward, and the hegemonic knife comes out, and the knife chi is pervasive. Beside him, 6 figures had already followed. Those are all Ninth Order melee classes, without exception, all of them are the top hidden classes in their respective classes. Rear, the remote profession has started the attack. The epic Ninth Order team battle finally began. Right now. A roaring sound suddenly erupted inside Donghai City, and a tall building slowly took off into the air. But it was the Mage Tower at the headquarters of the Magic Guild. The Mage Tower hovered hundreds of meters in the air, and esoteric runes surrounded the Mage Tower. The entire East China Sea. Within the city limits, the vast majority of mages get one buff after another. These mages used to leave mage marks in the Mage Tower. However, this is just the most basic use of the Mage Tower. The real reason for its appearance was that the black-robed man in the depths of the sea made a move. His energy is sensed by the existence inside the Mage Tower. Corresponding countermeasures were taken to prevent the black-robed man from attacking. Hooked, the black-robed man sneered, and did not make any other movements, just whispered softly, you guys act. Accompanied by the voice of the black-robed man. One after another, a huge aura burst out in all directions of the high walls of Donghai City. Rumble, the terrifying energy bombarded the weakest part of the high wall, and in an instant, the magic array shone violently, and the sound of shattering rose one after another. A Ninth Order professional of the Temple of Gods hidden in the crowd finally got moving. Meanwhile, in Tokai City, several places also had violent explosions. Accompanied by explosions, bottomless craters appeared in the ground. All the actions of the Temple of the Gods, even such a huge tide of beasts, are for the secret buried in the level of Donghai City. It's finally going to reveal its true face. This is the moment. The high-level officials of Donghai City, who knew about it, were suddenly shocked in their hearts, but in the face of such a meticulous plan in the face of the Temple of the Gods, they had no way to deal with it. Almost all of the high-level combat forces in Donghai City were dispatched. The Ninth Order powerhouses fighting in the offshore also felt the shaking sound coming from the direction of Donghai City. Lao Tian was shocked. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly turned on the teleportation skill and wanted to go back to support. His teleportation failed. The real target of that bunch of bastards turned out to be it. Like Lao Tian, he couldn't help but scold. I don't know when. The battlefield where they were located has been wrapped in a strange enchantment, and with his strength, it is impossible to break it. Demigod means, and not an ordinary demigod. The seal of the skeleton throne can still hold out for a while, and now it can only rely on us. Everyone, go for it. Along with Lao Tian's words, more than 20 Ninth Order powerhouses took out their housekeeping skills and attacked the Ninth Order sea monster beasts in the distance. If the Ninth Order sea monster beast does not die, the result will not be broken. These, old churros, no. Luo Chanu felt a terrifying explosion not far away. Suddenly my heart tightened. Accident again. Now, many 8th Order ferocious beast zombies have been killed by him, and he originally thought that this time the defense of the city was about to go in a good direction. I never expected it. There could be such an accident. In front of his eyes, it happened to be a 9th Order professional of the Temple of the Gods attacking the defensive magic array of the high wall. Just a few attacks. The magic array was broken. A crack appeared in the high wall. The soldiers of Donghai City above the high wall were shaken by the terrifying attack and fell to the ground without knowing whether they were alive or dead. Luo Chanu didn't hesitate. Add a steel shield to yourself, turn on all the defensive skills, and directly rush towards the curvaceous Temple of God's 9th Order professional. Second stage, Savage Charge. Crashed unexpectedly. Rumble. Luo Chanu's huge body collided with the smaller body of a Ninth Order professional in the Temple of the Gods. Hundreds of thousands of damage bubbled out. Vertigo appears. However, there is no action for Luo Chanu yet. The Ninth Order professional of the Temple of the Gods instantly cleared his dizzy state and looked up at Luo Chanu. Little brother, miss your sister Sassoon. Such a familiar sound. Luo Chenyu was immediately alert. This person was the owner of the voice that came out of the strange heart before. The Temple Master of the Temple of the Gods. It's you. Before the words fell, his figure was wrapped in countless blood-red silk threads. Cluck, my sister wants to kill you. The Deputy Hall Master licked his lips. I don't know what your blood tastes like. She stretched out her white arm and grabbed Luo Chanu's neck. The attack that was close at hand, that is, it was lost. Luo Chanu's figure disappeared in place, returning to where it was before the charge. Open black lens bracket back in time close black lens bracket. Savage charge cools down and clears, and even disappears jumping appears. Old witch, do you know that your bad breath makes ye very disgusting? At this time, Luo Chanu already knew in his heart that the strength of the Hall Master of the Temple of Gods in front of him was super strong, and he was definitely not an opponent. The only thing that can be done is to stall for time. Waiting for the rescue of the Ninth Order powerhouse of Donghai City. Sure enough, a cold voice sounded on the city wall. Little mongrel, you go to the city to support, here is handed over to the old man. Quote question mark quote. What the hell is this called? The old ghost of the Lang family, you are not at ease with the old age, jump out to find death. Open black lens bracket Temple of Gods close black lens bracket. The Deputy Hall Master had cold eyes, and his coquettish expression instantly became extremely cold. Once upon a time, before she joined the Temple of the Gods, she was chased and killed everywhere by the high-level professionals of the Lang family. Now, when the enemy meets, it is very red. And at this time, Luo Chanu suddenly realized, no wonder such a big resentment, it turned out to be an old thing of the Lang family. But, the feeling of being supported and helped by the enemy family seems to be quite good. Why are you still stunned? Don't get out yet. The cold voice of the old ancestor of the Lang family came, containing endless anger. If not for Donghai City, for Xuanlong Kingdom. With his nature, he had already made a move, capturing Luo Chanu on the spot and giving it to the demigod Fengji to make up for it. True, he had long discovered the traces of Luo Chanu and all the efforts Luo Chanu had made for Donghai City. If it weren't for the Lang family, he might appreciate this junior. However, the world is impermanent, and after the crisis in Donghai City is over, he will still make a move. In his heart, becoming a god is much more important than a Tianzhao who has not grown up. Luo Chanu sneered and did not respond to the words of the Lang family ancestor. Open black lens bracket jumping close black lens bracket 5 consecutive shots, only to see the handle of the high wall. With the barbarian god token present, the defensive magic array on the high wall will not prevent him from entering. After taking a few steps, Luo Chanu felt a violent movement behind him. The battle between the two enemies began. He couldn't manage so much, and ran faster in the direction where Fang Kai's explosion came from. This is the moment. How Luo Chanu wished he had a magic speeder, the explosive speed was simply a must-have. When the matter is over, even if the family is bankrupt, you must buy one. He did not ask about the price of the magic speeder, not without asking, but did not dare to ask. Compared to the real local tycoons, his little distribution is not worth mentioning at all. Of course, after 783, hollowed out the Demon Dragon King treasure, his family base was already different, and he could try to get one. Reverie. He had already arrived at the site of the nearest explosion, and at this time, the fighting is spreading. Countless zombies surrounded the pit, and outside the encirclement, there were also low-level professionals who came in an endless stream to fight with the zombies. This time, the low-level professionals are not killing hands, but assisting the law enforcement team and escorts, controlling the zombies' ability to move. Because, among these zombies may be their relatives and friends. Luo Chanu's gaze froze, and he immediately found a group of night stars in the crowd. I saw him frowning and swooping down, instantly killing a man in black who attacked Yuling Su. You guys leave first, it's too dangerous here. Luo Chanu knows that this is definitely not a place to stay for long, and danger does not know when it will befall the pothole. In his heart, the danger here is much higher than that around the Ninth Order ground mouse. After all, the unknown is the greatest horror. Yu Lingsu shook his head, his eyes were full of firmness, and said resolutely, this is the fate of professionals. Feather big brother, go do what you have to do, we're fine. Knight Xingtong stared at the huge crater in the distance and said, don't let the ground mice succeed. Classmate Luo, come on. Come on, Luo Chanu. With so many clear eyes, his pressure suddenly increased. After thinking for a moment, Luo Chanu did not hesitate to summon the little loli in red. Shish, you stay here to protect them, remember to be obedient. The pet has a lot of freedom and there is no problem leaving the director's side. However, if you exceed a certain distance, you cannot be accepted into the pet space. Zhao Hong is reluctant to leave Cao Seng. The little loli in red pouted, her face full of reluctance. Since she can remember, she has not left Luo Chanu's side, she has begun to get used to it. Luo Chanu rubbed the head of the little loli in red and said softly, well, big brother will bring you something delicious. Yay! The little loli in red suddenly rejuvenated, and excitedly shouted, Little Red wants that black thing last time. You call the origin of demonic chi something black. Listening to the meaning of the Dwarf King and the Golden Lion King, that is the most powerful means of the god and demon continent. Before Luo Chanu could speak, Knight Xingtong arrived, stretched out his hand to pick up the little loli in red, and said, Little Red behave, play with Mama for a while. Her eyes are full of flooded maternal love. Go big brother you, Zhao Hong will take care of me. Luo Chanu. In the Twitter, Luo Chanu turned away, targeting the men in black from the Temple of the Gods. The tiger is out of the cage, choose people to eat. Luo Chanu at this time is in this state. In the face of the weak ground mouse, as long as Luo Chanu makes a move, they basically can't survive a move, even if they deal with the chaotic life-saving ability of locking blood and invincibility. That second, or can it be a second? Absolute damage, along with the evolution of the artifact Optimus, has begun to show its true fangs. Soon, Luo Chanu has already taken care of all the ground mice next to the pit. Those ground mice disguised as ordinary citizens have nowhere to hide under the eyes of insight and send them directly on the road. Immediately, Luo Chanu rushed to the next location. The director of the Mission Management Center has given Luo Chanu a separate task to solve the ground mice. The locations of each pothole were also sent over one by one. Rumble, rumble, the terrifying explosions sounded one after another, causing countless people to hear the prestige. Saw, the defensive magic array in the southwest direction shattered, and the high wall collapsed with a bang. Such a scenario suddenly set off 1,000 waves. How is this possible? The high wall of Donghai City has not been broken for hundreds of years, and it has been strengthened, how can it be broken so easily? What do we do now? As soon as the high wall is broken, the sea monster can take advantage of the void. Shish, the high wall was broken so easily, it must be some moth cutting corners. Don't tell me the horror of a Ninth Order powerhouse, don't you understand? Who dares to do tricks under the high wall and send you to Hell Island in minutes? Now is not the time to say this, you need help over there, are you going? In the past, it was just to send me to death, but count me in. I'll go too. Lao Wang, you are the only laborer in your family, what about your wife and children? They'll understand me. This is the moment. Whether they are professionals or not, many people involuntarily walk towards the broken wall. Indomitable. Once this sutra is gone, if you don't go back, then don't go back. Behind them are their own homes, their own relatives, and a moment of delay can make Donghai City safe. Broken high walls. The battle continues. Countless sea monsters swarmed, pulling all the surrounding fronts. In the sky, open black lens bracket Temple of the Gods close black lens bracket the Ninth Order professional wore a black robe and did not see each other. His progress was delayed by the 4 Eighth Order professionals of Donghai City. Barbarian God Legion, it's really haunted. The old thing TM is not hiding in the hole, running out and punching holes everywhere, your old lady knows, the grave is going to explode. Situ Zan was covered in injuries, but he rose more and more fiercely, and directly pressed his face out. With an 8th order body, a 5th order attack. Beside him, the 3 members of the Barbarian God Legion also gave up their defense and launched a crazy attack. Li Yunxi wiped the blood and sweat from his face, his eyes were cold, and his fighting spirit was high. The old lady is going to tear you old thing to shred. Unlike Situ Zan's fierceness, Li Yunxi is not only spiritual, but even his strength is fierce. She has the blood of a berserker, and only combat is her only destination. Ha ha ha, hit the stone with a pebble, today the old man will let you see where the gap between the 8th and 9th orders is. With the words of the 9th order professional of the Temple of Gods, the terrifying realm quickly unfolded, and in an instant, the realm of Li Yunxi and the others was instantly defeated. A sense of weakness instantly spread throughout everyone's body. This disgusting field again, do you rats only do this trick? Situ Zan was simply speechless and choked. Generally speaking, each 8th order professional comprehended more or less different domain abilities. The ground mice of the Temple of the Gods, almost everyone's domain is like this. It's like CTRL-C plus CTRL-V, unlimited copying. I have to say that this field ability of the Temple of Gods is very disgusting, not only can reduce the strength of the enemy, but also correspondingly improve its own attributes. And most importantly, the fields cause special damage, and even limit their ability to return blood. This is definitely his nemesis in Li Yunxi. Residual blood waves. The more the waves get stronger. But in this field, the 2 of them really dare not do this. The battle continues. The strength of several people in the Barbarian God Legion really has nothing to say, and in the face of the 9th order professionals of the Temple of Gods they can still delay it. The battle is dangerous. They also gritted their teeth and persisted. Wish. The 9th order powerhouses of Donghai City can rush back as soon as possible to save this dangerous situation. A group of ants die for the main hall. Temple of the Gods. The 9th order professional was blocked by the 4 members of the Barbarian God Legion, and it was delayed for so long. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. After forcing back 4 people, the big move at the bottom of the box, open. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed, and the gray energy began to condense, turning into crows in the sky, swooping down one after another. Danger! Li Yunxi shouted in a deep voice, open to save your life. With the words of Li Yunxi, crows swarmed in the sky, and terrifying explosions spread in the sky. Crazy energy surge. The super wide range of damage not only caused the sea monster ferocious beasts that entered the hole in the high wall to die in pieces, but also the professionals in Donghai City who resisted the sea monster ferocious beasts in the distance were also killed and injured. With the death of sea monsters and professionals, strange energy was carried by the energy crow above the head of the 9th order professional in the Temple of the Gods. Compact into a measuring sphere. It is constantly expanding. At the center of the explosion, the invincible shield was opened from Yunxi, like a lonely boat in the sea, struggling to support. The power of perception gazes at the sky. Her brows suddenly furrowed, and she felt an ominous calendar from the gray energy ball book. No, it must be destroyed. The next moment, her figure jerked free of countless abilities. The explosion of the halo crow quickly rushed towards the gray energy sphere. Old ladies, don't go. Brute dragon, don't take risks. The other 3 8th order peak professionals of the Barbarian God Legion screamed, and their bodies also moved. The follower left Yunxi's footsteps and rushed towards the gray energy sphere. Naive. Temple of Gods. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of the 9th order professional's hood. The masterstroke of the main hall can be destroyed by a group of your 8th order ants. However, as soon as his words fell, he found that there was an extra strange shield on the 4 members of the Barbarian God Legion. Moreover, his hand involuntarily raised and attacked Li Yunxi, who rushed to the front. Taunt. There are 9th order defensive warriors in Donghai City. Open black lens bracket. Temple of the Gods close black lens bracket. The 9th order powerhouse couldn't help but have such an idea popping up in his mind. But it's too late to think about it. Li Yunxi's attack was the first to reach the gray Nengmu sphere. Rumble. The combat knife is like a rainbow, bursting out with a supreme blow. Immediately afterwards, the attack of the 3 members of the Thor Legion followed. Click. The sound of shattering sounded, stunned the 9th order powerhouse of the Temple of Gods in a daze. This. How is it possible? That's A soul shield that can withstand Ninth Order attacks. Li Yunxi was at the attack of the Ninth Order powerhouse of the Temple of Gods, and the furious attack was aimed at the gray energy sphere. Finally, after a few attacks, the gray energy sphere shattered. Poof! As the gray energy sphere shattered into slag, the Ninth Order powerhouse of the Temple of Gods suddenly spewed out a mouthful of old blood, and his spirit also withered a lot. As a Ninth Order professional, the soul origin heart had begun to condense. And his big move needs to involve a trace of soul origin power and absorb the souls of those creatures killed by him. When brewing more powerful attacks, you can also absorb the souls of living beings and strengthen yourself. 18. The only weakness is the fear of other people's attacks. Once destroyed, he himself will suffer a lot of damage. Unless desperate, or obscenely developed, he will make this big move. I never expected it. Today, when the wretched development was carried out, the boat capsized in the gutter, and half of the skill was forcibly destroyed. That trace of soul origin power was also shattered. Loss. Just when he was remorseful. Suddenly, a trace of fierce aura appeared behind him. Body. Forbidden demon. Reduced defense. 5 or 6 negative states appeared on him at the same time, making his strength decline because of the amplitude. Ground mice. Damn it. With the sound sounded, a huge mace slammed into the back of his head. Meanwhile, the 4 Eighth Order peak professionals of the Barbarian God Legion rushed up and attacked madly. Xiao Yu, what's wrong with you? While attacking, Li Yunxi couldn't help but ask his own questions curiously. It was Luo Chanu. After cleaning up a group of Temple of Gods ground rats before, he encountered his little fan brother, Su Feng 4.5, and with the help of his magic energy speeder, the speed finally increased. Then I saw that the high wall on this side was shattered. I rushed over non-stop and just saw this scene. Unable to care so much, Steel Shield directly added, of course. The shields of those professionals are only the most basic shields. And the 4 people from Yunxi are the Steel Shield in full state. At the most critical time, he didn't want to let his aunt and brother fall into crisis because of hiding clumsy. Simply, it doesn't seem too late. Let's kill this bastard first. Luo Chanu has full skills, whether it is Black Dragon Battle Body, Abyss Battle Body, Berserk Stance, or Wild Kill. All on. Strive to cripple or kill the Ninth Order ground mice of the Temple of Gods in the shortest possible time. However, things went beyond his expectations. This Ninth Order ground mouse of the Temple of Gods, the defense does not seem to be so outrageous. Chance. Luo Chanu did not hesitate in the slightest. Savage Charge as a buff. 500% damage bonus. Soap. He jumped up sharply, and the mace in his hand was cold. Optimus. 1 stick to buy. Meanwhile, the 4 Eighth Order members of the Barbarian God Legion also opened their own explosive skills. Take advantage of your illness, and ask you to take risks. Rumble. Rumble. The terrifying energy gathered in one place, and did not escape in the slightest. All hit the stunned Temple of Gods Ninth Order professionals. Terrifying injuries emerged. Finally, his HP is empty. Lock blood, also high absolute damage, broken. Rumble. Temple of the Gods, the body of a Ninth Order professional exploded violently. 9 Order ground mouse. Die. We survived. The low-level professionals inside the high wall watched the fall of the Ninth Order professionals of the Temple of the Gods, and they immediately cried with joy. In the ruins, bodies are all over the place. But let their sense of joy drown out again. It is difficult to defend the city, and those corpses that have no life are the best portrayal. However, open black lens bracket Temple of Gods close black lens bracket the death of a Ninth Order professional may be the beginning of the battle, and countless sea monsters and ferocious beasts have once again appeared in the holes in the high wall. Kill. The hard work of the heroes of the Barbarian God Legion cannot be allowed to go to waste. Kill. Kill. Fiery emotions, high fighting spirit. At this moment, the surviving professionals are vividly embodied. This moment, who is not a hero? Luo Chanu looked down at the excited crowd on the ground, and his heart was suddenly full of emotion. This lovely group of people. Without saying anything more, Li Yunxi took the lead in swooping down, landing directly at the entrance of the hole, and once again began a fierce battle. Rest. No, they are not eligible for rest at all. Seeing this, Luo Chanu did not waste time and added a shield to them again. Immediately, he said, Auntie, I will leave it to you here. I'm going to help other people. Li Yunxi was slightly stunned. The so-called help of others. I am afraid that there is no other option except for the battle of the Ninth Order. Be careful yourself. Li Yunxi did not stop Luo Chanu, although his strength was not as good as his own, but the auxiliary ability of that shield was too strong. In the battle facing the Ninth Order professional of the Temple of Gods just now, if it were not for his control ability, I am afraid that he would not be able to complete the kill. At most, it would be just a repulsion. Luo Chanu made an okay gesture, nodded and said, Auntie, please rest assured. I know it. Familiar words. If Night Star Tong and the King of Dwarves are here, I am afraid that my heart will be confused again. The words fell, and Luo Chanu flew towards the magic speeder hovering in midair not far away. Zhao Feng-san, door. Su Feng's eyes were full of adoration. Idols, worthy of idols. In the face of the Ninth Order ground mouse, he did not hesitate at all, and rushed directly to it. Was a fat beating, and the most important thing was to beat the Ninth Order ground mouse to death. At this time, the admiration in his heart was like a gushing river, endlessly. Brother Luo, you are too fierce. 17 Luo Chanu smiled slightly and said, where is the groove? La shocked Tatsuma. Su Feng's sudden kick on the accelerator made his face change drastically. This speed, all faster than the professional brute god on drag racing. Brother Luo, rest assured, my car skills are recognized, and the Tianyan Mountain car god is me. Luo Chanu, why don't you say that you are the car god of Akinayama? Such a fast speed, I'm not going to take off. No. It seems that now they are flying in the air. Now, there is no control over Donghai City at all, and Wei Feng is excited like an 18-year-old child. Just a few minutes, just from the southwest, ran to the east. Cool. Luo Chanu left the magic speed car speechlessly, and if it weren't for keeping the baggage of his idol, his legs would tremble. You must buy your own. After getting off the bus, Luo Chanu quickly flew beyond the high wall. The battle of the Ninth Order is still continuing. The Ninth Order professional of Donghai City who was fighting, Lu Chanu knew. The archon of the highest power in Tokai City, Haiyan. Unexpectedly, Sven's was still a Ninth Order professional, and sure enough, people cannot look good, and the seawater cannot be beaten. The battle between the two sides is at a fever pitch. But in Luo Chanu's opinion, Haiyan is in the upper hand, suppressing the Ninth Order professionals of the Temple of the Gods. That's it. All skills on. The second stage, Savage Charge, directly stunned the Ninth Order ground mouse. This time, unlike the previous Hall Master of the Temple of Gods, the vertigo was instantly unraveled. Senior, holy, Luo Chanu shouted. Steel Shield instantly filled the sea clouds, and he himself can open another artifact skill, Aurora Pillar. Aurora Falls directly submerged the Ninth Order ground mouse, and the big and no small damage came out. Haiyan was stunned at first, and instinctively launched the strongest means, and the holy angel descended. As a hidden profession of a paladin, he can communicate with the holy angels of the God realm, greatly improving his full attributes and combat ability. The next moment, an angel sword condensed in the sky above, slashing at the head of the Ninth Order Earth Mouse with lightning speed. The stunned Ninth Order ground mouse had no resistance at all, and was blasted into residual blood. Another angel sword appeared, bombarding one after another. Directly kill the Ninth Order ground mouse completely. The speed was so fast that Lu Chenyu was caught off guard. The explosive power of the Ninth Order is simply terrifying, and this is still a paladin profession known for its assistance. Just like this Ninth Order ground mouse in front of him, he was originally suppressed by the sea cloud, and he lost a lot of health, and now he is resisting a complete big move, and it is directly gone. So strong. Luo Chanu secretly envied in his heart, and now the gap between him and the Ninth Order professional was in the basic attributes and high-level attributes. On skills, he didn't bother at all. Of course, there are other abilities, such as the degree of bloodline fusion, or the degree of awakening of talents. There is still a long way to go, and there is still work to be done. You, brute bear, Luo Chanu. Haiyan's face was full of doubts, but his heart was extremely shocked. Total feeling. The previous battles were all in vain. What his profession lacks the most is control, and the opposite is also a ninth order professional, and his resistance to control is very high. If it weren't for the sudden control of this reckless man in front of him, he might not have been so easy to kill the ninth order ground mouse. After so many years of deserted fighting, the skills have completely outdated. Seniors know me. Sure enough, it's you, the big hero of Chenhai City. Haiyan killed the ninth order ground mouse, and after the shock, there was endless ecstasy and thirst for battle. Since you are here, then let's go separately. I will go to the place where the high wall is broken, and that is the real dangerous place. Luo Chanu smiled slightly and said, I just came over there, and the ninth order ground mice over there have been leveled. Ha! Haiyan was stunned, flattened. Quote exclamation mark quote. Sea clouds. If memory serves, there should be no ninth order professional defense over there. It seems to be the title of the barbarian god legion, the 8th order peak. Now you tell me, you just killed a ninth order ground mouse like that. Simply outrageous. But in the face of this situation, Haiyan suddenly had an idea in his heart. In that case, you. However, before Haiyan could make a decision, he exclaimed violently, not good, follow me. Forthwith, the sea cloud turned into a stream of light and flew towards Donghai City. Luo Chanu. Is this speed sure he can keep up? In a few seconds, Haiyan appeared in front of Luo Chen with an embarrassed expression. Mistake. Then he grabbed Luo Chanu's arm and flew out. Luo Chanu was numb. At this moment, he desperately craved a super acceleration skill in his heart. In the head, hint, your skill, step empty, feel your desire, frantically research skills, and ask you for some speed-related skill books. Close black lens bracket. Hint, your skill, savage charge, imparts his knowledge to your skill, step empty, and instructs him to study hard. Close black lens bracket. Hint, your skill, battle stance, imparts all of his knowledge about explosive power to your skill, step, and pats him on the shoulder as a sign of encouragement. Close black lens bracket. Luo Chanu. All right. In the future, it is indeed necessary to cultivate stepping empty, although it is very hard, but for now, for the ability of extreme speed, it is still not good. It didn't take a while. Haiyan with Luo Chanu finally stopped. The scene in front of them made the two angry. Bastard. Groove, those scraps. Open black lens bracket. Temple of Gods. Close black lens bracket. 2 ninth order professionals held up a defensive enchantment to block the attack of the Leng family old ancestor and another Donghai City powerhouse. In the enchantment, the few men in black drove away countless zombies and let them jump into the bottomless pit. Endless roars came from the crater. Among them, it was accompanied by strange screams. Haiyan was furious, the golden big sword in hand, frantically attacking the defense knot. The same goes for Luo Chanu. Those zombies, the vast majority of them are living humans, can be recovered. This matter, he does not believe that the ground mice of the Temple of the Gods do not know. And now, they have been pushed into a deep pit. Life and death are unpredictable. Just because you also want to break the forbidden enchantment laid by the two of us. The deputy hall master of the Temple of Gods laughed coquettishly, with a smug smile in his eyes. Foolish dreams. As a matter of fact, these ninth order powerhouses attacked the high wall, and in addition to wanting those sea monster beasts to enter Donghai City, the main reason was to delay time. Let the zombie virus spread for a while. Go 4. The zombies are enough, so long there is no need to delay, and the final plan will also begin. Use zombies to sacrifice. Let the skeleton throne fragment sealed under the ground of Donghai City completely break away. As for why you do it, in fact, their hearts were also full of doubts, but the order of the hall master must be done, otherwise. Death is the best ending. Can't break. Luo Chanu's anger value continued to rise, and he glanced at the shield value of the steel shield and couldn't help but make a decision in his heart. Savage front. Target, defensive enchantment. The body turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the defensive enchantment. Luo Chanu's body passed through the defensive enchantment. Luo Chanu. Sea clouds. Leng family ancestor. Another ninth order professional. The two Temple of the Gods deputy hall masters. At this time, a crisp sound seemed to ring in everyone's ears. Syllable. Snap. Snap. That's a slap in the face. Luo Chanu. You. How did you do it? The enchanting deputy hall master of the Temple of Gods was more surprised than his face pain. This is a forbidden enchantment, although it is only a 9th order cast, but it's not a little monkshin who is just starting to enter the threshold of a professional can crack it. Didn't I see that a few 9th order professionals couldn't take the forbidden enchantment? Oh, but it was easily cracked by Luo Chanu. And Luo Chanu's expression seemed to be a little surprised. You beg Grandpa, please, Grandpa will tell you. Luo Chanu shook from his surprise. He really didn't expect that after Savage Charge transformed again, the effect would be so sharp. So sharp that his master, he was almost flashed. This particular is, charge directly into the arms of the enemy and completely isolate yourself from friendly forces. But, at this moment, he had no other way to retreat, unless he waited for the cooldown of Savage Charge to end. Giggle, no matter how you do it, you can send it to the door by yourself now, and your sister can't accept it. Between words, open black lens bracket Temple of the Gods close black lens bracket the enchanting body of the deputy hall master flickered and appeared in front of Luo Chanu. Luo Chanu, case, then he doesn't have to hide it. The life-saving item given to him by the barbarian gods, it's time to see its true effect. The purple crystal was in his hand, and it was directly crushed by him. In an instant, one after another mysterious gossip talisman seals appeared out of thin air, and in the middle of the gossip talisman seals, endless thunder surged and condensed. Then, it turned into a human form. The gossip talisman seal disappeared into the thunder figure, and the face of the figure began to become clear. Ultimately, a man wearing a purple Taoist robe appeared in everyone's sight. In fact, with the purple crystal shattering, everything was completed in the blink of an eye. But despite this, the first time he saw the man, everyone present was stunned. Tutelary, Donggenmo, finally, have you started? With a flat sound, Dongshuanmo's voice sounded, but in the ears of all people, it was like thunder was shocked. The patron saint of the Genryu kingdom. He is not a real god. But as a mortal, the guardian saint of the gods against the deity. Why, open black lens bracket Temple of Gods close black lens bracket the enchanting figure of the deputy hall master suddenly collapsed straight the moment he saw Dong Zanmo appear, and a pair of beautiful big eyes almost bulged out. I thought Luo Chanu was delivering food to my door. I never expected it. It brought her such a surprise. Patron saint door-to-door service. This can fight. Even if it's Dongshuanmo's doppelganger, she can't beat it. You can't even run. This is the pressing of the guardian spirit of the Xuanlong kingdom, and the pressing of the Great Wall of Blood alone. In just an instant, countless ideas appeared in the mind of the deputy hall master of the Temple of Gods, but they were all rejected by her one by one. There is only one last way left. Open black lens bracket Temple of Gods close black lens bracket the figure of the deputy hall master disappeared directly on the spot, appeared behind Luo Chanu, and stretched out his hand to grab Luo Chanu as a hostage. Lying groove, there is an old 6. Luo Chanu's divine power had already sensed the actions of the enchanting woman in the Temple of the Gods, and the moment she stretched out her hand, jumped, started and came behind Dongshuanmo. Lord Patronus, that old demon woman who is dying. Dongshuan ignored Luo Chanu's call, but instead stretched out his hand, and a purple talisman appeared on the tip of his index finger. The next moment, the purple talisman turned into a purple light, breaking through the confinement of the forbidden enchantment and flying into the sky. Forthwith, above the dome of the sky, thunder roared, the wind rose fiercely, and the rain fell. Shakers, it's good, but what's the use? He didn't feel any energy in the rain, it seemed to be ordinary rain. Right now, his gaze instantly condensed, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. The rain fell, which actually made those zombified Donghai city citizens recover, and looked around one by one in confusion. The range of precipitation had already exceeded the farthest distance of his divine mind. The strength of the guardian spirit is simply unfathomable. Right now, Dong Zanmo slowly spoke. Luo Chanu finally met. When Luo Chanu heard the voice, he instantly returned to his senses and said, Lord Patronus, it's an honor to meet the old man. The barbarian god boss is too. If I had known that this crystal could summon you to be old, I would have long ago. The words did not fall. but saw Dongxuan Mo strike again. 2 rays of thunder flashed, instantly trapping the 2 Temple of God's deputy hall masters who fled. Suddenly, the terrifying power of thunder and lightning erupted, instantly turning the 2 into char again. Luo Chanu. So scary. This is the patron saint. What about the doppelganger? Without asking a word, just kill like that. It seems that it is like killing 2 little mice. It's useless for you to summon the poor road early, the ultimate purpose of the poor road is it. With Dongxuan Mo's gaze, Luo Chanu also looked at the huge crater in the ground. Are you interested in going down with the poor road? Go down and take a look. That pit, listening to the director of the Mission Management Center of the Barbarian God Legion, is the ruins of the skeleton throne sealed under Donghai City. For this place, in fact, Luo Chanu still has some psychological shadows in his heart. Whether it is the necromancer god or the skeleton giant, even if his strength is now advancing by leaps and bounds, he cannot reach it. Night Star Tong also once said that her grandfather, that is, Lao Tian, the vice-elder of the Magic Union, once fell to the ruins of the skeleton throne, and if it were not for the timely rescue of the barbarian gods, I am afraid it would have been tragic. The devil knows what is in the ruins of the skeleton throne. At this time, faced with the invitation of the patron Saint Dongan, Luo Chanu admitted that he was moved. Think for a moment. He nodded and said, then go and see. Dong Zan Mo smiled at Luo Chanu, and then looked in the direction of the East Bund. Purple thunder flashed in his eyes. Thunder roared. Let's go. Dongxuan Motu did not turn back, and walked towards the direction of the pit. Donghai City, it's safe. Deep in the East China Sea. The thunder sounded, and a purple thunder fell from the sky and slashed straight above the black-robed man's head. Burst. A jet-black blood spurted out. The black-robed man trembled involuntarily, and without turning his head, he flew towards the direction of the endless sea. Old thief Dongxuan really dares to leave the Great Wall of Blood. Not right. If it was his true body, the damage of the purple void thunder should not be only so little, so how did he get the doppelganger? No reason. This matter is so hidden that it is impossible to leak it. Abominable. Donghai City's plan failed, and it can only be retreated. Ahem. That dirty little island. Really don't want to go. The black-robed man's mind faltered, dragging his injured body and moving in a certain direction. As for the remaining Temple of God's members in Donghai City, he didn't care at all. Don't mention those ninth-order sea monsters. With the departure of the black-robed man of the Temple of the Gods, the battle situation in Chenhai City has been decided. There is no source of energy. The ninth-order sea monster ferocious beast seemed to have no backbone, and it was defeated step by step, and was finally broken by the ninth-order professionals of Donghai City one by one, and none of them escaped. The sea monsters that were still in the sea also retreated. Only a small number of sea monsters on land are still fighting against the high-level professionals of Donghai City. Accompanying nightfall, the battle doesn't last long. Donghai City, as Dongxuan Mo said, is safe. The enchantment that trapped the 4 demigods such as the barbarian god was also gradually shattered under their crazy attacks, and it was not far from the time to get out of the trap. Feather Big Brother, wait. Just as Luo Chanu and Dongxuan Mo walked towards the deep pit, the voice of Night Star Tong sounded in the distance. Luo Chanu turned his head and saw Night Star holding the little loli in red and rushing over. Zhao Hong, you bring it. Fortunately there is a care, now Donghai City is safe. Good. Luo Chanu also did not refuse, he still trusted Dongxuan Mo's words. The little loli in red pops up from time to time with some strange abilities, which may make him safer. With a dumpling, the little loli in red returned and re-entered the possessed state. After saying goodbye to Night Star Tong, after taking a deep look at Night Star Tong, Dongxuan Mo took Luo Chanu, walking, into the deep pit. Your girlfriend is good, cherish it. Ha ha. Luo Chanu laughed and said, of course, it's my luck to meet her. Dongxuan chuckled and stopped talking. It didn't take long. The 2 of them came to the bottom of the pit, and the strange demon Yi of the Japanese seat shone. That group of beasts is inferior. But the scene made Luo who can't help but grit his teeth. The corpses are all over the field, and the appearance of the daily Asura purgatory. They are all zombies who were driven into the pit before. At this time, all of them had been absorbed into the essence of flesh and blood and turned into a dry bone. Isn't it indignant? Dongshuan Mo's flat voice sounded, remember this scene, this is the most realistic world, a sick real world. I remembered. Luo Chanu nodded heavily. The battle in Tokai City had indeed shattered his illusion of the new world. This is a world where life is like grass and mustard. Big fish eat little fish. The strong one. If you go to the Great Wall of Blood and take a look, you will know what is the real corpse mountain and sea of blood. Dong Zan Mo patted Luo Chanu's strong arm and continued, if you really want to change all this, there is only one way. What way? Climb to the top of the eternal arena and become the only supreme of the eternal holy domain. Luo Chanu was slightly stunned, and suddenly understood in his heart that Dongshuan Mo must also be a player of the eternal arena and even. The price is not low yet. But, all this is still too far away for him. The eternal arena rank improvement is too difficult, and you can only improve so much every day. Dongshuan Mo, even if he saw through all the falsehoods in the world, his Dao heart was almost broken at this time. And lo and behold, this is speaking in human terms. Dozens of consecutive kills, if this is not enough to reach 3 stars every day, he does not believe it. Ponder for a moment. Dong Zan Mo suddenly let out a chuckle, and said, if you want to improve the progress of Eternal Arena, there is another way. I want to hear about it. No rush. When you succeed in 4 turns, or can kill a 9th order professional alone, it's never too late. Luo Chanu, hang your appetite. However, the 4 turns do not seem to be very far away. As for killing 9th order professionals, think about it or forget it. Single out to kill, for the time being, it can't be done at all. After getting down to business, let's start dealing with the little trouble here. Dong Zan Mo stood with his back to his back, his eyes looking at the Zan Sao magic array. Luo Chanu, got down to business. What's the point? Is it just the right thing to do for him to do, thought work? That is to say, the ruins of the sealed skeleton throne in front of you. Is it a minor trouble? Boy, the pressure of the guardian Saint Dongshuan Mo is really a little. Xiao Luo, there is not much energy in this doppelganger, and there are some things that you still need to do next, which can be regarded as your reward for protecting Donghai City. Guardian Spirit, please order, juniors will do their best. There are rewards, everything is good to say. Even. At this moment, Luo Chanu had a thought in his heart. As long as it can stabilize the safety of Donghai City, even if you work for nothing, it is worth it. The cruelty of the temple of the gods, the tragedy of zombies, the responsibility of soldiers, the blood of professionals. The same touched his heart. He's grown. However, the price of growth is not what he wants to see. Dongshuan Mo saw the change in Luo Chanu's expression, and a feeling of sympathy could not help but rise in his heart. Go inside the ruins of the skeleton throne, kill an old thing, and bring back the shackles that trapped him. As for the reward, the drop of that old thing is all yours. Luo Chanu was shocked. It won't be the sleepy god chain, will it? Ha, Dong Zan Mo said easily, that brute told you everything. Luo Chanu shook his head and said, a few days ago, in a first-order special secret realm, there was also a skeleton throne ruin, and there was a one called the undead god. Andre's old man was also bound by the trap god chain, forcing me to find the key. Quote. And then, Luo Chanu did not hesitate to tell the beginning and end of the matter. That's the thing, now that old man is missing, my task can't be submitted. Dong Zan Mo exhaled deeply, his face was suddenly full of happiness, and he spoke. Fortunately, you didn't complete the task, otherwise you would have been killed by the necromancer god. Andre escapes, and Blue Star may turn into the underworld for the next moment. Quote. What? Luo Chanu exclaimed, that old man is so fierce. What is the sleepy god chain? Only the gods are qualified to be trapped by it, do you understand? For Dong Zan Mo's explanation, Luo Chanu was silent. Before, he really didn't think in this direction. After all, his vision was too low, and it was not even clear whether there were gods or not. If he had really released the undead god in the first place, Andre, I'm afraid something really is going to happen. ... He will become a sinner of Blue Star. A bad premonition appeared in Luo Chanu's mind. That, the Patronus asked me to kill that, wouldn't it be a god too? Dongshuan Mo nodded and said, that's right. Luo Chanu. It's too late to regret now. God slaughter, although he has also done it, but the strength of the skeleton giant. It's hard to say, at least not really a god at the time. Just as Luo Chanu was speechless, Dong Zanmo said with a smile, "Don't worry, that guy is already at the end of the strong crossbow, except for a thicker amount of blood, he has no other abilities, he is very safe." "Okay, you don't need to know other questions, go ahead." With Dong Zanmo's voice fell, a purple thunderbolt suddenly appeared on Luo Chanu's body, and immediately, his figure involuntarily flew towards the magic array, and disappeared in an instant. On the other hand, looking at Dong Zanmo, I saw him slowly raise his hand and make a Dao wave. "Immeasurable heavenly venerable, rest in peace." A moment later, Dong Zanmo sighed and shook his head helplessly. The skeleton suspended above the magic array, the soul has completely disappeared, and the possibility of reincarnation is gone. After Luo Chanu entered the magic array, a familiar scene appeared in front of him, that is, a broken waste ball. Such a ruin was even more dilapidated than the ruins of the skeleton throne that he had seen in the secret realm of Dark Riverside before. Traces of the battle, everywhere. It's hard to imagine what level of battle could have caused such a break. Take a step, see a step. Luo Chanu did not hesitate and slowly walked in a certain direction to the ruins of the skeleton throne. He didn't know where the guy was. But as long as it is in the ruins of the skeleton throne, it can be found. Who is so bold as to dare to seal a god under Donghai City, and he is not afraid of accidents? During the march, Lu Chanu complained speechlessly. In his heart, he had already turned his target to the barbarian god. Time passes by minute by minute. In the ruins of the skeleton throne, there are no traces of other monsters, some are just the ultimate silence. Half an hour later, a slight breathing sound came into Luo Chanu's ears. "Stop!" Maniacal laughter suddenly sounded. "Wah! Living human beings, such a wonderful breath, this offering. Good, good, ha ha ha." The wild sound broke the silence of the ruins of the skeleton throne. It also made Luo Chanu's heart rise to the throat. The breathy voice, "This guy's state, seems to be very good." Right now, the gray energy hand rushed into the sky and grabbed Luo Chanu directly. It's fast, it's instantaneous. With his thoughts, Luo Chanu reacted. Directly turned on jump to avoid the attack of the energy big hand. What the hell? Luo Chanu frowned, and after that energy big hand bombarded the ground, it struck him again, kicking up countless dust on the ground. Right at this moment, he also found the owner of the voice, slowly coming out of the dark corner. The ragged clothes, the pieces of torn cloth, seemed to be about to disintegrate when blown by the wind. That body, but extremely strong. Even the ferocious body of the barbarian god can only be a small witch, and there is no comparison. On the face in the gloom, only a pair of scarlet eyes and a row of sharp teeth can be vaguely seen. Luo Chanu didn't have time to think about it at this point. He could only choose to believe Dongshuan Mo. Savage charge. Rumble. The impact sounded. However, it was Luo Chanu who flew out upside down, and the huge rebound force was indeed shocking enough. "Human boy, you are very kind." Just as the voice remembered, the energy big hand had arrived. One grabbed Luo Chanu, who was flying upside down. Worst, Luo Chanu secretly screamed in his heart. Pyripiri. Suddenly, the sound of electricity sounded, and green smoke surrounded Luo Chanu's side. But it was, the purple thunder and lightning given by Dongshuan Mo was powerful. Under the power of purple thunder, the energy big hand did not have any room to resist at all, and directly turned into green smoke, floating in the air. "Ah, this is purple sky god thunder." The painful voice of the strong man god sounded, which contained endless surprise, puzzlement. Luo Chanu smiled. The guardian saint, Dongshuan Mo, did not pit him. Case. So what are you waiting for? After Luo Chanu stabilizes his figure, the full state is on. Burst skills. Optimus. Block 620 million. The damage of breaking 100 million came out, which directly stunned Luo Chanu. It's not that the damage is too low. It's that this injury is very wrong, and it is surprisingly high. You know, his target is a god, even if it is a sealed god, the defense will not be so low, right? Be curious. Eyes of insight. Open black lens bracket evil god warrior ol close black lens bracket. Quality. Deity, sealed. Grade. Other. Hidden information. imprisoned by unknown powers, can only use a few skills, greatly reduced defense and blood recovery ability, and afraid of light attribute attacks. Apart from hiding information, there is nothing of value. But nevertheless, enough is enough. For Luo Chanu's attack. Instead of being angry, evil god warrior Ol laughed maniacally. Wah, human boy, you hurt Benshin, you haven't tasted pain for a long time, continue, don't stop. Luo Chanu, I didn't expect this guy to be a masochist, and his brain was still what? Such a cheap request, Yi is still the first time to encounter, since this is the case, Yi satisfies you. Jump. Luo Chanu's figure appeared behind evil god warrior Ol and the mace did not hesitate to attack his waist. $38. The main thing is the lack of height, only hit there. Millions of injuries bubbled out. For the long amount of blood of evil god warrior Ol it is not worth mentioning at all. Luo Chanu, however, saw hope. As long as you can stack that steel shield it is enough. Rumble. In the crazy laughter of evil god warrior Ol, Luo Chanu also entered a crazy situation. Use skills to drop your HP again and again. The damage also rises. Purple Void God Thunder, wow, ha ha ha. How many years, I didn't expect to see it again. Human boy, tell this god whose subordinate you are. Who is the guy who gave you the Purple Void God Thunder? Evil god warrior Ol did not break his word, remained motionless, and enjoyed Luo Chanu's gua sha service. But his mouth threw out one question after another. Luo Chanu was also speechless. Are you sure you want to know? Or are you not afraid that he will come over and give you an electrotherapy? Evil god warrior Ol, electrotherapy, what kind of stuff is that? This guy seems to be very afraid of the Purple Void God Thunder. Luo Chanu's heart moved, and he moved closer to evil god warrior Ol again. The Purple Void Divine Thunder that Dong Zan Mo added to him only had a little range, and he did not have the ability to take the initiative to attack. I can only find a way to let the Purple Void God Thunder trigger automatically. That is, close hand-to-hand combat. Sure enough. When Luo Chanu gave up using the artifact Optimus and chose hand-to-hand combat, his damage did not decrease, but let the Purple Void God Thunder trigger, causing more damage. The most important are passively triggered damage, and the Eternal Lightning Barrier effect carried by the Steel Shield has also risen. This time, he really incarnated as the Thunder King. Stand pile output. What surprised Luo Chanu was that evil god warrior Ol really didn't fight back and was passively beaten. 2 minutes later, Luo Chanu finally saw a change in the health bar of evil god warrior Ol. 99%. Really, special meat. He hadn't calculated how much damage he had done to evil god warrior Ol before, but if he hadn't guessed wrong, evil god warrior Ol's HP was at least 1 trillion or even higher. Protracted. Time passes by minute. The evil laughter of evil god warrior Ol has never been cut off. Like a masochist, he has been beaten by Luo Chanu. Human little doll, your strength is very strong. Become the divine envoy of this god. This god can make you a demigod now. Human little doll, your combat method is a bit interesting. There is still the shadow of the dwarf clan in it. Have you been to the god and demon continent? Human little dolls, combat methods, not used like this. Luo Chanu's ears kept hearing all kinds of voices of evil god warrior Ol. Even, evil god warrior Ol also began to instruct him on how to use the combat method correctly. It's just outrageous. Although he didn't know what medicine was sold in the gourd of evil god warrior Ol, at this moment, he was really studying seriously. Don't say the effect. Much better than his own research. Tokai City, Ruling Division Conference Room. The huge conference room is full of high-rise buildings in Donghai City, but it is noisy and busy like a vegetable market. Haiyan sat at the top and listened to the secretary's report. There was no excitement on his face for the rest of his life, more sadness. Tokai City. This time the loss was unprecedented. A large hole was broken in the wall, and there were countless other scattered damages, and the materials needed to repair it alone were astronomical. Not building materials, but those materials that prevent Imperial magic array. Within the city, with the outbreak of the zombie frenzy, various building facilities also suffered heavy losses. It's all money. As for the harvest, compared to the loss, what a foot hangs the teeth. Life is priceless, And what makes Haiyan most distressed is the warriors who lost their lives for Donghai City, and the citizens of Donghai City who were pushed into the hole by zombies. Millions of sacrifices. It can be said that this is the most tragic event in recent years in the Xuanlong Kingdom besides the Great Wall of Blood. The Secretary's report is not over yet, because many missing citizens are still counting. Barbarian God Legion Commander and Town Guard, have they returned? Facing the problem of sea clouds. The Secretary shook his head and said, there is no news yet. Luo Chanu said before that they are trapped by a forbidden enchantment and will not come back for a while. Damn the ground mouse. At this moment, the Secretary's magic cell phone rang. Okay, I see. The Secretary squeezed a smile on his face and reported to Haiyan, the 4 demigods are back, and they went to the ruins of the skeleton throne. Haiyan breathed a sigh of relief. Now, Tokai City is really safe. The demigod is the Donghai god needle of Donghai City. Now it's time to get down to business. You go and inform the heads of those big families and let them come over for a meeting. I'll do it. The Secretary left. Haiyan immediately looked at the material in his hand, and above the material, Lu Chanu's murderous face appeared. The big hero of Donghai City, I don't know my arrangement, will you like it? Next to the largest crater, the lights are bright. Yi Xingtong's expression was cold, but her gaze never took a step away from the dark pit, and her eyes were filled with endless worry. Seeing this, Yu Lingsu took her hand and felt the sweat stains on her palm. Don't worry, there is a guardian spirit in Brother Luo, there will definitely be no accident. In fact, Yu Lingsu's heart was like Night Star Tong. It's just that she is a few years older, and her style of doing things seems to be much more mature. A smile appeared on Yi Xingtong's face. Actually, I'm not afraid of his safety, but I'm afraid of him messing around. Quote. This sentence. It is a true portrayal of her heart. The last time she entered the ruins of the skeleton throne, she witnessed Luo Chanu's messy appearance. XX. Either there is an accident, or there is an accident on the way. Yu Lingsu was slightly stunned, and in his mind he also remembered what happened in the Xinye Villa in Longshan City. What a reckless man. No matter who the opponent is, be reckless. Don't worry, accompany my brother in my heart. Good one in mind. Just when she was speechless, 4 figures appeared in her line of sight, and they quickly fell into the weight of the pit. At this time, Yi Xingtong was relieved in her heart. The barbarian gods are coming. Coupled with the existence of the guardian doppelganger, the matter of the ruins of the skeleton throne should be stable. Others don't know what's going on. As the granddaughter of Lao Tian, the vice-elder of the Magic Guild, she actually knew some things. Among the ruins of the skeleton throne, there are gods. Sister Yu, accompany me to the junior level tomorrow, and strive to reach level 50 before the second intensive training. Yu Lingsu looked at Yi Xingtong in surprise, and he couldn't help but feel an urge in his heart, the urge to try to become stronger. Yes, Sister Yu, I want to go with me too. Yes, anyway, we don't need to do anything in Donghai City next, it's better to go out and practice for a while. Sisters, I will go to complete the advanced task tonight, and I will definitely arrive on time tomorrow. In an instant, the voice of Yingying Yanyan sounded. It seems that back in spring, the flowers are in full bloom and splendid. The barbarian god and the other 4 demigods came to the top of the ceiling magic array, but the scene in front of them made them a little confused. Lying groove, old miscellaneous hair, which goblin did you suck dry? Lord Patronus, what's wrong with you? Lord Patronus, this. Take care of your body. Ahem. Lord Patronus should be overworked, which led to mental malaise. Quote. In sight. Dong Zhanmo's face was pale, his eyes were blank, and even his body was much weaker. Seeing the 4 demigods coming, a trace of essence suddenly appeared in his eyes. And don't care about their words. He said directly. Infuse some energy into the poor doppelganger. Luo Chanu, that smelly boy, is so good at things. Quote. The brute god was slightly stunned, and said in disbelief, Old miscellaneous hair, don't tell me, you let Luo Chanu's little brother go in alone. Don't ink, or the doppelganger of Idao will collapse. The 4 demigods were speechless. After all, they also broke out of the shell from the forbidden enchantment, and the power consumed was a bit large. But in the face of Dong Xuanmo's request, he could only divide some of the power of the origin and transport it over. In an instant, Dong Xuanmo's mental state quickly recovered. Phew. Next, it's up to you to maintain the power of this doppelganger. Dong Xuanmo sighed and said, give that smelly boy a life-saving use, but I didn't expect that he actually used the purple void god thunder of the poor Dao as a means of attack, and he was still learning the tactics of the evil god battle general inside. Convince, obey, obey. Barbarian god. Being able to force the indifferent patron Saint Dong Xuanmo into this, he looked at Luo Chanu differently again. Attaboy. It had been a long time since he had seen Dong Xuanmo make such a gaffe. Old miscellaneous hair, Luo Chanu really doesn't need us to go in and help. Dong Xuan shook his head and said, let him play, pulling seedlings to help him is actually good for him. Barbarian god. Time passes. Hours passed quietly. Inside the ruins of the skeleton throne, Luo Chanu had a smile on his face, and a prompt message appeared in front of his eyes. Ding, has your combat method been initiated? Has your combat method solidified the combat method ability? You can get A-level combat skills. A-level combat skills. Luo Chanu disdained and decisively refused. In other words, he, Luo Chanu, has swelled his heart. Since he wants to solidify his battle skills, if the battle method does not reach perfection, how can he be willing to waste precious battle skill places? Forthwith, he used it with 2 hearts, sank into the space backpack, and directly used the magic dragon battle method. In my head, the roar of the dragon Biog sounded. Countless knowledge of tactics poured in. So it is. For a while, Luo Chanu seemed to see a new way of warfare, a different path. It just takes time to pile up. At this time, Luo Chanu smiled and said to the evil god warrior Ol in front of him, to tell you the truth, ye is really a little grateful to you. Without evil god battle general Ol in such a short period of time, it would be impossible for him to get the battle method started. And, I also learned many practical skills. Wah, evil god warrior Ol laughed wildly, human doll, to tell you the truth, you are the worst one this god has ever taught. Luo Chanu, take back the gratitude you just had. Continuing to attack furiously, although I don't know why evil god warrior Ol would point him out, he has nothing to offer, either traitor or thief, let alone a god of hostile forces. This is the moment. The evil god warrior Ol's HP has been worn by Luo Chanu to 32%, and he believes that it will be worn out soon. Today, the shield value of the steel shield has reached a terrifying more than 300 billion. The most stacked ever. To know, when he came in, the shield value was only more than 200 million. Hours of non-stop attacks. Only then did the shield value of the steel shield be superimposed. However, Luo Chanu was still a little speechless in his heart. The shield value has increased, but the damage has not actually increased much, and the lower the HP of evil god warrior Ol, the stronger the damage immunity ability and the stronger the recovery ability. If it weren't for his use of the power of the purple void god thunder, I'm afraid it would be more laborious and time-consuming to fight. Finally, when evil god warrior Ol's HP reaches 30%. Move, human little doll, you hit the god very comfortably, now. Ben god rolled. Since you refuse to become the envoy of this god, then become a container of this god. The words fell. Evil god warrior Ol punched out. There is no strange energy, and there is no overwhelming thick image. It's just an ordinary punch, but it makes Luo Chanu feel undodgeable. Hard to carry. Luo Chanu made a decision in an instant, held up the eternal thunder barrier and directly carried it. Rumble. A loud noise came. Atatat. Purple thunder light surged, and the purple void god thunder and eternal thunder barrier surged with thunder light at the same time, sweeping towards evil god warrior Ol. HMPH. Purple void god thunder. Evil god warrior Ol snorted coldly, let's see how long you can hold out. If there was a purple void god thunder, it was impossible for him to forcibly occupy his body. The reason why he made a move at this time was because his innate power was sealed, and only this time period could some power be activated. Such a strength is also enough to defeat the weak purple void god thunder. And, forcible possession of the body. Thus freeing the heart of his soul from the chains of the gods. Fierce attack begins. On the other hand, Luo Chanu couldn't help but be a little surprised. The attack of evil god warrior Ol seemed fierce, but it only consumed the shield value of the purple void god thunder and steel shield and did not cause any damage to his body. This, very unscientific. Just one punch just now caused him to lose more than 100 million shield value. Such an attack is unbelievable. Luo Chanu knew he couldn't go on like this. Break it out. Black Dragon Battle Body. Berserk Stance. Abyss Battle Body. Savage Charge. One by one, the status skills are opened. This time, he did not use the Optimist skill. Instead, he used the artifact skill Pillar of Aurora, Pillar of Destiny. Aurora should also be regarded as a light attribute. Right. Shout. The Aurora fell, illuminating the gray ruins of the skeleton throne and drowning the huge body of evil god warrior Ol. Aurora 265.24 billion attribute restraint. Aurora scorching 15.24 billion attribute restraint. Unprecedented damage came out of the head of evil god warrior Ol. Luo Chanu calculated correctly, Auroras are indeed light attribute damage. Additional damage with high shield value. Coupled with the superposition of various states, it caused such terrifying damage. Just such a blow. He reduced the HP of evil god warrior Ol by 4%, which was also the first time he dealt more than 1% of damage. The most important thing is, Luo Chanu suddenly found that evil god warrior Ol was hanging a negative state. Aurora Burn. Attribute Restraint. Artifact Power. Greatly reduces target damage immunity and defense, and deals health percentage burn damage per second for 30 minutes. Awesome. Luo Chanu smiled and faced the attack of evil god warrior Ol, continuing to consolidate the knowledge learned from evil god warrior Ol. Also, test the magic dragon tactics different attack mode. Human little doll, you have angered this god. Evil god warrior Ol was shocked in his heart. He really didn't expect that his weakness would be discovered, and that little human doll also had an artifact of light attribute. At this time, there was a rare trace of eagerness in his heart. Eagerly break through the purple void god thunder. This god doesn't believe that such a weak purple void god thunder can have an endless source of power. Boom, right with him. Under Luo Chanu's crazy attack, the health of evil god warrior Ol dropped rapidly. 25%, 18%. 11%, 5%. However, instead of being frightened, evil god warrior Ol showed an unprecedented smile. Purple void god thunder, about to collapse. This is his vision as a god. Immediately, a punch slammed over, and gray energy gushed out. Rumble. The purple void god thunder completely dissipated under the terrifying blow. And when it dissipated, a purple thunderbolt raided evil god battle general Ol and the HP was reduced by 2% again. And at this time, Luo Chanu smiled like evil god warrior Ol. Burst it. Savage Charge plus Steel Shield. Rumble. Devastating explosions roared continuously, and the furious energy formed an energy storm that extended the entire ruins of the skeleton throne. The terrified voice of evil god warrior Ol sounded. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Evil god warrior Ol roared madly, but the terrifying explosion continued to erode his divine body and soul origin. At this point, his blood was empty. The divine body and soul origin that have not yet collapsed are still struggling. No, this god is unwilling. Evil god warrior Ol did not have any room to think, and directly condensed the soul origin heart into a ray and attacked Luo Chanu with lightning speed. Luo Chanu's primary level divine mind could not find the soul origin heart of the god at all, and there was no reaction, so he was ordained. No then. When the soul heart of evil god warrior Ol entered Luo Chanu's sea of knowledge, there was no wave. Even before Luo Chanu himself noticed it, he was scraped off the soul origin heart of evil god warrior Ol by his abnormal skill. The prompt information in front of him and the prompt in his mind appeared, and Luo Chanu reacted. He double managed a god. Ding. You kill the special boss of the gods evil god warrior Ol sealed and you gain 4.22 billion experience points. Ding, your level has increased by 1 current level 55.79. Ding, your level has increased by 1 level, and the current level 55.80. Ding, when you reach LV.80, you automatically comprehend the special passive ability Damage Reduction Mastery LV.1 passively increases damage reduction by 20% and obtains the level suppression effect. Ding! Your pet Phantom Heart, Little Red, has completely absorbed the power of the magic origin and has increased its level to LV.79. Ding! Because you killed the God Special Boss Evil God Warrior Ol, your pet Phantom Heart, Little Red, gained 3.47 billion experience. Ding! Your pet Phantom Heart, Little Red, level increased by 1, current level 55.80, automatic awakening taboo skill life sharing taboo. Ding! Your level has increased by 1, the current level 55.85. Ding! You end the God Boss and get God Ending Chest +1. Ding! The effect of your special title, Curse God, has been improved. Boy! Luo Chanu was stunned. More than 4 billion experience points, unexpectedly only allowed him to upgrade to level 7, even without the existence of the little loli in red, he could not reach level 90. It's hard to upgrade, it's hard to get to the sky. This sentence is really not adulterated. If you want to upgrade in the future, you don't have so many opportunities. Demon Dragon Abyss, East Sea Beast Tide, Demigod, God. Adventures are constantly being made, and the level is speeded up. In just one day, even 80% of the professionals have walked a lifetime, think. It's still a little exciting. And at this time, the movements in my mind have not completely stopped. There are two main aspects. First of all, his soul origin heart absorbed the soul power of evil god warrior Ol, and his progress was greatly improved, and the effect of the primary divine mind was also improved. Secondly, his abnormal skills also gained energy and entered a metamorphosis state. The most intuitive skill is the one that Luo Chanu didn't expect the most. Open black lens bracket Eternal Thunder Barrier close black lens bracket. Not only absorbed soul energy, even absorbed the power of the purple void god thunder. Skill level up to LV.3 to get 2 additional shared spots. In addition, it was the change of the little loli in red, she actually shared some soul origin power, and finally opened the repair progress of the origin heart. Although it is only 2.5%, at least there is a direction for efforts. Everything is developing in a good direction. Luo Chanu smiled. After picking up the items dropped by Evil God Warrior Ol, open the skill panel. At first glance, focus on the skills that have changed the most. Open black lens bracket Eternal Lightning Barrier close black lens bracket. Skill level. LV.3 absorbs thunder attribute special items, eternal power can be upgraded. Active mutation effect. Consume mana to summon lightning barriers, obtain damage resistance effects according to the consumed mana, and cause thunder attribute damage controllable to surrounding targets with a 15% probability of paralyzing targets god level. Skill cost. Minimum 10,000 mana. Resistance effect. Related to the consumption of mana, each mana can resist 100 damage, including special damage, real damage, eternal damage, etc. Damage effect. Related to Spirit and Thunder Mastery, base damage per second is Spirit 10. Duration. 30 seconds. Cooldown. 15 seconds. Extra effect Purple Void. The lightning barrier can actively blast. According to the resistance value of the lightning shield, it will cause special lightning attribute damage to single group targets, and this blast must be a Purple Void Thunder. Eternal effect. Each time you level up a skill, you can select a skill electric ability. Number of times it can be validated, 2. Currently shared skill, Steel Shield. Such an effect not only allowed his defense ability to improve by leaps and bounds, but even a second shield skill that could explode appeared. That is to say, in the future, I also have the ability of Purple Void God Thunder. Luo Chanu is excited. Immediately, the shared skills were given to the 2 active mutation skills, Savage Charge and Step. Let their skills also have the ability of thunder and lightning. Especially the skill effect of stepping in the sky, Lu Chenyu couldn't help but tremble. The skill duration remains the same, but the cooldown time has been equal to the duration, and the unlimited flying ability is finally here. And the speed of flight has also increased several times. The most important point is that the beating damage has also turned into the Purple Void God Society. Just as Luo Chen was in his reverie, 4 silhouettes appeared beside him in an instant, surrounding him. Brute Bear, are you all right? I'm okay. Ale. Luo Chanu was slightly stunned, "Boss, Senior, why are you here?" After taking a closer look, he did not find the existence of Dongshuan Mo's doppelganger, and added, "What about the guardian spirit? The magic array is broken, as for the old miscellaneous hair." A weird smile appeared on the barbarian god's pale face. "He, sucked dry by you." Thinking about Dongshuan Mo's expression before he disappeared, the barbarian god's mood became very happy. "A few minutes ago, I didn't know what Luo Chanu did." Dongshuan's purple void god thunder doppelganger origin power passed quickly, and even their origin power installation couldn't keep up with the consumption. In the end, he could only watch Dongshuan's purple void god thunder doppelganger dissipate. Before disappearing, Dongshuan Mo's face was full of lovelessness. "Call Luo Chanu inhuman. Luo Chanu, if you can't speak, just say less. What do you call sucked dry? He is a normal man. Boy." But, at this time, Luo Chanu also understood that the doppelganger of the guardian spirit Dongshuan Mo was most likely really sucked dry by him. Just when the purple void god thunder disappeared. Speaking of which, Dongshuan Mo's doppelganger died well. What about the evil god warrior? At this time, after Lian Wushwang looked around, he did not find the figure of evil god warrior Ol. Then he asked questions. "Everywhere." Luo Chanu laughed, and a pitch-black chain suddenly appeared in his hand. "Lian Wushwang, what do you mean?" "Literally." In other words, evil god warrior Ol was a god of the god and demon continent, and he was bombarded into scum, and he didn't even leave a god body. The body of the gods, even if they are demigods, it is extremely difficult to completely destroy them. No wonder. The ceiling magic array was directly shattered in the previous terrifying explosion. If they hadn't stabilized the pothole, I'm afraid they would have been buried under the ground by now. Luo Chanu, simply not human. Good, good, good. The biggest hidden danger in Donghai City has finally been removed, and the old man can finally get away for a few days, ha ha ha. The old bone demigod laughed maniacally. "Congratulations, old man." The other demigod also showed a happy smile. That happiness, in addition to the removal of potential safety hazards in Donghai City, was more happy for his old friend. "I think that at the beginning, the magic array that sealed the ruins of the skeleton throne was jointly established by Old Bones and the president of the Magic Union. Two people, one trapped in the Mage Tower is not allowed to leave half a step. A person needs to maintain the sealing magic array from time to time, let alone leave Donghai City. Even if he eats a meal, he is worried." Back then, Two Bones was also a personable and beautiful man. Right now, don't mention it. The old bone demigod shook his hand and said with excitement on his face, "Then, let's start." The barbarian god looked at the old bone demigod speechlessly. "You are stupid, our origin strength has not been restored, so we started rashly. Do you want to tire your grandfather to inherit your grandfather's gold coins?" "Oh, so excited." Lian Wushwang's smile escaped, and he said easily, "Go back first, rest for the night, and start tomorrow." The other three demigods deeply agreed. Completely seal the ruins of the skeleton throne and be in no hurry. The barbarian god came to Luo Chanu, stretched out his hand, and said, "The chain of sleepy god is given to brother, and brother has to get the old miscellaneous hair, otherwise he has to annoy him to death." Luo Chanu did not ask why, nor did he have any reluctance. Although the sleepy god chain lock is a treasure, it has no effect on him at all. "Go back." The brute laughed loudly and reached out to grab Luo Chanu's arm and take him out. "I never expected it." Luo Chanu quickly dodged, stepped directly into the air, and quickly flew out. It's as fast as lightning. However, in the eyes of the four demigods, Luo Chanu's back seemed to have a feeling of embarrassment. The four looked at each other and laughed. Then he left the ruins of the skeleton throne. Wangchuan Tower, the premier restaurant in Tokai City. At this time, it was indeed extremely depressed, and the Baokeshu Kingdom court came and went. Although a few hours have passed since the unrest, the vast majority of people are either busy or rejoicing in the aftermath. Not in the mood to eat at all. Even if it weren't for the purpose of making free dinner for those who were active at the construction site, Wangchuan Tower would not be open at this time. At this time, several magic energy speeders came at a gallop and hovered in front of the gate of the Wangchuan Tower. A group of handsome men and beautiful women appeared. Hurry up, I haven't eaten for a day, I'm starving to death." Isn't it? Someone just said to lose weight. Do you know an idiom called eating words and fattening? Sister you, people are iron, rice and steel. Where does the strength to lose weight if you don't eat enough? Then what are you going to eat? There are a lot of signature dishes in Wangchuan Tower. Ha ha ha, what's the rush? Big brother brought good things this time, let them do it well. Feather big brother, what's delicious? You guess. Do you guess if people guess? The vigorous voice gives the lifeless Wangchuan Tower a little vitality, just like today's Donghai City, everything is waiting to be revived, and everything is revived. Luxurious private rooms. After the young people had drunk and eaten, they began their own conversations. After Yu Lingsu wiped her lips, she looked at Luo Chenli. Brother Luo, where did you go before? The strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, even the 9th order powerhouse can be killed, and the 8th order sea monster beast meat can be taken out casually. When Yi Xingtong heard Yu Lingsu's question, he also looked at Luo Chenyu curiously and said, the big brother is also true, always playing dumb riddles. That's it, Boss Russell, just tell us. Along with Yu Lingsu's question, everyone present turned their attention to Luo Chanu. Luo Chanu faced such a burning gaze. He smiled and said, since you sincerely ask questions, then Big Brother will show mercy and tell you. 0. Yi Xingtong. In that case, don't say it. Ah. Yu Lingsu. Immediately, Lu Chanu said his story in the Dragon Abyss. What a king of dwarves. What a skeleton giant. What a golden lion king. The description of thrilling made the young people present constantly exclaim, and the style of male gods and goddesses was all thrown out of their minds. This is the moment. It is a group of friends who get together and express the depressing mood of killing after the war. After a long time, the conversation changed again, from Luo Chanu's story to other directions. As a senior in the second term of high school, Wai Tuan knows much more about many university affairs than Lu Chanu and a few others. The University World League will start in 4 days, and it is said that many Tianjiao will participate this year, and the scene is unprecedentedly huge. I really want to see it. The moment Yu Lingsu heard the University World League, he turned his gaze to Luo Chanu, and there was a look of regret in his eyes. It's a pity, Brother Luo doesn't have the qualifications to participate, otherwise the first must be from the Xuanlong Kingdom. The priest girl nodded in agreement and said, Luo, brother, if you participate, you must be the first. It's a pity. Su Tuantuan glanced at the indifferent Luo Chanu and said with a smile, if Brother Luo participates, I will definitely watch the live broadcast, haha. Here the topic. Yi Xingtong's mood was suddenly lost. It's so unfair, it used to be in October, why is it more than 3 months ahead this time, so that the big brother can't participate? Actually, I still have some inside information about this. Su Tuan took a sip of the special drink and said, it is said that a mysterious secret realm is about to be opened, and the reward this time is the quota of this secret realm. Huh, and this kind of thing. Yu Lingsu was surprised, this is the first time I've seen this kind of thing. That secret realm is very mysterious, even my dad doesn't know it, but it's a pity that I lost the last tryout, speaking of which. Growing up this big, I haven't been abroad yet. Cut, that dirty place on Sakura Island, who wants to go? When Luo Chanu heard the words, Cherry Blossom Island, a ray of essence suddenly appeared in his eyes. Sakura Island, is the University World League held on Sakura Island? He really didn't know about this. But, Blue Star is also a cherry blossom island that has a good life like a small life, just like in the previous life. It's all Xuanlong country, even a country that many countries dislike. Giggle. Knight Xingtong heard Luo Chanu's doubts, and immediately chuckled, Big brother, let you read more books, see the news you don't listen, now you are confused. Luo Chanu, the former scumbag, what to do with him? He, Luo Chanu, is very smart. Luo Chanu came back to his senses, stood up cheerfully, and said loudly, don't hide from you, Big Brother is also a player in the University World League, so you just wait to see Big Brother show its might. As soon as the words came out, the noisy box was suddenly deserted. Huh, how is it possible? Big Brother can you bring your family? Feather Big Brother, people also want to go to the scene to see. Luo Big Brother, Xiaoying also wants to go. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe.